The Divine Anime System. Chapter 1, Prologue. Seig opened his eyes as a new day dawned. Checking the time, he dressed up in casual clothing consisting of a stripped white t-shirt, jeans, and a black jacket. He checked in the mirror. Standing at 5 feet 10, rough black hair, a soft face which could be quite feminine but still with a hint of masculinity. A 16-year-old boy stood in the mirror. The only thing off about this is he dead black soulless eyes which would put anyone off staring into them. This isn't the case, it's just that Seig can hide his emotions so deeply due to his childhood it's natural to him as everything is boring and monochromatic. The only thing that brought life to him was anime. Like every other day he tried to add emotion to his face. The result? His eyes twitched remarkably fast as he attempted to demonstrate any emotion. Sigh. He gave up his attempt at basic human functions and went to the bathroom. After he went through his morning routine, he went downstairs only to be greeted by eyes which saw him as trash. Ignoring the stares, he left the house. He had no time to spend with a family which ignored him like garbage. But he didn't care anymore. What he did care about was the anime convention he was going to. Even when his soul was jumping in joy, his face was emotionless. Arriving at the train station, he waited patiently for his train until he saw a flash of lighting, which the first thing he thought was how odd lighting in a sunny day, and the next what the fuck. As the lighting cleaved the train upwards off the track and towards him. Time seemed to stop as he stared at the train, scared shitless but still carried a blank face. His eyes darted around quickly as he took every bit of information he could see. Homing in onto a small boy, which was in the train's flight path, he saw his fear and his dread. Looking at the middle-aged woman which seemed to be the boy's mother. He saw her failing to move in hopes of saving him. He saw fear, concern, and hopelessness. Seeing this, he knew what he had to do, but the air felt solid as his body refused to move. Come on. He screamed into his mind. Exerting as much pressure as he could, his body started to move, albeit very slowly. Argag. He forced more strength into his body as he saw the train coming closer in his peripherals. Without noticing, his eyes glowed a pale red as he exerted inhuman strength into his legs, catapulting his body towards the boy and pushing him out of harm's way. For the first time in his life, a smile decorated his face. His eyes glowed with satisfaction as he had achieved a part of his dream before his death. His dream to be like the anime characters that he sees, to be a hero, an inspiration, to be so goddamn cool and to save someone. Darkness. What greeted him was an expanse of darkness, but oddly he knew what had happened after his death. He had managed to push the boy away, saving him, and somehow with unbelievable strength stopped the train in place, causing no deaths except for some minor injuries for the pedestrians. In return for this strength, his body had broken down within mere microseconds that it seemed like there were no one there to begin with. But he didn't mind. He felt good to save someone like his anime heroes. While he was basking in his satisfaction in saving someone, golden light seemed to accumulate in his soul. Ding. Congratulating the host in bonding with the Divine Anime System. Nanny the fuck. Seig was startled when a feminine voice rang out in his head. Who? Where? Come out. Host, please calm down as I run you through the current situation. How in the hell do you expected me to calm down after having a voice call out to you, in the silent void? His heart rate increased as he felt fear for the unknown. His face might be blank but his mind in absolute chaos. Ding. Affirmative, host is correct. Forcing status effect calm, level high in 5, 4, 1. Ding. Done. Host, may we speak now? Or you missed 2 and 3. Strangely, I felt incredibly calm as my heart rate dropped to normal levels. Ding. I have determined to miss number 2 and 3 as proven by dentists in your world. It makes the patient unprepared and less fear is built up. Air. Point taken. So what do you mean my world? Are there other worlds? Host is correct in his assumption. Now, host, please be silent while I finish explaining the current situation to you. First off, the reason that I have bonded with the host is due to the fact that you, the host, was robbed of your emotions as an accident by the higher beings. Unfortunately, the effect was irreversible, which even the higher beings can undo. However, by some miracle you broke through it. Although only in soul, while your outward appearance was frozen in a dead-like state, it was still amazing as host managed to undo that even the higher beings can't. So while being shocked they had decided to see the cause and finding it to be what you term as anime, the higher beings decided to create an alternate universe containing some of these anime worlds using a divine item. And as compensation and gratitude in your contribution, the higher being have decided to present you with me, the system, to help you on a path to becoming a higher being. Okay, I understand the essentials, but can't you call the higher beings gods though? Ding. Host brings up a good point, as gods do exist, but the higher beings are very powerful but not yet to the standard of God. This is not in the skills such as creation but in overall power. But one can still become a god in the aspect of healing. The terms differ for each aspect. Alright, since higher being are a mouthful, are you able to label them as ascendant? Ding. If that is what host desires, then it shall be done. So what shall I call you? It'll be awkward to call you with hey or oi. Ding. I don't possess a name. Would host like to designate a name? Sure, so can I call you Eve? Ding. System name designated to Eve. Also, can you stop the dinging sound? It rings in my ears and makes me so goddamn uncomfortable. Affirmative. So where to first, or can I choose where to go? Host has a choice of 5 worlds for you to build up your foundation and strength. I shall make the list with 1 being most recommended. 1. Naruto world. Reason: good world for building foundations in the 5 basic element, and basic body training and reinforcement. 2. Boku no Hero Academia world. Reason: good for ability training, body training, and moral build-up training. 3. Denmachi world. Reason: good for steady growth, blessings, and steady increase in monster levels. 4. Bleach world. Reason: good for spiritual training, swordsmanship, and ability training. 5. One Piece world. Reason: medium to high level body training and reinforcement, medium to high level willpower development and combat practice with people having abilities that make them invulnerable to most aspects. So what is your choice, host? For the first world it shall be Chapter 2, Rebirth Part 1. For the first world it shall be Boku no Hero Academia. Affirmative. May host tell me the reason for this? Sure. While Naruto is a good choice for practicing elements, I would need to adapt to all the slaughter in the world. I can't change my mentality with a snap of a finger. The same with the others except for Hero Academia. While there are death and villains, it would allow me to ease into the violence. Host has made a very logical choice. The system will reward you with a power of your choice that does not surpass a certain threshold. Granting item ID, choice of abilities, item level, king, adding to inventory. Success. Eve, so you've been talking about item/status levels and I don't have anything to compare it with, so can you explain please? Sure, the items are graded in the ranks of common, uncommon, rare, super rare, high, king, world, sovereign, ascendant, divine, god. Also host, even the common grade items are on par with a Quirk in Hero Academia world. Ida Tensei's Quirk would be classified as an uncommon Quirk as he has improved upon it with Recipro Burst. While a Quirk like One for All and All for One would be high grade, closing in on the king grade. Well damn, isn't this too overpowered? Host is incorrect with that statement, as each power has a drawback. The stronger it is, the bigger requirements. Example would be if you had a god-grade ability or item without the necessary requirements, you wouldn't even bring out 0.1% of its potential. Midoriya Izuku is an example of this. While One for All is a high-grade Quirk, even with extreme training Izuku cannot bring out more than a quarter of its power without damaging his body. And even then that is compared to what Toshinori/All Might's power, as he haven't even touched 30% of its full potential. Well, that clears up a lot of the questions I have. Emergency protocol activated. Void is destabilizing, as the host should have entered reincarnation. Time limit 2 minutes. May host quickly decide way of rebirth before time runs out. Options available. Family state. Host would be born in a family with being able to customized body status such as gender or appearance when matured. Host would be born with a loving family. ID provided by family. Orphan state. Host would be born as an orphan, allows customization of gender and appearance. Quirk would be randomized. Good chance of education. Host would have orphan ID. Teenage state. Host would be a teenager in a forest with provided clothing. Allows customization of age between 12 to 19, gender and appearance. Quirk is randomized. Host would have no ID and small chance of education. Body foundations would be common grade. Adult state, host would be an adult in a forest with provided clothing. Allows customization of age over 20 to 35, gender and appearance. Quirk is randomized. No ID and no chance of education. Body foundations would be uncommon grade. Time of rebirth may be chosen after selection. Holy shit. 1 minute left. Fuck. I chose orphan state. And born the same time as Midoriya. Transferring host now. Rebirth protocol, orphan state, time, 14 years before main plot start, transfer successful. As the void collapsed, Seig's silhouette flashed with a golden light and disappeared into what seemed like a baby blue portal. Consciousness faint, Seig managed to realize he was in a form of liquid and quickly decided to make the situation clear. Eve, you there? Where are we now? Host is in the womb of the mother a week before birth. Would host like a run-through of the current system and status? Go ahead, Eve. The system has 6 main sections starting from the status, inventory, skills, shop, quests, lottery. Each one is self-explanatory, so I shall ignore that unless host states otherwise. Currently the host status are: Name: Seig. Age: 0, 16. Level: 0. Body: common grade. Soul: king grade. Willpower: high grade. Skills/quirk, N/A. I have determined to leave accurate status out as host could become too reliant on them since there are many people who can defeat enemies with higher levels and body status with skills alone. On the path of godhood, host must be vigilant at all times. Thanks for the reminder, Eve, but what can we do for 1 week while I wait for my birth? Host may open the system gift package, choice of abilities king grade and train in willpower and soul force. Okay Eve, can you open the gift pack first? Opening gift pack minus 20% to 70%, 100%. Host has gained minus 10,000 shop points. Soul Training Manual Volume 1 Rare Grade. Lottery Tickets X5. Fire Demon Slayer Magic Super Rare. Well damn, that's pretty good. Eve, show me what I can choose for the king grade abilities please. With pleasure. Earthquake Fruit. Ryujin Jaka. Sodi no Shirayuki. Phoenix Fruit. Angel Fruit. Unlimited Blade Works. Tatsumaki's Telekinesis, One Punch Man. Please pick from the current list. I'll choose Unlimited Blade Works as it is one of the most diverse powers I have seen. And also because it's so goddamn cool. Affirmative, integrating magical circuits for the ability Unlimited Blade Works king grade. Success. Wait, it's that easy. Isn't it supposed to hurt changing my body? Host is correct that it is supposed to hurt, but this is a one-time situation as host's body haven't been born yet, so the modification wouldn't hurt, but in the future any change would. In your terms, shit hurts like a bitch. Well, might as well integrate the Fire Demon Slayer magic too. Understood, success. Quick question Eve, can I buy some abilities now and integrate with them? Yes, but host is advised to hold off as the pressure would cause you to implode into a premature death since your body can't handle multiple sources of power. 2 is the maximum you can handle right now. And before host asks why I didn't tell host, it's because host only has 2 power with the gift and the reward, and if host had wanted more, host would have to ask me to purchase from the shop. Sign. Eve, show me the lottery please. Chapter 3, Rebirth Part 2. Eve, show me lottery please. Affirmative. Lottery draws X5. Rewards, items, abilities, shop points and common 40%. Uncommon 25%. Rare 15%. Super rare 5%. High 2.5%. King 1.5%. World 0.4%. Sovereign 0.3%. Ascendant 0.2%. Divine 0.07%. God 0.03%. Chances of better graded items are increased with the special lottery, premium lottery, and the divine lottery. When host draws 10 tickets, host would get 1 for free. As a first-time bonus, common to rare chances are decreased while super rare to king are increased. Would host like to draw now? Offer ends in 24h. Offer ends in 24 hours. I wanted to get 10 tickets first. Fuck it, draw please. At this command a jingle resembling the sounds of a casino machine rang out 5 separate times. After which, Seig sees a holographic screen in his mind showing his rewards. Congratulating host for getting Body Tempering Pills X7 Uncommon. Healing Pills X10 Rare. Weighted Training Gear, Wrists, Ankles 10 kilograms Common. Might Guy's Youthful Way of Training Complete Edition High. Magic Training 101 for Beginners Uncommon. What? 2 commons. Really? HAAA forget it. Eve, how can I train in soul and will power in the weeks wait for my birth? I will imprint the Soul Training Manual Volume 1 into your soul so that you can access the knowledge at any time. As for willpower, survive not talking to me for 1 week and not break under the pressure of loneliness. But don't worry, you can do it. Is it weird I imagined a person looking like a little sister saying the last sentence with a thumbs up at the end? Host, stop violating my image and it is recommended for you create your appearance, unless host would like to keep your previous image. Ito, sorry and keep most of it the same but change my hair and eyes. Make the hair white like Archer from the Fate series and make my eyes a deep blue. Affirmative, however I'm sorry to say that I cannot change the host's eyes as they have turned permanently scarlet red due to you breaking the limit in the final moments of you saving the boy. Meh, that's fine, white and red's pretty good too. I'll start the soul training now. So it says I nerd to calm down and begin to meditate while I slowly try to feel my surroundings. Doesn't seem too hard. Asterisk breath in. Asterisk breath out. Hi. I fell asleep. Carrot at percent hashtag carrot at percent dollar at carrot at dollar at percent hashtag percent I wasted my week start. Eve, why didn't you wake me up? Host is incorrect. I have attempted to wake up host but host's mind seemed under a lot of pressure and needed to relax so I left host alone after a day of trying. Also at one point you told me to and I quote, fuck off and let me sleep. Fuck. Eve. Yes host. I'm sorry. Please don't go. Rest assured host I won't leave until you have attained godhood. Even then can you stay with me? I can't really tell anyone my secret you know. And you're the only one I can share this with. Understood host, I shall stay until host doesn't need me anymore. Not quite what I had in mind but thanks Eve. You're welcome. So how long till my birth Eve? Host has roughly. Cutting her voice off, Seig felt a crushing pressing pushing him in a direction. Surprised at the sudden force, Seig had no time to prepare himself for the freezing cold winds that caused him to black out. His last words before blacking out were, "She it." While Seig blacked out, a beautiful woman was cradling a baby in her hands. I'm sorry son, I'm a failure. I can't take you back. You'll be treated so cruelly. She says while weeping gently looking at her son. Look at you, just like my sister. Even though you're a boy you look so beautiful. I'll call you Ray, it's a neutral name. It's her name too. I can imagine it, you're looking so dashing in your future. I have so much I want to say but any longer and it would be bad. They'll find you and take you away, I'm sorry. If you can hear me. Your full name would be Ray Todoroki and I love you with all my heart. Unknown to her, Eve was listening to her and decided record her farewell for Seig. Placing Seig, now known as Ray, into a basket. She knocks on a door to the orphanage and quickly hit herself while she watches the nun pick him up and bring him away. I'm sorry, she whispered as she ran away weakly. Opening his eyes, Seig looked around the room. Empty. He closed his eyes and contacted Eve. Eve, what happened? Where are we? As the sudden change in temperature host has blacked out. Currently we are in an orphanage near where Midoriya Izuku and Byakugo Katsuki would attend school. Well, that makes it easier to befriend Izuku in the future. Host, I have also recorded your mother's farewell. Would you like to listen? Sure. Playing voice clip 01. His heart grew heavier as he listened to the final farewells of a weak woman filled with love for her son. He had chosen the orphan route as he didn't want to be attached to a family so that when he left the world he would be fine. But listening to the unconditional love she had for him, he couldn't help but be attached. Tears welled up in his eyes as he asked Eve. "Hey Eve," she said, "Rei Todoroki right?" Indeed she did. The only person with both Rei and Todoroki is Shudo Todoroki's mom. Does that mean I'm his cousin? Hosts is correct, but through Host's mother farewell we can see that there are family problems. I recommend Host to conceal the Todoroki name until Host has the means to resolve the problem. Yeah, I agree. Since it's her one and only request, I'll take on the name Rei from now on, and I vow to get stronger so that I can wipe all her worries away. Say, no, Rei vowed as his willpower increased even without him noticing. Resolve stronger than ever, he mentally prepared for his training the years to come. Chapter 4, Awakening Part 1. A young-looking girl with white hair and red eyes was seen warming up in the park. Stretching, you can see that their body was very flexible. HAAA, right then, let's get started, shall we? The young-looking girl was actually Rei. 4 years had passed quickly. Even though he is still a child, his feminine features made look just like a girl. If one didn't know him beforehand, they would imagine him growing up to be a great beauty. Through these 4 years he had slowly trained his body, although he couldn't do any heavy training as it would stunt his growth and could damage his foundations. He had made good progress in his soul strength. While it didn't increase to the next rank, he is able to utilize it to the most basic standards, which is amazing considering he is a 4-year-old. He had also completed a multitude of miscellaneous quests which gave him some EXP. These quests ranged from doing a morning workout to helping out around the orphanage. Finishing the workout, he had gained a small amount of his daily EXP. Eve, would you please compare my status from birth to now? With pleasure. Name, Rei. Age, 0-4. Level, 0-5. EXP, 78%. Body, common grade. Soul, king grade. Willpower, high grade. Skills. Unlimited Blade Works, king grade. Fire Demon Slayer Magic, super rare grade. Straight face, doesn't seem like a large difference considering my level. Host doesn't need to worry as the average level for a 5-year-old child is around 1 and a 10-year-old child is 3. So currently, Host, you are almost 2 times stronger than the average 10-year-old. Eve, when can I use my items and buy some abilities? Host, please be patient as your body can't handle the body tempering, and the abilities you buy need to be integrated with quickly to have the most benefits, otherwise it would be a waste. Huh, Eve, you've never told me why it would be a waste if I don't integrate with an ability quickly. The reason why it would be a waste would be the fact that the essence or skill power would disperse faster the longer you wait until the skill becomes useless. The stronger the skill, the faster. This is because skills originate in the body and it's like a fish out of water. In this case, your body's the water and the skill is the fish. Ah, that makes sense. Alright, let's go back before sister gets worried. Jogging back to the orphanage, Rei is greeted with the sight of the sister waiting with a smile. Ararara, Rei-chan, working so hard in the morning. Look at you drenched in sweat. She teased with a playful smile. Mao, sister-san. How many times have I told you to not call me with a chan? Rei pouted with a very small but noticeable smile. While he still carried his emotionless face he had in his previous life, he had been more successful in applying emotion in this life. Small but still progress. Well, I can't help it, can I, Rei Chan, you look so beautiful, I'm going to cry from jealousy. She fake cried while slowly making her way back to the orphanage. Ah, please don't cry. Please, fine you and call me Chan. Torture me mentally, why don't you? Ararara, what do you mean by torture? Sister's hearing's a bit bad, can you repeat that? She said with a bloodthirsty smile. Nai. I didn't say anything. Nope, nothing at all. Rei replied fearfully. Oh my god, I swear I just saw Azura behind her then. Scares the fuck out of me every time. Good, now come on Rei-chan, let's give you a bath. Hi. After taking a bath and having breakfast, it was time for sister to take everyone to the park. While everyone else played and left due to his cold face, he didn't mind as he was used to it. But today was different as he was taking slow, shallow breaths. Condensation could be seen coming out of his mouth while his skin became paler and his body shivered. His eyesight became dazed as he quickly asked Eve what was happening. Eve. What's wrong with me? I feel so weak, so tired. Hey Eve, can you feel the cold? Because I am so goddamn cold. I can't feel my legs. Host, please wait as I analyze what is going on. Okay, that's good because I don't think I can hold it for longer. His breath became slower while his speech started to be drawn out. His steps were all over the place as he tried to stabilize himself. Seeing his predicament, the sister and some children came over to see what's wrong. Ray-chan, what's wrong? One of the children asked with worry. But Ray couldn't pay attention to this as uncharacteristically Eve shouted in his mind. Ray, quickly get out of there. Away from the people and kids. Your quirk awakened, but it's about to lash out with your other powers. Hearing this, Ray quickly shouted out, stay away. Taken aback, the children felt offended while the sister felt worried. This feeling only got worse as she saw his skin getting paler, eyes bloodshot and body shaking. Ray screamed a heart-wrenching cry. Argh. Ice started to form around his body, freezing the ground, spreading a cold aura. While black markings spread across his body starting from his heart, his eyes seemed like balls of fire while his hands up to his elbow became claws of fire. The area around him started to change as sparks littered the air around him. An array of weapons surrounded him as he screamed out in pain. Children watched in fear while the sister was in fear for another reason. She knew what was going on. How unnatural it was for a person to have 3 quirks. Eve watched in worry as she begged him to stay conscious long enough for his ability to integrate successfully with his quirk. Ray. Come on, Ray. Stay with me. Hang on, please. Eve didn't think that his quirk would have mutated so much. The resonance that happened between the quirk and his ability caused a free-for-all fight in his body for dominance. If Ray doesn't stay conscious for long enough, his body would be left defenseless and his ability would kill him in return. As all 3 of his powers finished manifesting and a blast of shockwave pushed away everything around him within 20 meters. The ground shattered as a pillar of fire emerged around him. The fire crackled as the sand slowly turned to glass. It started to twist and morph while it eventually turned into the face of a great purgatory demon crying out in psychotic laughter. It had halted its laugh when a grand ice dragon and a cyclone of swords which twisted the fabric of reality wherever it passed manifested as well. The 3 powers battled for supremacy while Ray, the source of this, was in unimaginable pain. His skin ripped while blood oozed out, frozen then evaporated by the 2 extremes. His body was slowly being destroyed. He was conscious the whole time while he screamed till his throat went hoarse. He could see what was around him, but he didn't pay attention, or rather he couldn't. It took everything he had to stay awake as he could barely hear Eve begging for him to hold on. He knew. He knew he had to hold on. For her. For himself. It went quiet for him after an unknown amount of time passed. The last thing he saw was blood, fire, collapsed buildings, and the faces of fear boring deeply into him until he passed out. Chapter 5, Awakening Part 2. Toshinori, or All Might, was walking around with one of his teachers, Gran Torino/Sorahiko, after his fight with All for One. He needed to find a successor as his powers were weakening. Absent-minded, All Might walked around looking at the people passing him. Oi Toshinori! Gran Torino shouted while he punched All Might on the head. Are you listening to me? Ah, sorry sensei, I got distracted for a moment. All Might replied while rubbing the spot where he got punched. Humph, it's good that you're distracted. You need to take your mind off finding your successor for a bit and relax. Gran Torino said while he looked at All Might from the corner of his eye. Now then, Toshinori. Gulp. All Might swallowed hard as he saw his teacher build up pressure. The silence was suffocating. They stared at each other until... I forgot to buy taiyaki. Gran Torino said while he hit his hand onto his palm. The fuck, sensei? All Might thought in his head, which he will never say out loud unless he wanted to be half killed by his teacher. He isn't a masochist to bring hell to himself. While they went to buy taiyaki, they were startled when a pillar of fire in the distance shot up towards the sky. All Might were shocked as he couldn't think who could produce this much fire. Even Endeavor could only manage half of that in one go. A slight conversation took place as All Might and Gran Torino looked at each other. They took advantage of the current distraction to quickly blast off into the air. All Might had quickly activated his muscle form, in which he flinched as his wound on his stomach started to open. He had to limit himself unless he wanted to lose his powers even faster. Halfway there a psychotic laughter rang out as they saw the fire bear a conscience. Seeing the destruction spreading in the epicenter, Gran Torino decided to push himself further as he could see a nun and some children close to the source. Nodding at each other, All Might took hold of the children while Gran Torino took the nun and another child in her arms. Landing further away, they saw a colossal ice dragon and a cyclone of swords appear in the same area with roughly the same scale of power. Please help him. Raychan's not himself, he's not in control. I don't know why, but he has 3 quirks that just awakened and is killing him. The nun begged in tears while in Gran Torino's arms. Gran Torino's thoughts were in panic as he knew what the information of 3 quirks meant. Quickly looking over, he could be All Might's face darker than the void, seething in rage as he quickly set the children down. Tashinori, don't you d. Cut off by the blast of wind in his face, he saw All Might dashing to the source. Shit, he though while quickly following after him. All for one. All Might shouted with all that he could muster. Before he saw the source of it. Crying out in pain, he saw a young boy with the features delicate like a female's, white hair and red eyes, black markings ran across his body paired with neon blue circuit-like lines, inferno claws and icicles that protruded from his body. Suddenly the fire demon spoke. Oya, the boy's still awake, such a shame, I couldn't wait to devour his body. But it's fine, I can still control a part of him. All Might stood in a daze as he saw the twisted face of the fire demon, its echoing voice and bloodthirsty smile brought fear which originated from his soul. Suddenly, fire demon's blistering claw. A massive fire claw shot towards him as wherever it passed everything melted. All Might's pupil shrank quickly as it was about to hit him. Tackled put away by Gran Torino, All Might managed to survive. Looking at the evaporated claw marks in the skyscraper, he knew that if Gran Torino didn't save him he would have died. Holy shit, All Might whispered in his bad English accent, sweat dripping from his face. Snap out of it, Tashinori, and focus or you're going to die. Gran Torino shouted, getting into a defensive stance. Ho ho, another maggots joined the party, well let fry you both. Fire demons G. Flash freeze. The ice dragon shouted in his majestic voice as a torrent of ice shot towards the demon, freezing everything in his way. As the colossal titans fought, All Might watched in fear as he knew even in his top shape he wouldn't be able to beat them. By time, maybe at the cost of his life, but nothing more. He didn't even know such a quirk can exist, and the source is only 4 years in age. Imagine what would happen when he gains full control of such power. The titans fought while throwing their extreme elements towards each other. They didn't notice the boy has stopped screaming as he looked with his cold dead eyes in a daze. Curiosity plagued All Might as he wondered why the boy was in a daze. Until the illusory figure of a tanned man with white hair and an outfit of red and black with white highlights, the figure opened his mouth while the boy copied. A faint voice echoed with a deep rumble across the battlefield, as a youthful voice copied. I am the bone of my sword. I am the bone of my sword. The neon blue lines hummed to life. Steel is my body and fire is my blood. Steel is my body and fire is my blood. The wind started to rotate around him. Unknown to life. Unknown to life. Sparks of blue flame ignited in a circle around his body. Nor known to death. Nor known to death. The blue fire danced in a circle as if protecting the boy. Have withstood pain to create many weapons. Have withstood pain to create many weapons. This aura and pressure crushed the battlefield, halting the titans in their fight as they watched the boy. Yet those hands will never hold anything. Yet those hands will never hold anything. Oh shit. The demon had lost the playfulness in his voice as he rushed to stop the incantation. Seeing this, the ice dragon knew that this could potentially keep his host alive, thus charged to protect. Halt, foul demon. So as I pray. So as I pray. The demon panicked as he saw the boy's aura reach a peak. Get the fuck out of my way. Fire demon's majestic purgatory. He shouted in a rush, unleashing a flood of hell in attempt to kill the dragon to reach the boy. In retaliation, the ice dragon cried out in authority. Ice shield matrix. Unlimited blade works. Time seemed non-existent as the sound muted. It was only at the clanking of gears that All Might and Gran Torino snapped out of their daze from watching the titans fight. Eyes wide, Gran Torino asked. Toshinori, where are we? I don't know, sensei. All Might said while looking around him, seeing an infinite expanse of swords, each feeling more dangerous than the last. The observation was cut short when they saw the boy suddenly subduing the demon. Trace on, Seal of Solomon. A golden ring appeared and suddenly constricted around the demon. His fiery skin burned and smoked as the ring shrank smaller and smaller. Trying to resist, he could only cry out in pain. Arag. HMPH, demon, don't try. The Seal of Solomon is a ring owned by King Solomon that bind, banish and seal all demons. Your attempts are foolish. Do not resist and let yourself be sealed till the time of need. Eyes bloodshot, the demon looked into the cold, soulless eyes of the boy. Fine, I'll go, but remember I'll be back. His smile reaching from one end of the face to the other. Keeping eye contact even when golden chains spawned from below and dragged him down a shadow-like portal. Tension stayed until the demon was completely out of sight. Only then did the boy breathe heavily. Seeing this, the ice dragon determined that his job was done, and thus it bowed his head. Host of mine, I shall enter a deep slumber till the fire demon escapes his binding and lend you my aid. You will be able to harness my powers with practice, and thus I bid thee farewell. Nodding slightly in acknowledgement, the boy watched as the dragon faded out of sight. Turning his head to the Teo intruders, the illusory figure spoke. Or you too, I have a troublesome host and I can't do much without him getting him killed for his overuse in power. So I want you to help him out. And don't refuse because, well, I'll kill you before he dies. The figure spoke with a cynical smile, with an array of sword pointing at the duo. Nodding weakly, the duo looked at them and fading while keeping his eye on them. Blinking, they realized they were back in the real world, surrounded by the masses in a circle, as All Might quickly grabbed the boy before he fell. Looking at each other, All Might took the boy to hospital while Gran Torino followed. Laying his battered body onto the hospital bed, All Might looked at Gran Torino before saying, "So what shall we do now, Sensei?" Chapter 6, Rewards from the Misfortune. In the hospital bed, Ray laid bandaged. His eyelids fluttered as he awoke. "You are Eve, you there?" he asked in pain. Even when he asks in his mind, just opening his eyes sent torment to the rest of his body. "Yes, I'm here, Ray. Thank you for staying awake the whole time, even when it hurts. If you didn't, I would have never seen you ever again," she said, voice tinged in worry. Ray was surprised. Eve had never called his name directly before. Her voice heavy with worry and concern. If he didn't know better, he would have, though of a young girl, eyes tinted red after just having cried for a loved one. "Ray, stop ruining my image. Come on, Eve, let me have this," he said with the biggest imaginary smile he could muster in his mind. Snicker, fine, you idiot host. You could even hear the playfulness in Eve's voice. Ha ha ha, but truly, thanks Eve, if it wasn't for your voice encouraging me, I don't think I could hang on. Surprised face, you could hear me. Activate comm status level divine on system designation Eve. Activating, unsuccessful. No. Ray imagined with great humor a girl rolling around, hands covering her face after thinking back to her chunny, 8th grade syndrome, moments. Face red and screaming in embarrassment. Idiot host, stop thinking. Ha ha ha, fine, I'll stop, but Eve, could you tell me what happened to me? After briefing Ray on what had happened, his awakening of his powers, All Might and Gran Torino, the Ice Dragon, Demon, and Amiya Shiro. Okay Eve, I have 2 questions, the first one being, was anyone killed or hurt too badly? The sister and the children from the orphanage were close to me. Don't worry host, when your powers awakened it pushed everyone away in a 20-meter radius, and All Might and Gran Torino saved them after. As for the civilians, they at most suffered from what I could see, small wounds from debris. Eve, see, can you call me by my name like before? Fine Ray. So Ray, what was your second question? Well, it's basically, how the hell do I have a purgatory demon, a dragon, and fucking Amiya Shiro show up? Gosh Ray, stop shouting. Well, I can tell you about the demon and Amiya Shiro. When you had received your skills you had with them, gained the skills mentor spirits. The stronger your soul, Ray, the faster they could manifest and teach you how to use the skills. The spirit's mentality are made to be programmed to what is determined as best suited to teach the skill. Such as Amiya Shiro or Archer to be exact. The Fate series, even when he saw his past self, he didn't even want to teach him anything. But with your skill spirit, the main system has pulled his experience from his future self and his willingness to help from his past self. creating what it deemed to be best to teach you the skill. Of course, you still need to gain his basic recognition for him to teach you. And as for your ice dragon, since your soul was unconsciously nurturing the other skill spirits with the help of the main system. The main system had deemed the quirk the same type of skill, so it had done it to your quirk too, which when it was brought to life in the awakening, it had gained a soul and had seen you like the alpha/leader. Feeling threatened by a skill of the same caliber, the demon wanted to purge him so that there is one less competitor for your body. Amiya Shiro watched as a spectator until he couldn't let it continue, or else he would have died. Thus helping you with the chant of unlimited blade works and summoning the seal of Solomon. He did this using his own essence to power the skill, and he's resting to recover right now. Sigh. I see. So Eve, where do we go now? We can't go back to sister, as the children are probably traumatized by me. And I had wanted to be their inspiration and look cool. Laughable. Don't be like that, Ray. I'll tell you now that if you blacked out, the fire demon would have caused much more destruction, killing thousands, and the ice dragon would lose all reasoning and help cause more destruction. So think of it as you have saved everyone from death. Thanks, Eve. Ray said with a smile filled with gratitude. No problem. Oh, Ray, the quest system had issued an emergency quest during the breakout which you had completed. Do you want to see the details? Yes, please. Understood. Emergency quest, stay conscious during the whole awakening. Difficulty, King grade. Failure conditions, blackout. Failure consequences, death. Completion rating SSS. Hidden conditions met. Gain Amiya Shiro's approval after seeing your willpower to stay awake. Complete the aria of unlimited blade works without interruption. With the help of Amiya Shiro, subdue the demon. Rewards. Level +10, rare. Observe function, world. Insight pill, 10 hours x10, sovereign. SSS ranking rewards. Chosen skill manual, King, allows a full manual on how to train a certain skill not beyond King grade. Status. Name, Ray. Age, 4. Level, 5-15. EXP, 78%. Body, common-super rare grade. Soul, King grade. Willpower, high-King grade. Skills. Unlimited blade works, King grade. Fire demon slayer magic, super rare grade. Frost domain, mutant, super rare grade. Holy crap. Eve, how did my body and will increase so much? I wonder if you're an idiot sometimes, Ray. Your body increased since you survived the tempering, the 3 powers did. And your willpower increased because you pulled through till the end. Well, damn. So Eve, is there a way for me to recover faster? The faster the better. I'll need to find a safe place to go. No, not that I can recommend. The damage that was done to your body needs to be healed naturally without speeding up, or it could leave hidden injuries. You also need your body to adapt to healing your wounds like this, especially after an increase in body grade. And don't worry, Amiya Shiro threatened All Might and Gran Torino with death if they didn't look after you. Sweat drop. Wait. Did the doctors use any healing quirks on me? I made it so that there were a small energy that ran through your body which rejected anything to do with healing, with exception to natural healing, an item from the shop, which I don't recommend. That's good. Ray Shounen, it seemed like your AWAK, Pua. Cutting him off was All Might shouting at the top of his lungs, only to be punched by Gran Torino in the side of his gut that wasn't injured. Folding over on the ground, All Might shook in pain. Stupid Toshinori, can't you be more considerate and not shout? Humph. Gran Tornio said with veins bulging on his forehead. Is he going to be okay? Ray asked in concern, watching the duo. Ray-chan, don't worry, I've punched him worse than this, it's fine. That's not the point, Ray shouted in his mind while his face is blank. Okay, ignoring Toshinori there, Ray-chan, what are you going to do now? Gran Torino asked while All Might slowly attempted to stand up. I don't know, I can't go back. I've injured sister and the children are probably too sacred of me. Sister probably won't want me back, after all I'm like a time bomb, you don't know when I could lose control. Ray said with self-mockery. Ray Shounen, don't worry, the nun was the most worried for your safety rather than fear. But unfortunately you're right, you can't go back. However, the council have decided to put you under the care of me or Gran Torino since we held you back during the incident. Well, we were more like spectators rather than holding you back. What do you say, Ray Shaunen? Would you like to come with us while we see if we can help you train and control your quirk? Thinking carefully, Ray decided that he will join them since they have already seen his power. Then I'll be in your care, All Might-san and Gran Torino-san. Chapter 7, Farewell, and let the plot begin. 10 years has passed by quickly. After he had decided to go with All Might and Gran Torino, he went to say his goodbyes. Like he had, though the children ran away, but the sister still wished him well and told him to visit in the future. Having told Gran Torino and All Might how his quirks are currently, All Might decided that he should train with Gran Torino as it would allow Ray to control his quirk. While they were on the way to Gran Torino's house, they dropped by the agency to register his quirk. They had a quick discussion as decided that his main quirk shall be unlimited blade works. Of course, this didn't stop them from working on his other quirks. In addition to this, with his new function he had seen what level All Might and Gran Torino were, and honestly he was shocked. Toshinori Yagi / All Might. Level 158/200, Prime. Sorahiko / Gran Torino. Level 145/180, Prime. According to Eva, average adult is around level 25 with their quirks, but All Might is almost 10 times stronger in his prime. After seeing that, he knew he had to get stronger quickly, considering to solve his family problems by estimate he had to be at least 150 in level, considering Endeavor is the second pro hero. Having known this, he pushed Gran Torino to help him get stronger. His workout for the next 10 years, which he set himself, as the plot starts then, consist of trying to regulate the temperature of his fire and manipulating it in an external form. And for his ice he had to try spread out a frost aura into a domain and freeze things without touching it. Finally, for his unlimited blade works he has to multitask by creating the blades on the move while fighting Gran Torino. He had also tried to use the reality marble but failed to keep it up long enough for practical use, thus his training began with him producing blade completely while he did his fire and ice training. Present time. 2 people could be seen sparring in a private training center. Streaks of yellow and black collided every so often. Oi brat. How much longer can you keep up? Ha 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 ha. An aged laughter could be heard echoing. Only getting started, Sora Jichan, Gramps, a second voice retorted. Stupid brat. How many times have I told you to not call me Gramps? I've still got years ahead of me, don't jinx it. It was Gran Torino and Ray. Today was the last day for their 10-year training. Ray had never managed to beat Gran Torino ever, but he was getting closer each time. Seeing how the last day was coming, Ray had thought up of a few tricks to try beat him. Taking inspiration of the ice domain and the shield ability Ro Ajax, he had managed to combine the two to make a cage-like structure. I am the bone of my sword, Ray chanted while using it to spread out his ice domain. Oh, wanting to end it already. I swear you brats are always so impatient. Well, let's kick it up a notch then. Seeing this, Ray knew he had to corner him first. Fire Demon's flaming barricade. Using another defensive ability, he tried to cut off Gran Torino's escape by using area of effects. Ice is my body and fire is my blood. Immediately realizing that the chant Ray had used so many times has changed, Gran Torino quickly put his guard up. I have frozen over 1,000 worlds. Hearing the tyrannical words, Gran Torino knew he still underestimated it when he tried to overestimate. Feeling that he had gathered enough energy, Ray didn't continue his chant. It was his trump card even though it's unfinished. Frozen Ajax. A cage of ice sprang up around Gran Torino as he quickly tried to jump through the gaps in the cage until he was rebounded by a 7-petal flower colored in a cold blue energy. Looking around, he could see the gaps being filled up as the flowers release frozen mist that plummeted the temperature. Gran Torino's breath slowed as he was about to pass out from the cold until cage shattered and Ray was seen panting while he warmed up Gran Torino with a small controlled flame in his palm. He stupid brats learned some new tricks eh? Haha, Ray-chan's learning. More than you known, Ji-chan. PFT ha ha ha. They both laughed while they took a shot at each other. Calming down, Gran Torino said, I'll miss you, know. Getting sentimental, old man. Let me have this stupid brat. Toshinori's waiting for you near your old place. You're getting an apartment to live in while you go to UA. Yeah, I know. Look after yourself, old man. Whatever, now go. After warming Gran Torino up, Ray walked to his backpack before exiting the training facility when he suddenly heard Gran Torino shout towards him. "What's your name?" "Eh?" Confused, Ray looked at him. "I said what's your name?" Gran Torino said with a smile. Understanding what's going on, Ray straightened himself out before looking at him with conviction. "Ray. I am Ray. And remember it. Don't forget you are you. Not a demon, villain, or monster. You are Ray. And I am proud of you." Nodding heavily, Ray turned towards the train station with tears in the corner of his eyes. "You all right, Ray?" "Yeah, I'm fine, Eve, thanks for asking." "Well, it's my responsibility, no." "Ha ha ha, indeed. Shall we go say hi to Midoriya while he gets his power?" "Yes, when you arrive, All Might should have seen Midoriya's selfless act in trying to save Bakugo." "Great, let the plot begin." Chapter 8, Meeting Midoriya. Leaving the station, Ray decided to check out the status now that he's 14. "Eve, status please." "Yeah, sure, also I've got good news for you after this." Name, Ray. Age, 14. Level, 15-62. EXP, 92%. Body, super rare grade. Soul, king grade. Willpower, king grade. Skills. Unlimited Blade Works, king. Fire Demon Slayer Magic, super rare. Frost Domain, super rare. Thanks, Eve. So what was the good news? Well, having adapted to the change in body grade in these last 10 years has allowed you to reach a good standard to the point you are allowed another ability without a breakout like last time. Your foundations have also been solidified, thus allowing to use your items. Party horn, congrats, Ray. The fuck did you get that horn from, Eve? But that's a relief. 10 years of knowing I have items and a shop, though I can't use it, causes wonders for one's patience. Can you show me all my current items? Hi. Inventory. Soul Training Manual Volume 1. Body Tempering Pills X25. Healing Pills X18. Weighted Training Gear 10 kg wrists and ankles. Might Guy's Youthful Training Manual Complete Edition. Magic Training 101 for beginners. Chosen Skill Training Manual. Insight Pills X4. Soul Training Manual Volume 2. Wait, when did I get some of these? They were the rewards accumulated through the quests you have completed in these 10 years, as well as a reward for beating Gran Torino. Ah, I see, so can I use the body tempering pills now? This. The things is, with you having adapted to your current body, even by taking one you would exceed the effect of the pill. Eve says while her voice gets quieter as she speaks. Can I at least give it to someone if they need it? Yes, but this only applies with items in the common to super rare sections. Any higher than they would need to have a body grade of equal or higher than the item. Of course, this is when you give it to other people. You can still use a ascendant item even if you will technically waste it. Thanks, good. Oh yeah, Eve, can you add a numerical value on how many skills I can have? Like this. Skills, 3/4. Unlimited Blade Works, king. Fire Demon Slayer Magic, super rare. Frost Domain, super rare. Yeah, exactly that. Amazing. Thanks, Eve. No problem, Ray. / blush / D dash, did you just somehow vocalize a blush without saying it? Ray asks with an eyebrow rose. What you on about? I didn't blush. Nope, you muse tired, you're hallucinating. I'll look at you, such a cute tsundere. Ray teased with a joking smile. And you're just a stupid idiot, Ray. Ignoring her remark, Ray makes his way to the orphanage. Arriving, he could see the sister sitting on a bench while watching the children play. Seeing Ray, she smiled and waved towards him. Ray-chan. What a pleasant surprise. It wasn't long ago that you visited. Is everything alright with Gran Torino-san? HAAA 10 years and you still call me Chan. And yeah, everything's fine with Ji-chan, he sent me off so that I can prepare for UA. Ray replied with a smile. That's good then, Ray-chan. Just remember, you have to be careful. If you don't put effort looking manly, you'll be hit on by guys you know. Humph. They try hitting on me and they can forget walking. Sure. Sister said with a smile, seeing how expressive Ray is now. Even though he still struggles with strangers and people he's not used to, at least it shows he can care for the precious people in his life. Oh yes sister, and I don't think I'll be able to visit often anymore. I'll be busy in UA and trying to become a pro hero. Well, I wish you luck. Knowing you, I know you can do it. If I remember correctly, they have a UA festival, don't they? I'll bring the children to cheer you on, okay? She said with a smile. Well, I guess I can't afford to waste time anymore, can I? Ray said cheerfully when a little girl suddenly said, "Ah." Ray Ne-chan smiled. Beautiful, she cried out when the other kids looked over. Oi, Ni-chan, not Ne-chan, okay? Nii-chan. I'm a boy. Ray said with a tick mark on his forehead. Playing around with the kids for a bit, he bid farewell and made his way to find All Might and Midoriya. The kids that were a part of his generation have been adopted, leaving the new generation that didn't fear him. Walking with a small smile, it didn't take long for him to see All Might with Midoriya, who was crying after being told he can be a hero. Am I interrupting anything? Ray asked. Oh my god. Oh, it's just you, Ray Shounen. All Might sighed in relief. Why, what do you mean by oh it's just you, Ray Shounen? Am I not welcome? Nai. Ha ha ha, oh yeah, here meet Midoriya Shounen, the person I have deemed to be my successor. All Might said lightly. Nice to meet you, Midoriya, the name's Ray. Ray greeted with a small smile while sticking his hand out. In a daze, Midoriya watched with a red face. Ha ha ha, it seems like Midoriya Shounen mistook you for a girl, Ray Shoujo. Ha ha ha. All Might laughed. Shut up, rabbit head. Ray shouted, annoyed. Getting out of a daze, Midoriya realized how rude he had been. Ah, sorry, I didn't mean to, I just never been near a boy. I am a boy. Ray cut Midoriya off. Ah, sorry. Midoriya quickly apologized. Forget it, are you not a man? Don't be so wimpy and wipe your face, it's covered in tears and snot. Cleaning himself up, Midoriya reintroduced himself. I'm Midoriya Izuku, nice to meet you, Ray. Likewise. Ray replied. While All Might watched the two, he could imagine them in the future, heroes side by side helping each other. Oh my god. Such a beautiful friendship. All Might said while he turned to Muscle Form, crying. The fuck? What you crying for, Muscle Usagi, rabbit? After having calmed down, the trio had decided to brief over Midoriya's training plan, the American Dream, so that he could be a good vessel for One for All. Ray had decided to ask Eve if he could help Midoriya out using the pills. Hey Eve. Do you think I can let Midoriya use the body tempering pills without it being detrimental for his body? I'm afraid no, Ray. His body's not prepared to take the stress. It'll so more harm than good. He should use it after the American Dream for it to be very effective for him. But if you ask me, you should let him use the weighted training gear, 10 kilograms, at this moment of time. You don't need it since your body can easily adapt to that weight with no problem. All right, thanks Eve. How do I withdraw then from my inventory? Just imagine reaching into a portal to your inventory whenever, put your hands into a pocket or bag to make it less suspicious. And then just tell me what you want to withdraw and it should materialize in your hand. Well, seems easy enough. Asterisk Ray Shounen. Ray Shounen. Can you hear me? All Might shouted in his ear. Oh my god. Yes, I can hear you. Phew. You sat there in a daze, then I had, though something went wrong. All Might said in concern. Nah, it's nothing, I was just think about how to help Midoriya. Here Midoriya, I have a set of training gears that's for the wrists and ankles. They're 10 kilograms each and it should help you out if you start use it halfway though the American Dream. I'll give it to you now, just let me get it, Ray said as he reached into his bag and pulled out 4 bands with 10 kilograms written on each of them. Handing over the first 2, Ray said to Midoriya. These ones are for the wrists and these ones are for the ankles, you just put them on and you'll feel the weight. I recommend using the ankles ones straight away and then the wrist ones like I said before, halfway through or 5 months into the training. In these 10 months I'll probably drop by every so often to help you train. Thanking him, Midoriya took the weights and attached 2 straight away onto his ankles. Hey Eve, while Midoriya's got 10 months to the UA exam, it's the same with us. You think I'm ready for the skill spirits lessons yet? It should be fine, Ray, but I recommend you first pick Amiya Shiro, as Unlimited Blade works as your registered quirk, so it doesn't hurt to get better. You can also buy another ability and let your body adapt to the power that would reside in your body before using it. Thanks Eve, Ray said mentally before turning to All Might. Hey All Might, where was the apartment you got for me again? Ray shown in its apartment XXXX room XXX, and it's here on the map. All Might said, pulling out map. Watching Midoriya looks in surprise and says, Ray-san, your room's next to my apartment room. At the same time All Might and Ray loomed at him and said, Chapter 9, New Abilities and Training once again. Reaching the apartment, Ray could only watch in wonder as how All Might managed to make him and Midoriya neighbors. Ray-san, you want to come in for a bit? Midoriya invented. Well, it doesn't hurt to get introduced to your mom as your neighbor and training partner, can it? Ka-san. We go, a neighbor that just moved in. He's also a friend of mine. Midoriya shouted across the hallway. Walking through the kitchen door, Midoriya's mom appeared before berating Midoriya. Izuku, can't you see that she's clearly a girl? A vein bulges on Ray's forehead. How can you be rude to a girl, and a cute one at that too? Ray's eye starts to twitch furiously. Izuku, are you afraid that I won't support your friend here being with you as a future girlfriend? Don't worry, take your time, I'll just be in the kitchen, dinner's ready soon. That's the breaking point. While he did like Midoriya, it's because he liked his conviction to be a hero and his self-sacrifice to save the kid against Muscular when he used one for all 1,000,000%. Excuse Miss Midoriya, but I'm a boy. A bona fide boy. Ray said with a twitching smile. Miss Midoriya watched in a daze. Well, ain't she just like you, Midoriya-san, or is it the other way round? Ray asked with a small smile, while Midoriya found it embarrassing. I'm sorry about that. Miss Midoriya panicked. *I, it's fine Miss Midoriya, I'm used to it. Would you like to stay for dinner? I've made plenty. Thinking about it, Ray decided that this dinner should be perfect to introduce himself as Midoriya's training partner since he joined at dojo. Dinner went fast as Miss Midoriya had accepted the fact that Midoriya's going to start training. Come back soon, Ray-chan, Miss Midoriya said, while it caused Ray to almost trip near the doorway. Reaching his room, he could see that most of the things are already there. Alright Eve, can you show me the ability shop? Hi. Shop. Shop points, SP 68,300. Abilities. Common, 10-500 SP. Uncommon, 600-1,000 SP. Rare, 100-10,000 SP. Super rare, 11,000-100,000 SP. High, 110,000-500,000 SP. King, 1,000-000-5,000,000 SP. To be unlocked. Your body can handle a super rare ability as your body has reached the grade. And also don't worry about breakout either, since the demon is sealed until further notice. Okay Eve, can you show me super rare abilities up to 50,000 S0? I want to save some for items I might need. No problem, also shall I filter it so that only the most recommended ones are shown? Sure. You the best Eve. Hee of course I am. Here. Godspeed-40, 000 SP. Railgun, Magical Index, 30, 000 SP. Flying Thunder God, 20, 000 SP. Hockey, Observation, Armament, Conqueror, -45, 000 SP. Senbon Sakura, Bleach, -40, 000 SP. These are the ones I recommend right now as you need reinforcement so you can fight longer as well as movement skills. Senbon Sakura's in there if you want to go for a more offensive style. Eve, can you buy hockey for me? I'll need to see the shit when I'm fighting as well as sneak attacks. After all, the reinforcement of Amiya Shiro can only do so much. High and done. SP, 23,300. Status. Name, Ray. Age, 14. Level, 62. EXP, 95%. Body, Super Rare Grade. Soul, King Grade. Willpower, King Grade. Skills, 4/4. Unlimited Blade Works, King. Fire Demon Slayer Magic, Super Rare. Frost Domain, Super Rare. Hockey, Super Rare, New. The information on how to use the hockey should be in your mind, and also you'll surprisingly able to practice this one straight away since both your body and willpower's been reinforced by the incident 10 years ago. Also you have also been using reinforcing for 10 years while armament is essentially the same but using willpower instead. Oh sweet. I can practice using armament while I train with Amiya. Yep. Ray, you just need to lay on the bed and imaging going into a open space with Amiya and you should be in your mindscape. You have this now since your soul had been strengthened by your constant practice. And the mindscape is proportionate to your soul grade. The better you are at using your soul, the more you can do in the mindscape. Wait, does that mean if I train my hockey and other abilities it translates into real life? Pretty much, but any training you do with your body won't translate into real life. Of course, when you get better at using your soul you'll be able to train your body and it'll improve in real life. Well shit, ain't that amazing? Welp, let's get ready to meet Amiya, shall we? And with that Ray got changed into more comfortable clothes, brushed his teeth and went to bed. Laying down he imagined him and Amiya entering a open landscape. Oh, my troublesome host had finally decided to come for my training. Mama, I couldn't really come before since you were injured when you helped me before. And I also wasn't ready for it. And also thanks for saving my ass back then. Ray said with a smile. Hey, it's fine, without you I won't be here, would I? So let's get training, shall we? For what I can feel 1 hour out there is 2 hours in here. Amiya said while stretching his body. Oh, that's helpful. So what are we doing first? Well, I didn't have a teacher to train me and I learned through combat. I can teach techniques and what swords I have, but I can't teach instinct. We'll help you get that through combat. Don't worry, if you die in here you'll just reassemble. Oh shit. Ray shouted when training suddenly began. Waking up he felt both refreshed and tired, which in honesty was very weird for Ray as the contradictory feelings threw him off. Don't worry Ray, your mindscape just put a bit of stress on your soul, it should go away after a while. Alright, seems fair. After 6 hours passed outside, but I spent 12 hours training with Amiya. Ray went to have a shower before he ate breakfast. A simple toast was enough for him in the morning. Dun dun dun. Hearing a knock, Ray went to the door and saw Midoriya. Mornin' Midoriya, ready for training? Ray said while his hair was still a bit wet and stuck to his face. Asterisk gulp. Yes, I'm heading over to the beach now, wanna join? Midoriya said with a red face. Even though he knew Ray was a guy it would take some time to get used to. Sure, coming in first while I go get changed. Hi. Getting changed quickly, Ray and Midoriya jogged to the beach. Ray had to slow down so that Midoriya didn't get left behind. Ray Shounen and Midoriya Shounen, are you ready for the American dream? Hi, All Might. Midoriya shouted, standing straight. Hi, Ray said half-heartedly, completely different from Midoriya. All Might had Midoriya do the same in the anime, but this time with Ray practicing observation hockey with a blindfold. All Might would throw objects at Ray while he tried to dodge. Ray's schedule for the next 10 months mostly consisted of wake up, shower, eat, jog with Midoriya, hockey training with All Might, jog home with Midoriya, eat, mindscape training with Amiya Shiro, repeat. Within his mindscape, Amiya Shiro has constantly gave him combat training with the occasional lessons on what weapons that he has. His training had Ray die more than a couple of times to the point that he wouldn't even flinch when a weapon flew towards him. While in the mindscape, Ray slowly adapted to fighting to the death. Using the pills of insight, Ray has shown huge improvements in his combat experience. The final training session begins as when his wakes up the administration test for UA starts. Chapter 10, Exam Part 1. A song of swords rang out in Ray's mindscape. Flashes of neon blue clashed while Ray and Amiya stared down on each other. Through these long hard 10 months, Ray had made breakthroughs on how to manipulate the blades for when he uses unlimited blade works. Rays and rays of swords shot out from the group as Ray and Amiya walked towards each other. Through the 10 months of training, Amiya Shiro's current personality has started to rub off him, the main change being he has slowly become accustomed to the violence and not giving a shit to it. Not wanting to hold back, the two decided to go all out. I am the bone of my sword. I am the ice of my sword. They both chanted. Steel is my body and fire is my blood. Glaciers are my body and ice is my blood. Ray had slowly developed his trump card by fusing unlimited blade work and his Quirk frost domain together. He had gotten this idea when he realized that unlimited blade works is like a blank piece to paper that is yet to be filled. While it did have the factory and swords, it was a wide expanse of land where he could manifest his powers if so he desired, much like the Restraint and how Naruto added elements to it making it more powerful. I have created over 1,000 blades. I have frozen over 1,000 worlds. The blades present in the air fought harder than ever, more swords broke each second as they walked closer to each other. Unknown to death. Forever laid sealed. Nor known to life. Never should I awaken. As the chant had progressed, Amiya started to have blue fire and wind circulate his body and blue circuits surfaced with every step. Whereas Ray on the other hand, had his body pale into a white sheen, snowflakes have started to dance around him while every step he takes leaves a frozen wasteland behind him. His swords seemed to have gained a mysterious energy as they started to be coated by a very thin crystallized armor hardly visible to the naked eye, started to overpower Amiya's swords. Seeing this, Amiya flinched as he tried to focus harder. Yet those hands will never hold anything. Yet these worlds can never hold me back. So as I pray. And so I create. Unlimited blade works. Glacial blade works. With a flash of light the two reality marbles crashed. One a hill of swords with gears and factories in the distance, another a world of ice and glaciers with enormous shadows of swords. The two marbles clashed as they tried to overpower each other. Amiya's breath slowed as the temperature slowly dropped. They were face to face as they stared each other down. Ray's glacial blade works slowly tool over Amiya Shiro's unlimited blade works. Seeing this, Amiya knew he had lost. While Ray did have his power, he had added to it and made it his own. Whereas he could only create a world that holds swords, never to create new legacies. That is the only magic allowed to Amiya Shiro. The moment he knew he lost, his unlimited blade works wavered. Seeing this opening, Ray's glacial blade works spurred on with renewed vigor, flash freezing everything in its path and shattering them into icy shards. This didn't exclude Amiya as his body broke down and vanished with a smile. Standing in victory, Ray slowly increased the temperature and dismissed his glacial blade works. While his trump card was strong, if he didn't be careful of the dangers it presented, the sudden change in temperature would kill him instantly. After a while, Ray had returned back to normal with exception of being a bit pale in skin color. He saw Amiya watching him with a proud smile. So you've really made it your own, Ray? Amiya said while still looking at Ray. Yeah, if you didn't help me I don't think I would have the same amount of proficiency with the skill. Ray responded faintly while still trying to recover from the coldness in his body. It pains me to say, but my job is done. I have nothing else to teach you anymore. I am not even supposed to exist. Through the 10 months I had made some theories of my own about what I am, but no matter what I can only think of one answer. While I am Amiya Shiro, I am also you. You had used a portion of your soul to give me this opportunity, and with it I was created to teach you. And once my job is done I shall disappear from here and go back to your soul. So even though the demon we sealed when you were 4 was a crazed battle maniac, you must remember that he is also you and you have to accept him as part of you. Even the worst of you is still you. Listening, Ray looked down to take in his words. After a while he looked up to see it being empty. He didn't even say goodbye, that's just like him. Asshole. Ray said to himself. Tilting his head up at the last remainder of the hill of swords he said, thanks, before he faded back into reality. Watching him fade away, Amiya reappeared looking at the spot. You're welcome, dumbass. He said before he dispersed into a bunch of golden lights and disappeared for the last time. Awakening from his mindscape, Ray went to get a shower before he prepared to jog to the beach one last time. Only this time Midoriya didn't call for him. Thinking about what might have happened, he realized that Midoriya should have cleared out the last piece of trash on the beach before screaming to the sky. Quickly jogging to the beach, he saw All Might and Midoriya together and heard. K, eat this, author note, couldn't find what it actually sounded like so I improvised. Watching this, Ray decided to let All Might finish his explanation before calling out to them. Midoriya. Baka Usagi, idiot rabbit. Hurry up or we're gonna be late to the UA exam. Ah, Ray Shounen, good morning, and yes, you're right. Come Midoriya Shounen, you don't want to be late, do you? I believe you guys can pass with flying colors. He said while he gave a thumbs up in his muscle form. After saying their goodbyes, Ray and Midoriya quickly made their way to UA. Oh yeah, Eve, can I give Midoriya the body tempering pills now? Ray quickly asked in his mind. You remember me now? Oh no, Eve's only good for the system. Eve, do this, Eve, do that. Humph. Ah, don't be mad please, I'm trying to not burden you too much since I can't buy too reliant on the system. But don't worry Eve, I'll never forget you. Humph, you better not. Right then, gimme a second while I check. Ito, I'm afraid you can't. I have just been contacted by the main system that the main world laws seem to reject the pills as the world laws don't allow this sort of item. Only in a world such as a cultivation world or the higher planes are you able to gift these items. That means I can't help Midoriya. Ah, don't worry Ray, Midoriya gets plenty strong later in the world anyways. And we wouldn't be able to explain how we got the pills anyways. Fair point. Two people could be seen running to UA. The first being a young boy with soft features like a girl since he hadn't reached maturity yet, sporting a short haircut. His white hair and scarlet eyes made him stand out from the rest. Behind him was another young boy with dark green eyes and a freckled face. They were Ray and Midoriya, and they were running so they're not late for the exam. Reaching UA, Midoriya looks in awe. Whoa, so this is UA? Yep, now come on, let's go. Ray replied, watching Midoriya pull a face before taking a step and tripping. He knew this is where Uraraka would show up, so let didn't help. He wanted them both to interact with each other and ship them. While he liked her, he didn't love her. He haven't planned to find love in the anime world since he had to travel to different worlds too. Hearing what Eve said earlier about the world laws, he realized that he probably couldn't take then, it's just that he was an anomaly. He also had Eve, so he's fine with her keeping him company. // blush / Ignoring the weird phenomenon of blush to text, he watched as Uraraka helped Midoriya up. He looked with a shit-eating grin, much like when Auntie saw two lovebirds interact. Turning around, Midoriya saw Ray's shit-eating grin. WHWHWH, what you smiling at, Ray-san? Midoriya stuttered. Nodding, Ray said, go for it, I approve. EHHHI, she, you, ARRG, stop it, Ray-san. Ha ha ha, watching this, Ray laughed while they made their way to the exam hall. While they got to their seats, President Mike started to explain the exam, but Ray didn't care since he knew what it was. What he did care was the quests he just got. Quest, on his path to God, I can't have my Ray looking weak, can I? Tasks, take first place with flying colors and impress the audience. Issued by Eve. Rewards. Soul Training Manual Finale Volume 3. Advanced Soul Training Manual Complete Edition. Lottery X5. Extra info, go for it, Ray. Eve. Yeah. Asterisk nervous. What's with the issued by you and also MY Ray? Are we implying something here? Ray teased in his mind with a wide smile. While Midoriya looked in confusion since Ray's face changed from curiosity to a wide smile randomly. Ignoring Midoriya, Ray listened to a fumbling Eve. No, this, I. System, why is my name there? Because quest issued by Entity Eve had been approved and thus made into a real quest dash. Ray could imagine a red-faced Eve shouting out at the system. Not having time to pay attention to Ray, Eve was drowning in her embarrassment at the quest name, which was what she had said to the system when she asked it to add this quest. Focusing back on the current situation, he could see that they were telling which area they were going to. Looking at his location, he saw that he was quite far away Midoriya, which is somewhat good for him since a lot of Class 1A was where Midoriya was. Walking out to the area with Midoriya, he wished him good luck before going to his area. But just before he left, he saw Ida berating Midoriya for trying to say hi to Uraraka. Oi, spectacles. Mind your own business. Ray retorted, annoyed at Ida's stuck-up nature at the start of the series. Excuse me, miss, but who are you to support someone who distracts other people when they're trying to qualify? Are you trying to ruin their chance too? Ida said, glaring at Ray. Ray's face fell, he was pissed. The stuck-up nature of Ida jumping in even though he didn't know what Midoriya was trying to do, even though Midoriya just wanted to say hi. It had pissed him off greatly. As he was about to lash out, Midoriya quickly intervened. The thing is that Ray-san's a guy, but he hates being mistaken as a girl. Also, Ray-san, the exam's going to start. Not wanting to carry on, he nodded and ran off to his area in blistering speeds using reinforcement and armament hockey on his legs. This is so that he can exert more force. Reaching his area in no time at all, Ray looked forward to acing this exam. Thinking about the destruction he's going to cause for the robots, he grew excited. This is just what I need, he said to himself with a wide smile, slowly becoming slightly similar to the smile of the fire demon from almost 11 years ago. Chapter 11, Exam Part 2. Watching the gates open, Ray sent life into his magic circuits. A force of wind pushed the participants away as he catapulted himself in the air. Trace on. Ray traced a set of chain sickles before reinforcing them with hockey and launching them to the tallest building. Swinging onto the roof, Ray untraced the weapon before saying to Eve, "Eve, watch me as I show the just badass this host of yours can be," he said as his confident smile decorated his face. I'm watching Ray show it to them," Eve cried out in excitement. Recommended to listen to Fate Stay Night UBW Ost Unlimited Blade works on loop while you read. It's what I did when writing this chap. Ray brought his hands up towards the air. I am the bone of my sword. He chose to stay with the bass chant as it was enough to make them watch in awe. Tracing a bow in his hands, he aimed it up. Steel is my body and fire is my blood. His voice rang out as both the examiners and participants watching in curiosity. Some decided to ignore and get points while they could. They didn't know that it was futile either way. I have created over 1,000 blades. Motes of light gathered in his hand as it slowly formed a arrow. Unknown to death, nor known to life. Solidifying the arrow, he drew it back. The arrow gave off a piercing glow as it was pulled back. Have withstood pain to create many weapons. Letting the arrow loose, a line of gold and blue cut the sky in half. Yet these hands will never hold anything. Untracing the bow, he watched with an excited smile before continuing to chant. So as I pray. He willed the arrow to combust as a giant portal opened in the sky, expanding quickly to cover a wide area. It was at this point that everyone watched in dread and curiosity as the portal reflected off a desert filled with swords, distant cogs, and an orange sky. Unlimited Blade works. Taking inspiration from Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon, he has used the arrow as a catalyst to summon his unlimited blade works. A rain of swords fell as streaks of blue trailed behind them. Pushing his observation hockey, Ray controlled his blades to miss people as he targeted the robots. Countless explosions happened as dust clouds rose with each hit from the swords. The examiners watched in fear as some even dropped their pens. This power. How can this even be a quirk? Some said, while others watched drenched in sweat, thinking of the consequences of him turning to a villain could bring. But what All Might knew, which others didn't right now, was him controlling his swords so that no one was hurt. Even with your power, you still made sure not one got hurt. You will become a great hero, Ray Shaunen. All Might thought with a proud father-like smile. Participants cowered in fear as when the dust rose, all they saw were scraps of robots everywhere. Not one was missed. Seeing this, Ray's smile grew larger. Coo ha 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 ha, yes. This is the shit. This rush for battle. Ha ha ha, show me more. Ray shouted as his spirit for battle high an all-time high. Snaping his finger upwards, the portal disappeared before he launched off into another area. He had left a crater on the building from the force of his jump. Asterisk bang. The ground shook as he landed, causing a spider web of cracks spread from the concrete. Forge on. He muttered while he visualized a sword in each hand. While he did like the sister blades of Amiya Shiro, he felt their reach were too short. On his right hand, a dark sword sprang to life. A guard of black dragon-like spines, luscious rubies, and a pristine blade. Killing intent emitted from the jewels as it gave the blade a blood-like glow. As the embodiment of my thirst for battle, you shall be known as Kyoki, bloodthirst, the sword hummed in joy. On his left, a golden sword was also born. With the guards of angel wings and the jewels of sapphire, the blade glowed with an ivory shine. And as the embodiment of my will to protect, you shall be called Tengaku, heaven, the blade also hummed with joy. Holding the newly born swords, he looked towards his next prey. Exerting force in his legs, he flew past the robot, never looking back. After a second the robots were sliced to pieces. Using Kyoki to cut and Tengaku to block incoming attack. The sibling blades worked in flawless synchronization. Rei looked up as he saw two robots trying to block his path. Quickly holding Tengaku in a reverse grip, he twisted his body through the gap of the two while simultaneously cutting them in half. The examiners watching in panic as they couldn't allow him to continue, or all of the points in two main areas would all be his, leaving none for others. Quickly deciding to summon the 0-point robot in his area, they wanted him to stop at this colossal titan. Ha 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 ha, you think this can stop me? Rei cried out in vigor. Let us put you to a test, shall we, Kyoki? Tengaku. The blades vibrated in excitement. As expected of my will. Now, ugly bastard, fall for me. Rei shouted as he dashed, leaving a streak of red and gold in his wake. Reinforcing his body with magic and haki, he disappeared from sight as the red and gold trail lagged behind him. Jumping from joint to joint, Rei left destruction behind him. Leaping up and coming in eye level with the robot, he said, "Sayonara, motherfucker," before swinging the sibling swords in a scissor motion with all his power, ripping the robot with forces from two directions. Looking through the eyes of the robot, the examiners saw Rei's beautiful smile of joy as he basked in the feeling for battle before the screen went black. A goddess, someone whispered in the silence as they rewound the video back to Rei's smile and paused. Suddenly someone said, "We need to make an exception and use these footage to bring in more people. Show the world this new talent that had graced this school." A discussion was held as while All Might ignored it, as all that he could think of was, "Shit. Rei Shounen's going to be pissed." All Might's body shivered with cold sweat thinking of the consequences of Rei using the move he did first against him. "All Might, are you okay?" a person asked, seeing All Might shiver. "Oh no, I think we shouldn't do that." All Might tried to say before he got cut off. "Nonsense, this is the perfect opportunity to act both as a driving force for aspiring heroes and a deterrent for villains, no?" Sigh. Fuck, All Might thought he knew they was right, but he was still worried for how Rei would react. After the giant robot fell, Rei went on to kill rest of the robots in the zone before he went to see Midoriya. He made it just in time to see Midoriya punch the giant robot with one for all and saving Uraraka. Watching him fall, Rei tried to get him, but he saw Uraraka already there. Slowing down, he let Uraraka save Midoriya before going to help. Landing next to them, he saw Midoriya's battered body. He was about to talk before a blinding light showed up in his peripherals. Looking over, he saw Uraraka puking literally rainbows. The fuck? It wasn't a sensor. Rei cried out in surprise, seeing Uraraka puking real fucking rainbows from her mouth. Buy-in. The horn sounded, signaling the end of the exam. Looking down, he saw Midoriya's face of all hopes being crushed. The broken look of his head really sad for him, even though he knew what was going to happen. Midoriya. No response. Sitting down, he decided to try cheer up his friend. "Listen to me, Midoriya, and tell me. When you saw All Might, was he recognized a hero because of all the enemies he fought? The amount of score he got on a test? Which school he went to? Or was it his smile as he rescued people in the hardest times, when he tries his best to assure everyone that everything is okay? He did it by using his charisma and confidence to give everyone a pillar to lean on in their hardest time. Did test scores or which school he went to do shit at the time? No, so stop moping around, you're making me depressed, God." Rei said to Midoriya as life slowly returned to his eyes. "Yeah, you're right, Rei. Thanks, I needed that," Midoriya said while he wiped his tear with his okay hand. "Oya. Just Rei. What happened to the honorifics?" Rei asked with a smile. This well, I mean," Midoriya said, panicking. "I'm only kidding. I don't mind, you're my friend after all. Now let's wait for Recovery Girl to get you all healed up before we head home, shall we?" Rei said with a grin. Which in return Midoriya gave the best grin he could back at Rei, ignoring the pain in his limbs as best he could. Chapter 12, End of Exam. While Rei waited for Midoriya to get discharged, he started to talk with Eve. "What do you think, Eve? Cool enough for you?" Hi, Rei was kakoi. "Cool, loved how the people watch you as you took the points. Ha ha ha, you should have seen their faces," Eve said with bubbling excitement. Ha ha ha, it wasn't a bad harvest either. It helped me realize that I did indeed crave a good fight every now and again. It also reminded me why I loved anime. Cool shit. This exam helped me get 2 blades of mine, 2 Kyoki and Tengaku. Aha. Eve nodded in approval. Also congrats Rei, you've managed to create your very own Zanpakuto. When you went forge on you put your soul in for it to be the embodiment of your will. And if you think about it, Zanpakutos are soul swords. So tada your very own dual Zanpakuto. Oh shit, does that mean my powers will break out again? Rei said, standing up in dread. Idiot Rei, don't worry, since this is an ability of your own. Your own skill from your soul, so it works like a passive. It has no grade since it's a growth type weapon which gets stronger with you. Sitting back down, Rei wiped the sweat from his head. Oh, thank God. Since you said it's a passive, does it come with any boosts? Hi Eve-sama, here will show you. Eve said with joy. Kyoki and Tengaku, grade. Created in the heat of battle, this pair of sibling swords are the embodiment of Rei Todoriki's will to fight and protect. Passive. Kyoki, increase awareness, speed, strength and bloodlust in battle when equipped. Tengaku, increase defense, instinct, reaction, and slight auto-guard when equipped. Set bonus. When paired, there will be a synergy between the sibling blades, causing an increase in ability and an increase in all defensive attributes. Well, goddamn, that's pretty good. Wait, does that mean I have my own Shirkai and Bankai? Yep, but unlocking these will be a lot harder since they're your Zanpakuto and your soul is hella strong. That, and also you *ahem, clears throat, known jack shit about them. Okay, but meh, won't be fun otherwise. Rei shrugged. So how well did I pass the mission? Hey, here, take a look. Completed. Quest, on his path to God. I can't have my Rei looking weak, can I? Tasks, take first place with flying colors and impress the audience. Issued by Eve. Rewards. Soul Training Manual Finale Volume 3. Advanced Soul Training Manual Complete Edition. Lottery X5. Extra info, go for it Rei. Passing grade, Eve-chan is too happy to rate. Extra rewards. Twin Dragons Manual, Dual Wield Sword Skill, Rare. Kuhuhu, now they know the my Rei's not to be messed with, haha. Seemingly in her own world, Rei decided to let Eve have her moment while waiting for Midoriya. After Recovery Girl had discharged Midoriya, the two had started to walk home. But just before they reached there, they were cut off by All Might sliding in. Watashi wa kita. I am here. At $$hashtag percent at percent at percent at percent hashtag $% at. What the fuck, Baka Usagi? Idiot rabbit. Haha, sorry. Well, I'm here to say that congrats Rei Shounen, you have become an internet star. And also congratulations Midoriya Shounen, your selfless act had allowed you to gain 60 rescue points, allowing you to qualify for Class 1A. While Midoriya was happy beyond belief at the fact that he passed, Rei was more interested in the first part. Oi Baka Usagi. What do you mean internet star? Ito, just watch this. All Might said nervously as he showed Rei a trailer the school had made to act as a driving force and a deterrent force. He didn't want to do it, but he had to. It is better than Rei losing his shit when he sees this broadcasted on the TV in UA. The trailer shows Rei using unlimited blade works to clear out a zone before laughing and snapping his finger to get rid of the portal. His smile as he went through waves and waves of robots using Kyoki and Tengaku. A dance of red and gold before it showed the scene of him finishing off the giant robot. His satisfied face, which was what the robot had last seen, and then it ended with the UA logo and Plus Ultra. This trailer was accompanied by music and his chant for unlimited blade works. Minus all the swearing, making it child-friendly. Midoriya watched in awe as the trailer had shown Rei's most redeeming qualities. Whereas the person mentioned, Rei stood with his eyes shadowed. He asked. Did you or did you not clarify my gender? This, well. So you shown this to the world with effects making me even more feminine. They added fucking longer lashes to my eyes. Fucking longer eyelashes. And you posted all of this without my agreement nor stating my gender. Kill him, Rei. Eve said with a murderous tone. She had wanted the world to see how cool he was, not how beautiful he was. Agreed, Rei, though, while he quickly traced a blade and threw it a centimeter from the top of All Might's head. Next one won't miss. I am the bone of my sword. Rei said before bringing out Kyoki and Tengaku. Hearing this, All Might ran for his life, leaving a small crater at where he had stood, creating what seems to be a sonic boom. "Come back here, bitch. I promise it'll only hurt for a moment," Ray shouted as he ran after All Might, leaving a similar crater where he had stood, accompanied by a loud bang. Kyoki seemed to be radiating more bloodlust as Midoriya watched in humor. He was used to seeing the shenanigans of All Might and Ray. Shrugging, he jogged back home, seeing All Might and Ray quickly make their way closer to the apartment while taking some detours. A lot of detours. Midoriya couldn't wait to start in UA. "Maybe I'll be in the same class as that cute girl I saw," he thought while still hearing Ray swearing like a sailor in the distance. Chapter 13, Quirk Apprehension Test Part 1. Walking in the hallway of UA was All Might in his skinny form. His hair was a mess, arms were bandaged, his left eye was bruised and his right cheek was swollen. He did ask Recovery Girl to help, but she just said, "Hey, I'm not healing you this time. Take it as a learning experience. Don't upload shit without a person's approval." Making his way to the faculty where the trailer was made, he tried to talk to the staff. Looking around, he saw no one were around, so he muscled up around a hidden corner before knocking. "Hey. All Might-san, how can I help you? Also, how are you this hurt? Can't Recovery Girl help?" Sigh. "Hiya, it's a long story, but let tell you now. Change the trailer please, I won't be able to survive till tomorrow," All Might said with fear. "I wanna come in first and let's talk, okay?" While a certain Baka Usagi was trying to make things right, Ray was thinking of slaughter. "Ah, it's the Megaman, goddess. Oh, look, it's her. Oh my god. She's kawaii. Hey, why is she wearing a male uniform? Who cares, more charm." These lines could be heard being whispered as he made his way to the class. Ray got angrier by the minute, and a certain someone who said the third line is going to die tonight. "Midoriya, go ahead without me, I need to deal with something," Ray said, looking at Midoriya. "Sure, I'll be in class." Nodding, Ray spread out his observation hockey across the school to find a bandaged Baka Usagi talking in a room with people. "Found you," Ray said, smiling in a bloodthirsty way. Launching himself in their direction, he left the corridor in less than a second. "Did you get a chill just then? Nah, must be you. Oh well, a shame that I can't see the kawaii goddess anymore." Hearing that dude, Midoriya thought, "He's totally dying tonight." Reaching the room where All Might is, Ray slammed open the door to see what seemed like a film crew and All Might looking at him. "This makes it easier. Now all y'all fuckers listen up. I want you to at least make my gender clear in that video and remove the fucking lashes and we'll be chill," Ray said while his eyes were bloodshot from his rage. "What? We can't do that, Dash. Then I'll fucking kill you," Ray said, tracing a death scythe. "You can't threaten us, what we do is for the good of the school." Suddenly Ray appeared in front of the guy with his scythe around his throat. "Try me, bitch. And honestly, I don't give a flying fuck for what good it did to the school. What I do care about is that if another one of those shitheads call me a girl, well, mass murder or edit a video, you can decide," Ray whispered in his ear. "I'll edit it now," he said, quivering at the sight of the scythe around his neck. "Good. Now Baka Usagi, I want to open ceremony to clarify the shit by tomorrow," Ray said before he left. Looking at the quivering man, All Might said, "See told. Ray Shounen hates being seen as female. Welp, you do your edit while I get the ceremony done." Leaving the room, All Might looked over at Ray's retreating in concern before he walked to the principal's office. Ray walked to Class 1A to see the full roster of the class minus Eraserhead. "Yo, Midoriya, I done the thing I needed to do." "Ah, Ray, you've done, that's good." "Oh, I also need to do something," Ray said while walking up to the front of the class. "So you've all probably seen the fucking video being blasted without care across the school, but I'll say it now, I am a fucking boy, and if one of you shitheads mistake me, I'll tear your world a fucking asunder," Ray said. "Ah. Pussy face, what are you to threaten me?" Bakugo said while he created a small explosion with his hands. A chain suddenly wrapped around him as Ray appeared with Kyoki nearing Bakugo's throat. "Your worst nightmare, porcupine," Ray said. "You," Bakugo said with anger. "Oi, settle down or fuck off, I don't care. But get changed, we're going to the field," a certain Eraser Pillar said. Eraserhead plus Caterpillar. Ray shrugged, untracing the weapons he made, and walked towards the changing rooms. Hey Eve, I just thought, what shall my hero costume be? Ah, don't worry about it, I'll deal with it. Why'th this? Author note, just trying to see if this makes it better since Eve talks while the rest of the system is in text. Is for Eve and, is for system. Quest, clarify part 1. Task, make clear to the whole of UA what gender you are and assert your dominance. Issued by Eve. Rewards, Unbreakable Jacket, King, Unbreakable Shirt Amiya Edition, King. Quest, show Eraserpillar who's boss. Task, take first place in his test with flying colors. Issued by Eve. Rewards, Unbreakable Pants, King, Unbreakable Shoes, King. Ta-da. The cloths are black, makes a nice contrast with your hair, and the gift set bonus of overall increase in status. Before I forget, the unbreakable doesn't mean enemies can't hit you, it just means that it self-repairs after you rest. That helps out Eve. Hee, so you want me to show my dominance? Hi, well, they had the balls to call my Ray cute when he's clearly cool. Show it to them, Ray. Make them know who's boss. Eve cheered. Ha, you're right, can't have these idiots see me as a girl anymore, can I? I have a plan ready for the ceremony. He. Ray said as he schemed. While changing, Ray saw the gazes that the guys in the class gave while he was changing. Annoyed, Ray said. What? You want me to rip your eyes out? Nope, nothing. They said in union in fear. Ray looked away. Looking in the changing room mirror, he could see that his body had really matured. While his overall body shape was lean, his muscles were compact and brimming with power. Reaching the field, Ray listened to Eraserpillar explain his Quirk apprehension quest. But then he ignored it since he knew all of it. Hey Ray. Yeah Eve, what is it? Well, I've noticed that your personality's running around for a while now. And I think I might know why. Yeah, you're right, I don't think I would have threatened the people like that normally. Well, I think that because Amiya was made from your soul as well as when we left and returned to your soul. His overall though process influenced yours. It only got amplified as you accepted it as who you are. Well, I guess you're not wrong since it is a part of you. Don't worry, Ray. For me, Ray's still Ray. Heh, thanks Eve. Ray smiled. Oi Ray. Eraserpillar shouted. Yeah. Your turn, get a move on. Shrugging, Ray moved to the spot, picking up a ball. He had an idea on how to make the ball go further. Trace on. Blue sparks danced off his body while a circuit pattern spread on the ground from his feet. Tracing the bow that he had used. Ray notches the ball onto a sword. Calidboard 2. A noble phantasm that Archer/Amiya uses as an arrow. As he drew back, he flooded magic into the sword, making it surpass its limits. Pushing magic into the bow, he made the string tighter. The magic circuits thrummed to life on his arm as he pulled back slowly with force. A wisp of red energy flowed behind him, with the origin being the tip of the arrow. Fly for me. Ray shouted as the sword broke the sound barrier, leaving the field cracked behind him. In this moment, Eraserhead has quickly ran over to protect the teens. The trail of red cut the sky as countless pressure circles appeared behind the arrow. A distant explosion was heard. Eraserhead's phone rang with the results. 35.2 km. Their collective pupils shrank as they saw the result. Heh. Ray smirked. Chapter 14, Quirk Apprehension Test Part 2. Hey, Ray smirked. Looking back, he could see his classmates whisper with eyes wide open. You're kidding. What is that quirk? That power. Whereas Eraserhead thought otherwise. His fine control in making sure the blade was streamlined while carrying the ball. I didn't know what energy that was, but it looked like the circuits of a computer. This kid, his quirk isn't just simple blade from other worlds. No, this is something else. I can't erase his quirk either. Normally I can look at them and their quirk is gone, but this needs deeper knowledge for me to erase. Eraserhead pondered, with becoming more fearful every second. Okay, next 100m run. Eraserhead said while they walked over to the track. Stretching his legs, Ray took his stance. He willed the magic circuits in his legs to thrum with life, causing neon blue circuit-like patterns to appear on his legs. He decided to use a very small amount of hockey in his legs, enough so that they help him but not to the point that they show up. Start. Asterisk bang. Ray had set off the moment Eraser had finished saying start. The ground had cracked, leaving a small hill behind the crater caused by his launch. The friction caused by his speed had caused the air around him to combust. A small trail of fire could be seen flickering on the track. Pooh. Breathing out steam from his mouth, the evaporated sweat caused steam to stem from his body. Ray looked intimidating as the scene had made him look like a monster. Imagine the armored titan when he broke the wall. Oh my god. What a monster. The fuck is with him? Ranged, close quarter and monster-like physical power. Isn't he just like a cheat character from video games? It was at this moment they remembered that Ray was defeated 2 zones of robots alone with no sweat. His look as he surpassed the sound barrier. At this moment Ray had shown the class that he was powerful beyond their compare. Watching him, guys had the though of never crossing him, while the girls blushed seeing his face and his raw power. Ray took first in the rest of the tests. He had used reinforcement and hockey at the same time, pushing his physical limits beyond normal. With each test his classmates saw more of his physical power. Even Minetta's cheat-like side steps bowed in defeat. Ray got changed quickly while he asked Eve a question that had plagued his mind. Eve, why did Eraserhead do the ball throw first? Isn't that supposed to be last? I think it's because he wanted to see your control with your power. Maybe. Seems like the butterfly effect have started to happen now. Mama, I know you can beat it. Not matter what lays ahead, in front of unstoppable power it can only bow no. Eve said while trying to imitate Ray's voice. PFT, was that supposed to be me? Ha ha ha, well I don't disagree. Is he gone? Kirishima asked while looking around the corner. Yeah, he's gone. Kaminari said. Oh my god. What the fuck was with him? Isn't he too powerful? Mineta shouted. Yeah, what the hell? Isn't his Quirk supposed to be making blades? How did he make circuits appear on his legs? Yeah, did you see him? He went so fast he made the track set on fire. On fire. Yeah, the look of his face after though. Almost made my shit myself. Who the fuck made that video? Can't they see that he is the man in manly? How can they pollute his coolness with lashes? Let's go send a complaint. Actually I think I'm beginning to like traps. STFU Mineta. Ray-san is the man, how can you see him as a trap? Yeah. Hey Midoriya-san, you and Ray seem to know each other, can you tell us what his quirk is? And how is he so strong? I don't think I can without his permission. But didn't he show it off today? That must mean it's fine. Well, from what he told me his quirk is like computer circuits which he calls magic circuits. From what I could see through the months I've been with him, he primarily uses his quirk to create blades and program another world with allows him to store the blades like a data bank. With the circuits it seems to be like a computer program that can create anything as long as it has the necessary commands. When he uses his quirk he would have circuit-like patterns run across his body. From this I can see how he has some kind of energy running through them while he creates his blades. Also, Midoriya started to ramble on about his observations of Ray's quirk. If Ray was here he would be surprised at how much Midoriya has guessed from the surface information of his quirk. Ano, you guys understand anything? I was lost after he said magic circuits. Me too, he was too fast for me to understand. Should we stop him? Well, he seems to enjoy it, so I guess let him continue. They discussed while Midoriya rambled on about his observations on Ray's quirk. However, Bakugo didn't pay attention. Even when Midoriya passed him in the ball throw. He was focused on where he had seen Ray before. He knew he saw someone that could be him from when he was a kid. Midoriya too, but he probably forgot. It annoyed him since some unknown kid he probably knew was so much stronger than him. Meanwhile. Oi All Might, where did this kid come from? I can't erase his quirk. Even though his is not a permanent body quirk. Why can he make blades and reinforce his body at the same time? Eraserhead, I can't tell you just yet. But Ray Shounen is beyond something we can imagine. His experience in combat exceed what I had expected. In 10 short months he changed from a Shounen that has been trained to what feels like a veteran that fought life and death battles. His mind had changed. He seemed to be slightly nihilistic now. I can only hope that the villains don't lay their hands on him. I can't imagine what would happen if All for One got his dirty hands on Reishounen's Quirk. All Might sighed. He worry seems to multiple every day. Eraserhead nodded. I still need to tell Reishounen that the opening ceremony is ready and he is the representative of the new student body since he smashed the exam. Knowing the current him, he would probably clear up his gender to the press and students in the most dominate way possible. Ha 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 ha. All Might's laughter rang out as he walked away. Ray, what are you? Eraserhead quietly said before walking to the teacher lounge. Oh Midoriya, you're finally here. Huh? Hey Uraraka-san and you Ida Tenya. Ray practically spat his name out. Ray-san, I apologize for my earlier behavior, but I must emphasize on how horrible it was to take all the points in 2 zones. You crushed their ideals on being a hero. Yes, so what? Bite me. And don't go telling me this bullshit of it's not fair. Why do you think there is a ranking for heroes out there? It's a competition, Ida. Hollow ideals of being a hero don't get you anywhere. You. Mama Ida-san, Ray-san, no need to fight, we're classmates here. Uraraka tried to smooth out the situation when Bakugo started to approach them. Oh hey Kaken. Midoriya greeted nervously. I'm not here for you, Deku. I'm here for you, blade ass. Bakugo said. Oh, what do you want, Porcupine? Ray said with a tick mark visible on his head. Have I seen you before? I can't remember and it's pissing me off. I won't forget someone with a quirk like yours, but I feel like I know you. But also, just because you beat me now doesn't mean you can beat me in the future, you hear? Whatever. Ray brushed him off. Kono Yaro, you bastard, Bakugo said, about to use his quirk before a blade materialized in Ray's hand and pointed at his throat. You wanna go, Porcupine? Ray said without a smile. TSK-, Bakugo said before walking off. Ray-san, as a member of this class I can't watch while you threaten a classmate. Ida said. Fuck off. Ray replied while Uraraka asked Midoriya. I though your name was Midoriya Izuku. I didn't know there was also a Deku in it. It sounds nice, . My real name is Izuku. But Deku is what Kaken calls me as sort of an insult. Ah really, sorry. I just thought it sounded like Ganbadiku, pun. It's you can do it, and I liked it. Uraraka explained. I'm Dekud so. Midoriya suddenly said. PFT. Oi Midoriya, what happened to it being an insult? Ray said looking at Midoriya. It was just a shame that he remembered all the shit that was going to happen to him, so he decided to enjoy what he could and as much as he could. Reishounen. All Might called out suddenly. All Might. Uraraka, Midoriya, and Ida called out simultaneously. What is it, Baka Usagi? The opening ceremony had been set up. It's tomorrow while the whole school and the press will be there. You're going to be doing your speech. All Might said while a smile crept on Ray's face. Ha ha ha, then let the curtains rise as the show's just begun. Chapter 15, Clarity. Fuck. Ray shouted the moment he entered his apartment. Fuck 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 fuck. Fuck. Ray shouted in absolute pain. Ray. Stop, what's wrong? Eve, I hate it, why did I do all that? Why did I threaten to kill? Why did I point my blade at my classmates? Why do I feel so short-tempered fuck? Even Bakugo has a longer fuse than me. What the fuck happened? Why did I change so much? Ray shouted in fear. He reflected to what he did and it scared him. He didn't even recognize himself. Ray. Listen to me. Eve shouted. Calm down, Ray, and let's talk, okay? Eve's voice tinged with hurt as she watched him break down. Ray, Eve, can't you see I'm not even me anymore? For fuck's sake, Ray, stop it. Listen to me, you're fucking dumbass. For the first time Eve went against Ray. Ray could only shut up while his heart felt hurt. The only person to be with him from start to finish right now was absolutely disgusted with him. Ray, can you even listen to yourself? Ever since you found out that the demon was a part of you, you changed. You tried to be him. Did you forget what Gran Torino told you? You're not anyone else, so don't fucking imitate that demon because you think it's you," she shouted. Ray was silent. Slowly pondering her words, he remembered his actions. He was annoyed when he, though, let the demon out. It's me after all, in the situations that had happened. He hurt the teachers, he hurt his friend Midoriya when he saw him threaten Bakugo. Yet he still forgave him. And most of all, he hurt Eve, the sole most important person in his life right now. He couldn't forgive himself for hurting her. He remembered a quote he heard on Earth. Just because you could doesn't mean you should. He had all this power so that he can explore, to protect, to not let anyone change him. Yet it was this power that made him change himself. Ray. When Amiya said that the demon was a part of you, he meant that it was a part you should accept but not let it run amok. Just because you acknowledge that side of you doesn't mean you should let it take over what you are, Ray. I didn't fall in love with a demon-imitating idiot. A bitch that wanted to kill because someone annoyed him. No, I fell in love with the real you. The you that wanted to explore the vast amounts of anime worlds, the one that wanted to be carefree. Ray, come back, please. That was the final nail in the coffin. His heart pained listening to the confession of Eve while she cried her eyes out at the demon in his heart he let out. Asterisk sigh. It was the most pained sigh that Ray had ever let out. I'm sorry, Eve, yeah, you're right, I was an idiot. Just because I could let the heart demon come out doesn't mean I should. I hurt you and I'm truly sorry. Hic asterisk Ray, you, hic asterisk, I was so scared, crying, hic asterisk, I thought it was fine and then it got worse and worse, hic asterisk, crying, I'm useless, I didn't even know what was wrong, crying, hic asterisk, and then, hic asterisk, and then you broke down, hic asterisk, and you started to hate it yourself, crying. Eve, don't be sad, you're not useless. You were here to help me out when I was lost. You helped me realize what was wrong with me. Eve, you saved me when I needed it the most. Crying harder. Ray sat there listening to Eve releasing her frustration. It was the least he could do since she saved him from a bottomless abyss. Sniff asterisk hic asterisk sniff asterisk. Calm now, Eve. And here I was supposed to help you. But I made you waste your time listening to me, sniff asterisk. Nah, it's fine, I need a moment to think too. So what was it about? I fell in love with the real you. Ray teased with a small smile. Chapter 16, Puberty. Foo, Ray breathed out as he stood up in his room. After the conversation he had with Eve had slightly understood what he should do. While he shouldn't completely forget the bad side, it doesn't he should let it control him. He just needed to do what he did before but have more control. He couldn't go losing his shit so much. Yesterday was, defiantly embarrassing. He, a reincarnator, broke down like a little kid. While it embarrassed him he also didn't mind, after all he and Eve opened up to each other. He had some ideas on giving Eve a body so that they could be together, but right now a step at a time. Quickly arriving on campus he could see the press gather for the ceremony. Showtime, while he spread out his observation hockey to find All Might. Oi Baka Usagi. You ready? Ray called out when he saw All Might in the lounge. Ah, Ray shounen, yes I am. Everyone should be ready in the hall. Let's go, shall we? All Might asked with a smile. Multiple conversations could be heard while Principal Nizu walked to the stage. Settle down, everyone. He shouted as Ray made his way up to the stage. Leaving the mic for him, Principal Nizu sat down with the other teachers and watched Ray. So you probably know me, some don't, but I don't care. What I am here to say is that I have required each and every one of you to be here while I say this to the school and the world out there. Yeah, you can say I using you press as a tool. But so what? Bite me. And so I say. I, Ray, from Class 1A, gender, male. Will now tell y'all this. I don't give a shit on what you think hero should be, but I believe in myself. I'm not going to let some shitty villains cause deaths while they just get imprisoned. No, they deserve much more, and so, any villains I'll met well. I don't have mercy for society trash. He said while he unleashed a bit of his conqueror hockey on everyone so that they felt pressure. He had his unlimited blade works craft 2 rows of blades behind him, making him look more intimidating with addition to Kyoki in his right hand while he let it spread out waves of bloodlust. causing some fear in the crowd. Satisfied with the effect, he stepped away from the stage. All Might excused himself while the conference/ceremony went on. "Baka Usagi, what you need?" Ray said while he leaned on the railing. "Not much, Ray Shounen, I just want to ask, is everything okay?" All Might asked while he also leaned on the railing next to Ray. "Yeah, I'm fine, just had to sort out my mind a little. I just need some control over myself." "Ah, so that's what it is. I think I get it now, Ray Shounen." "Wait, you do?" Ray asked in surprise. He couldn't imagine how All Might could know about his small internal identity crisis he had. "Yes, Ray Shounen. I believe it's puberty. Bit of a late bloomer, I'll say, but don't worry, Ray Shounen. It's normal for a teenager and their emotions to be a bit out of whack at this time." Ray stood there flabbergasted. "Wait, Eve, does that mean it wasn't the identity crisis I had? It was just my hormone working, I think." "The fuck?" Ray shouted in his mind and in real life. "Mama, Ray Shounen, I can teach you all about it." All Might said, whist giving a thumbs up. "For fuck's sakes, Baka Usagi, I know what puberty mean, it's just, I didn't think that's what I was going through." Ray said with a weird look. "Well, for these things a third-person standpoint finds things out more, no?" All Might smiled while still looking at Ray. "Huh, well, I mean, I think. So I guess I should just try tone it down a bit?" Ray asked with uncertainty. "Well, it's certainly a good start, Ray Shounen." All Might encouraged. "I'll also say this now, you should also think of a hero costume soon. The quicker you do, the longer time they have to make it." "Thanks, but I got this. I already have a costume ready. I don't really need anything fancy. After all, isn't my blade works cool as it is already?" Ray said with a wide smile. "There we go, see, aren't you happy you're getting it off your chest?" All Might said with his tradition, N_N, face. "PFT, what's with that face, All Might?" Ray laughed. "Well, it made you laugh, no?" All Might said, smiling. "Yeah, it did, Sugoi Usagi, cool rabbit. Haha, well, I still got paperwork to do, so I'll be going. Take care, Ray Shounen. And remember, talk to me if you need help on puberty." All Might said whilst he walked away. "The fuck, Baka Usagi?" Ray shouted. He could hear All Might laugh in the distance. "He really is amazing, isn't he, Eve?" "Yeah, he is." "Right then. Let go back to class." Ray stretched and jumped off the railing towards the building Class 1A was at. Later that day, Ray could see the conference on TV and newspaper. He could see how pro-heroes berated him, saying he's immature and arrogant. While some of the civilians, though the opposite, they supported his thought as villains have killed too many people, but they just get jailed, which they could just break out and kill more. But Ray didn't care, he had more pressing matters. He wanted to train himself up a bit more before the villains' attack at the USJ. "Na Aizawa-sensei?" Ray asked. "Yeah, what is it? Can I take a few days off from lessons? I need to deal with some problems that's just come up." "Yeah, sure, whatever, just make sure that you have a costume for the hero training in a week's time." Eraserhead said, not caring since All Might has told him the Ray might want to clear his head for a while. You agreed?" Ray said, surprised. "What? Unless you don't want me to dash." "Nai ha ha ha, see you." Ray said quickly while he left. This kid." Eraserhead showed a small smile that was gone almost immediately, returning his face back to the lazy one he had most of the time. Having gotten confirmation, Ray sought out Midoriya to tell him that he needed to do something for a week. After making sure everything was done, he went home and entered his mindscape. Ready to start training. "Hey Eve, am I able to create any enemies in my mindscape?" If it's just weaker enemies like the small robots in the exam, I think you can make 30 to 40 of them. Time is also 4 hours here, 1 hour out there now, so you have plenty of time to train. You just need to imagine what the enemy looks like and I'll do the rest." Let's go with fighting a large group attacking at once. Eve, will you be able to handle making one for every I destroy so it doesn't run out? Hi, no problem for me, I can handle it. Thanks Eve, let's get started. Ray said whilst he summoned Kyoki and Tengaku. He was also planning to master the Twin Dragons manual in the week or a month in the mindscape that he was given, as much as he could. 40 robots surrounded him and started to utilize his observation hockey and armament hockey to the extreme. He made sure he didn't use anything else since he had wanted to improve his blade work with his dual swords and integrate hockey better into fighting too. So for the next month he spent most of his time fighting the unending waves of robots, with the occasional break to eat, shower, and rest. Each session becoming harder as he made more and more of them, each better than the last. At the last week he had in his mindscape. The robots were already very humanoid-like with amazing agility, flexibility, and fast reflexes. Chapter 17, Hero Training. Within Rei's mindscape, a battle was happening. 6 humanoid robots stood in front of Rei, while thousands laid to waste behind him. Eve, how long till school? You should have 3 minutes left to destroy these guys before you make your way to school. You should be on time. Thanks, Ev. Rei was cut off by the robot blasting towards him trying to stab his heart. Bastard! He shouted as he parried with Tengaku. Locking the robot's blade with his, Rei brought Kyoki down diagonally, cleaving the robot in half. Taking the moment the first robot made, the other 5 simultaneously blasted towards him. Using his observation hockey, Rei see the path the swords came at. Seeing how the swords came at him without gaps between, he decided to take inspiration from Neji Hyuga's Kaiten, rotation, and supply it with the sword energy cultivated with the Twin Dragons manual. The azure sword energy formed the rotational dome with streaks of gold and red around him as he twisted his body with great speeds, deflecting then pushing the robots away. Releasing the dome, Rei was unharmed but panting heavily. The robots quickly formed another sword on their spare hand, making 10 swords coming for his life. But something snapped in Rei as he was able to use observation hockey much clearer as he twisted his body to avoid 5 swords while parrying another 5. Not having time bask in the feeling, Rei quickly held Kyoki the reverse grip, dispatching 2 robots with his last twist and jumped back to create some space. The robots, however, had a different though as they relentlessly pursued him. Let's try this, Rei said while thinking of what Roninoa Zoro used with his 3-sword, but adapted to his 2-sword style. 2-sword style. Ryuu no Tatsumaki. Rei shouted as he caused a gale to pick up while his azure sword energy took the forms of 2 dragons traveling into the tornado, shredding the 3 robots that were picked up by the wind. Fu, Rei breathed out as he made his way out of the mindscape. Eve, what just happened with my hockey? I think I've increased it, but it also feels blocked somewhat still. I think it's because you touched a threshold of some kind but haven't broken through yet. But that's just speculation on my part. Well, in One Piece wasn't Katakuri from Big Mom's crew able to peer a bit into the future? I don't think I'm near that threshold yet, but we'll see. Oh yeah, Rei, you should get the unbreakable outfit set into the bag now just in case someone manages to see in school since it's a full outfit. Yeah, sure. But I wonder which I'll be playing, hero or villain for today's training. Doesn't matter, my Rei's going to kick us anyways. You got it, Rei said as he ran to UA. Walking to the class, he greeted Midoriya before waiting for All Might. It wasn't long before All Might came sliding in, walking about the hero training. Well, since we have a odd number, Rei Shounen shall be by himself since he has much more experience and control with his quirk. Is that okay, Rei Shounen? I'm fine either way. Great, now everyone let's get your hero costumes, All Might shouted. Getting changed, Rei could see how the outfit he had would adjust to his size, making it very handy for him. So we will have hero and villain teams with everyone pairing up. Whereas Rei Shounen shall be the hero facing up against me and Eraserhead. Oh ho, so I'm against 2 pro heroes, am I? Interesting, Rei said with a smile filled with fighting intent. Everyone slowly backed away from Rei as he unconsciously released pressure which had started to suffocate them. Mama, don't be hasty, Rei Shounen, we're going last. So hold it in until then, okay? All Might said, making Rei lift up the pressure. His smile still on his face while he walked away to the control center and sat down. Closing his eyes, he thought up of ways to defeat All Might and Eraserhead with damaging the building. But fuck the building. If a villain has a bomb, is it not better to get rid of the threat first before worrying about casualties? After all, saving a few and give the bomb a chance to blow up, or defeating the villain and stopping the bomb. The second choice would be better since I would save more people, reducing the possible casualties when fighting. Thinking to this point Ray had decided to try defeat All Might and Eraserhead while holding back and try not to kill them. Soon the training was done and it was his turn. His face held absolute battle intent as he smiled widely. He couldn't let an opportunity like this pass. Everyone stood in the control room watching Ray's confident steps as he approached the building All Might and Eraserhead had hidden in. With every step he increased his conqueror's haki while he approached. The windows started to crack and shatter while the lamps bent down from the sheer pressure released by Ray. This served as a warning for All Might and Eraserhead that they better watch out. While Ray was walking closer, All Might and Eraserhead was feeling the pressure increase each second. I don't think I have the leeway of holding back against Ray Shounen anymore. All Might said to Eraserhead while he too was slowly sweating from the pressure. Reaching the building, Ray looked up and sensed their location. Finding them, Ray spread his magic to the building, casing neon blue lines to start to encroach the building. All Might suddenly saw the lines appear in the room. His pupils shrank as he was about to call out, yet it was too late as he heard. Enkidu. Golden chains shot out from all around the room. Each origin point situated where the neon blue circuits ended. Struggling to move, All Might could only see Eraserhead being bound too near the bomb. Row Ajax. He heard again as several 7-petal flowers made from neon pink energy guarded the bomb. Whist watching All Might and Eraserhead felt a pull from the chains as they were flung out of the room, causing the room to collapse. As they landed, they looked up to see the bomb suspended by the 7-petal flowers and connected by chains. Looking back over, they saw Ray in a black ankle-length jacket, black boots, pants, and a dark red armored shirt with white lines. With golden chains in each hand. I don't want to kill you, so I won't take out Kyoki and Tengaku. After all, this is training, so Enkidu should be fine. Ray said while he shook the golden chains. Oiki dash. Aizawa-sensei, I know that this means I won, but I also really want to fight you guys. Ray interrupted with a battle-thirsty smile. Feeling the pressure, they knew they had to fight. All Might signaled Eraserhead to support while he took vanguard. Seeing this, Ray swung the chain at where they stood. A crack was heard as the ground shattered at the force. Eraserhead was on a building with the cloth unwrapped and ready to fight, whilst All Might was already nearing Ray. Bending backwards, Ray evaded All Might's lariat as he twisted to retract Enkidu back towards All Might. Eraserhead took this moment to use his cloth to enter a tug of war with Enkidu. Ray, feeling the tug, quickly untraced the chain as he elbowed the ground quickly with haki, causing All Might to be pushed back. A cloud to dust rose while suddenly 2 golden chains shot out of the cloud in a zigzag motion. All Might quickly punched both chains just behind the tip, which caused them to divert and plunged into the ground. Rise! Ray shouted as Enkidu shot out of the ground near Eraserhead and hit him into the distance. I thought Aizawa-sensei would be tougher, but I guess he can't erase real weapons that I create nor the energy I use. What a bore. Ray said without a smile, looking at All Might. Now it's just me and you, All Might, show me what you can do. He shouted while springing a trap near All Might's feet as several Enkidus rose up. Detroit Smash. All Might shouted, disrupting it, and jumped away. Not letting him get away, Ray jumped in front of All Might and launched a roundhouse kick, making All Might crash into a building. Getting up, All Might wiped some dust from his face as he stood up. While they were fighting, the class watching with wide eyes as Ray beat back Eraserhead and fought All Might to a standstill. No way. Damn, that's All Might, you know. How is Ray fighting to a standstill? No, you're wrong, All Might is losing. Ray has managed to push him back while All Might couldn't land a hit on him yet. Momo suddenly said. What? The rest of the class collectively shouted. Back to the fight. Ray watched as All Might shrugged off his hit. I really am getting weak. I can't even keep up with you, Ray Shounen. All Might said while stretched his right shoulder. Now I can't be losing to my student, can I? So Ray Shounen, I'll tell you now, for here on out I'm going to give more than 200% plus ultra no. All Might warned as his iris glowed with an intimidation sheen. Ray nodded as he suddenly saw All Might disappear from his sight. KUAH-. Ray suddenly shouted as All Might punched him in the stomach, forcing him to fly back. Throwing Enkidu to the surrounding buildings, Ray stabilized himself before. He looked up to see All Might already charging to him. Ray grinned widely as he shouted. Row Ajax. The flower sprang to life as it protected Ray from the punch. But before he could celebrate, a shattering sound out be heard. Asterisk pieing. As the first 2 layers fell in succession, Ray knew his row Ajax couldn't hold. He knew it wasn't as strong as it could be, but he didn't know what was missing. Quickly Ray jumped away as a massive cloud of dust rose with All Might at the center. Ray flung Enkidu at All Might, but All Might quickly caught it as he swung Ray into a building. Getting up from the rubble, Ray was bleeding from his head, dyeing a portion of his hair red. Ha-ha-ha, Ray chuckled. God damn, you really aren't the symbol of peace for nothing, Ray said while he crouched and held his hand to the ground. All Might, feeling a rumble, quickly jumped away while a pillar of gold chains shot up. The chains suddenly bent towards All Might as he jumped to another building. The chains relentlessly pursued while All Might ran. Thinking that it had gone on long enough, All Might turned and punched the air while the force caused the air to collapse, pushing All Might towards Ray. Ray quickly reacted by pushing his magic to trace God of Thunder Thor's gauntlets. Jarngraper. Materializing on his hands, Ray pushed armament hockey around the gauntlets, giving it a dark purple sheen. Ray punched out as hard as he could and his fist collided with All Might's, causing the air to collapse and rupture. A mushroom cloud appeared with the last punch as the epicenter. The classmates watched in a daze as they saw Ray, who is not older than them, fight All Might to such an extent. Bakugo watched in anger as he saw how someone his age was able to fight All Might, his idol, with such power. He felt weak. While Shudo Todoroki watched in fear and curiosity as Ray looked too similar to his mom if she was a guy. His hand traced his scar as he thought deeply on what the relationship Ray could have with his mother. Meanwhile the dust settled, showing a passed out Ray with several buildings collapsed in front of him. All Might was kneeling with one leg while his right arm was bloody. Holy shit, Ray Shounen. All Might said, tired as he tried to stand up. Chapter 18, USJ Attack Part 1. URG. Ray woke up in pain. Ugh, fucking hell, my body hurts like shit, Ray said, seeing himself in bandages. Ha-iya, at least external wounds are healed, Ray said, stretching a bit to see if anything was wrong. Hey Eve, I think I should begin the Might Guy's training now. Even with hockey, if I can't keep up physically then I can't do shit, and Baka Usagi proved just that. Hi, so right now you shall be able to complete around air 56%. So around the 4th gate, almost 5th. Huh. Why is it so low? Though I had a super rare body. Well, even though the manual is lower in grade, the training has you training up your body all the way till world grade, you know. I mean, after all, Might Guy did almost kill Madara in his semi-ascendant form after becoming host of 10 Tails. Holy shit, doesn't that mean I hit jackpot? Half and half. After all, the training has you reaching the world body type, so the training must be hell. Even Might Guy didn't manage to do it. He had forcefully used the 8th inner gate without the proper body. It's like you with the powers. Too much and you die, hence why the 8th gate was the gate of death, since no one could train their body to world grade. They used the 8 inner gates to forcefully rank up their body for a short time, but the technique wasn't supposed to be used like that and the backlash killed them. Well, damn, aren't I fucked then? Nope. Remember the mindscape. Soon the time would be almost 8 hours and they're 1 hour out here. And you should be able to train your body soon in there, since your control in soul is slowly catching up to your king grade soul. Hee, you can do it, REI. Thanks Eve, Ray said with a smile. Then it struck him. Hey Eve. Yeah. So when you said I use my soul to create a blade, it became a Zanpakuto, right? Aha. Since you used the blade as a catalyst to hold a part of your soul when you summon it. Eve, are you able to use soul power too? Yeah, I can. Why? Okay, help me with this, Ray said while he quickly ate a healing pill to recharge all his magic. While he couldn't give it away, he could still use it himself. Jumping into his mindscape, Ray quickly started to pump up his magic power. Trace on. Veins were bulging on his body while he quickly willed the magic power to construct this particular sheath. A golden light started to spread to every corner as the sheath was being constructed. Each step, percent and part was harder than the last. After a while the pillar of gold shot upwards as the sheath was complete. Avalon. Ray shouted as the sheath of Excalibur were brought to life. Panting, Ray took another pill while he continued. Forge on. Using Avalon as a catalyst, he forged a spiritual body around it and using his soul control to try shape it. His eyes bloodshot while his skin ripped. The pressure of creating a body was too much, but he had to try. But before the body was halfway, the pressure became unstable and ruptured, killing him and forcing him back out into the real world. Fuck. Ray shouted as his attempt to make Eve a body using Avalon as a catalyst failed. He wanted to give her a body, and by making her use her soul energy he could create a resonance, thus allowing her to use the body. He wanted to do this because watching someone you love whilst not being able to do anything to help them was agony. So he must make her a body. Ray, it's fine really, you don't have to do this, Eve said while she saw the pain it caused to create a body out of nothing for her. No Eve, I want to do this. I promise to give you a body. Count on it. Ray said while the mental pressure caused him to black out once again. Idiot Ray. I'll wait for you, no. Even if it takes 1,000,000 years. I'll wait for you. Eve's voice said with tenderness. Somewhere in a dark room. No. Kurogiri, give Tamura 2 more nomus from the higher batch. I have a feeling he may need it. The blade kid's not simple. The spy said that he's Quirk, not making blades but something else. Ha ha ha, oh how I wish to get my hands on that. All for one eerily said whilst on call with Kurogiri, guy that warps the villains to Ustch. Understood, sir. Kurogiri responded while bowing like a butler. Ha 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 ha. Now how will All Might deal with this when there are 3? All for one laughed while his twisted smile stretched across his face. Waking up, Ray saw that he had stayed the night in the infirmary. Eve, have they left for the USJ yet? Ray asked while clutching his head. No, not yet. They're leaving in an hour. You should get another half an hour of sleep. Eve said with concern. Thanks, but it's fine, Eve, I'll rest on the bus. Eve reluctantly agreed. Meeting up with Eraserhead and the class, Ray went towards Midoriya, realized his name had a Y, sweat drop, sorry. Yo Midoriya. Your arm fine now? Ray asked. Yeah, recovery girl healed me up. Also Ray, that was amazing. You managed to fight All Might. I saw the recording, but what is that chain? It looked different from the average weapon. Midoriya asked with burning curiosity. Thinking about it, Ray decided to tell Midoriya since he should be fine now considering he managed to fight All Might. The chains are called Enkidu, the chains of heaven. They are supposed to be able to bind even the gods and trap them. Ray explained. How are you able to make such a diverse arsenal of weapons? I have a theory, but I'm not sure. Midoriya said while asking Ray questions about his quirk. Since it was just the base theory of unlimited blade works, Ray decided to entertain Midoriya. Okay Midoriya, so while I registered my ability as blade creation, it's more like unlimited weapon storage. I have a separate dimension where I would hold an infinite stash of weapons and I use the energy in my body to recreate/summon the weapon. I'm able to create the weapon anywhere within a certain area, further away than I would need to spread my energy outwards using it as a medium to summon the weapons. I'm also able to bring the dimension here provided I use an aria/chant to help act as a helper. Ray and Midoriya discussed about unlimited blade works while waiting for the departure time. During this, Midoriya had told Ray a lot of new ways to use his power. The trip was short for Ray as he was resting. Arriving at the USJ, Ray felt very unnerved. Ray went on guard the whole time while waiting for the villains. Walking in, he saw what he felt was normal first. The purple warp portal appeared bringing in villains, but what he didn't expect was 3 almost identical Nomus show up. His pupil shrank as he felt the danger released from them. Aizawa-sensei, keep an eye on the warp guy and protect the class. I got this. Ray said, face serious. Ray. Listen to a battle theme from here. I listened to one but I can't find the name. Aizawa-sensei, don't worry. I'm specialized for group fights. Ray said while jumping up in the air and traced a bow. Quickly notching Kalidbulg 2, Ray let the arrow fly while it caused an explosion, sending the villains flying. As he fell, Ray traced several Enkidus as he sent them out, piercing one villain after the other. Taking the chance of them being distracted, he sent out Conqueror's Haki as heavy as he could. The floor cracked and shattered while the villains fell unconscious under the pressure. Seeing this, the 3 Nomus moved together under the orders of Tamura. 3 black streaks were seen coming towards Ray. Quickly bringing out Kyoki and Tengaku, Rei parried the first two Nomos while the third one tried to punch him in the gut. Quickly tracing a spear towards the last Nomo, Rei saw the Nomo's skin harden as its spear broke on impact. Seeing this, Rei jumped back while the Nomos regroup. Rei was distracted when suddenly the remaining villains that he missed tried to make their way to the kids. Tracing a chakram, Rei threw the weapon as it made a curve, slicing the villains in half. Blood and organs flew as the villains were killed. Some of the classmates collapsed and threw up seeing the blood and gore. Rei ignored this as he was being pressured by the Nomos. As he retreated, Rei sent out waves and waves of weapons at them. However, it was futile as the third Nomo blocked it all with his body. Rei frowned as he knew he had to get rid of him first. Launching himself in their direction, he saw a Nomo extending his hands towards him like what Luffy from One Piece does. Jumping up over the hands, he held Tengaku in reverse grip while he copied Levi and twisted his body as he traveled up the Nomo's arm. Reaching the main body, Rei sent a wave of concentrated azure sword energy at the Nomo, cleaving him in half. Turning around quickly, he blocked a punch from the first Nomo as the force sent him crashing backwards. Digging his foot into the ground, he slowed his flight as the ground was cracking due to this. Looking up, he could see the Nomo he bisected reconnecting his two halves. Frowning, Rei looked on as he was back to square one with three Nomos alive and kicking. Fuck. Rei cursed as he looked at that regeneration. His eyes grew cold as he decided to show the class his real quirk as he dropped into a defensive stance. I am the ice of my sword. Chapter 19, USJ Attack Part 2. I am the ice of my sword, Rei said while in a defensive stance. Wait, that's different to his normal aria, Midoriya said when he heard the chant. Glaciers are my body and ice is my blood. Rei continued to chant while he pushed his haki to help him parry against the three Nomos' attacks. Jumping backwards, Rei used each of his swords to occupy a Nomo while he traced Enkidu chains to try bind the last Nomo. It didn't bind the Nomo but had served to buy time for Rei. I have frozen over 1,000 worlds. Why is it all ice-based? Shudo Todoriki said while his eyes widened at the chant. It can't be, he thought. Rei's skin became more pale as cold mist fell from his body. Forever laid sealed, never should I awaken. The first Nomo smashed the ground as the earth broke and shot upwards, pushing Rei up in the air. Row Ajax, Rei said while he blocked the hands of the second Nomo being outstretched. Yet these worlds can never hold me back. Nearing the end of the chant, Rei's surroundings had started to freeze over and ice crystals formed from the moisture in the air. Landing back on the ground, Rei held his hands to the ground while a multitude of weapons shot out in every direction with him in the middle. This kid, why does he have two quirks? I feel like if I tried I can probably erase this quirk. Why is that? Eraser head though while still keeping his eyes on the Kurogiri. And so I create. The first Nomo rushed out of sight as it tried to punch Rei in the face. Glacial blade works. With a flash of cold mist, the class found themselves in a frozen wasteland. The galaxy of different colors shone above them as the stars flashed. Light snow fell as they shivered from the cold. Looking over, they could see huge ice mountains and large shadowed swords in the distance, while the land was covered with blue crystallized swords, which the detail still remained from before but the material was changed. Beautiful. Some of the girls muttered while they looked at this strange land that Rei had summoned. Looking over, they could see Rei standing pale and almost like he was made from crystal. Ha-iya, Rei breathed out as condensation could be seen. Around him stood the three Nomos with ice that encased their whole body. Walking over to the second Nomo, whose regeneration was on another level, Rei held his hands to the chest. Zetorado, absolute zero, Rei muttered as a huge mist covered the Nomo before dispersing and reducing the Nomo to crystal dust. Walking over to the third Nomo, Rei repeated his actions like before and reduced him to dust. Finally, looking at the last Nomo, he saw neon red lines appear while the Nomo's eyes glowed an ominous red. Rei, move! Eve shouted when suddenly the ice encasing the Nomo shattered and shone a Nomo with red lines all over his body. Qua! Rei was punched in the gut before he even knew what happened. His haki couldn't even detect the Nomo coming closer. Flying into the frozen forest, Rei stabbed Kyoki and Tengaku into the ground to stab Lise himself. Rei was suddenly grabbed by the shirt when the Nomo flung him back out into the open. Rei smashed into the ground as he coughed up blood. Shit! Ray said, getting up shaking from the impact. While he was in his glacial blade works, his pain receptors dulled, but he still felt the force behind the two attacks. The Noma walked out again while smiling mockingly. Ray's face fell with cold fury. "This is my domain, how dare you mock me?" Ray said, voice cold with anger. Collapsing his hand together, a giant cage of ice rose from the ground in an instant, forming a cage around the Nomo. Frozen Ajax. Ray shouted as he used the move he did against Gran Torino, but this time he had reinforced it with 3 layers of Row Ajax. Using this moment, Ray flashed over to the Nomo and cut downwards with Kyoki. He was able to pass Frozen Ajax with no problem, as in this state he was a part of the ice. The blade didn't reach further than an inch before the Nomo elbowed viciously into Ray's face, sending him backwards. "Fuck. What's with this defense?" Ray said, getting back up. Tima Nai Chi and carrot asterisk at dollar hashtag asterisk, and a voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Taking the chance of the Nomo being trapped, he asked. "Eve, did you hear that?" "Yeah, I think it's Kyoki giving you permission for Bankai." "Wait, what about Shirkai?" "I think the Bankai is your first release." "Wait, that means you can go further than Bankai." "What? The anime didn't have anything like that." "I think that when the main system added these powers, there had to be a way to ascend past a threshold. Everything has a limit, and by breaking that it means you have began to discover the path to becoming an ascendant." Hearing this, Ray nodded. While it was dangerous to get distracted, he could only hope Frozen Arya held on long enough for him to get his Bankai from Kyoki. Ray untraced Tengaku while he placed his hand on Kyoki's blade and closed his eyes and focused. Reopening them, he could see that he was in a battlefield with empty armor, arrows, blades, and broken flags everywhere. Looking behind him, Ray could see a person who looked like himself but with red hair and carried a guandao, Chinese polearm with a blade at the end. "Search it up." "I didn't want to give you your Bankai yet, Ray, but Tengaku was so pushy in helping you," the figure said while he sat facing away from Ray. "It was Kyoki. But then again, I don't think you'll be able to cut him down without it. So thank Tengaku when you see her," Kyoki said, turning around. "Tima Nai Chinikawaki, unrelenting bloodthirst, that is my Bankai name," he said while pushing out Ray back into the real world. Soon another figure appeared. She was in gold and white armor with a sword on her waist. "Is that good enough for you, sis?" Kyoki asked the figure. "Yeah, thanks, Ni-chan. I didn't think Ray would need our Bankai so soon," Tengaku said. "Yeah, me neither. The enemies are getting a lot stronger now," Kyoki said. Back to the real world, Ray had just been pushed out by Kyoki. Looking up, he could see the Nomo breaking out of the cage and ready to charge at him. Holding Kyoki forwards, Ray's hair had slowly gained red streaks. "Bankai!" he shouted while a pillar of red shot up in this frozen world. Tima Nai Chinikawaki was heard originating from the pillar, dispersing the light. Everyone could see Ray with a guandao decorated with the patterns of a dragon along the pole. The blade held the dragon's head and the pommel of the guandao was fitted with a red jewel. His outfit was fitted with some small dark red armor while his torso held a slim dark red chest plate. Summoning a wall of ice quickly, the Nomu crashed into it, causing a loud crash before Ray held Tima. "I'll use this when talking about Ray's Bankai," behind him, ready to cleave upwards. The blade hummed with a red glow as Ray inserted energy into the weapon. "Hi-ya!" Ray shouted while bringing Tima upwards, causing a blood-red sword energy to fly forwards while continuing to expand, eradicating the Nomu and cutting a distant mountain in half. Ray's Bankai dispersed, returning him back to his original state. Panting heavily, Ray looked over to where the main plaza would be. He could see Tamura whispering the word cheater over and over while Kurogiri was panicking as he couldn't leave with warp. Snapping his fingers, a neon blue spear could be seen hovering next to him as he held his hands out to grab the spear. A neon energy spread around him as he held the spear ready to throw. "Gbolg!" Ray shouted before a flash of blue passing the sound barrier was heard, piercing through the heart of Tamura and Kurogiri, killing them. Using his control over Glacial Blade Works, he then gathered all the bodies together before using Zetterado to erase them. Slowly increasing the temperature, he retracted his reality marble and looked up. He could see the pale faces of his classmates seeing death for the first time, face of Eraserhead and Shudo Todoroki clearly asking for answers, and he could see the faces of fear directed towards him. Ignoring the looks, he weakly walked back to Eraserhead. "I need to talk." Both Eraserhead and Shudo said at the same time. We will, when All Might's here. Ray said, voice quiet. Chapter 20, Answers. Sitting in a room was All Might, Ray, Shudo Todoroki and Eraserhead. So what do you want to ask? Ray said, looking at the two. What's with your second quirk? Even though I can't erase your first quirk, I can defiantly erase your second quirk. Eraserhead said, looking serious. Well, the ice quirk is a quirk by your standards. But, my weapon's creation is not a quirk, so you can't erase it. Ray said, not clarifying. Unlimited blade works. Then what is it, your weapon's creation? Eraserhead said, curious. Not saying. So Todoroki, what do you want to ask? Ray said, turning to Todoroki. Why do you have an ice quirk? Why do you look so close, my mum? What's your connection? Todoroki asked in rapid pace. Okay, All Might, you should know this too. So I was an orphan, but I was taken in by a nun. When she took me, she heard my mum say something about my mum having a sister and giving me her name. Ray. Which is quite neutral. But what's more is that the nun said that she heard my full name was Ray Todoroki. Ray lied to Todoroki and All Might. So if I'm correct, Ray Shounen, you could be a relative of Todoroki Shounen? All Might asked. Yeah. Ray said, looking at Shudo Todoroki, waiting for his response. So you could be a secret love child that was abandoned by your mother at birth, who is related to my mum? Shudo said in a serious tone. If that's what you want to believe. Ray shrugged. But I think it's about time I look for my mum. Ray said, standing up. By the way, Todoroki, you know anyone with the name Ray in your mum's side of the family? Ray asked, even though he knew the answer. Only my mum was called Ray. Shudo said, eyes slowly widen. Then I'm your cousin Todoroki. So I'm going to go get some answers of my own, see ya. Ray said, walking away. Ray Shounen, wait. All Might said, face serious. Did you really have to kill? You know I may need to arrest you. All Might. They are villains who have probably already killed. If I tried to not kill them, I'll probably get killed by the three monsters. That, and also, I can't stand seeing them kill people and get away with it. So arrest me if you want, but know this, no prison in this world can hold me back. Ray said, looking at All Might with a cold face. Ray then walked away without turning back. Ray Shounen. All Might said with a tired look. Walking away from the room, Ray decided to eat a healing pill to regain his stamina. Eve, do you know which way the hospital with Shudo's mum is? Yeah, let me just get the main system up. Hospital holding Ray Todoroki is northwest from here, traveling in a straight line. Hey Eve, you think you can get the system a map function? It would be quite helpful. Hi Eve, here we'll show you what I can do. Eve said with vigor. Soon Ray could see a map in the top corner of his sight with a red line going northwest. When you don't need it, I can make it go away too. Hee hee, nice going, Eve. Now shall we find Miss Todoroki for some answers? Reinforcing his body with hockey and magic, Ray dashed in a straight line towards the hospital. After reaching the city, people in could see a faint blur of black and white skipping across on the buildings going towards the hospital. Arriving at the location, Ray went straight to the reception and asked the lady. Excuse me, miss, do you know which room Ray Todoroki is in? I'm her nephew and I'm visiting her for the first time. Yes. She is in room XXX floor X. She stuttered nervously with a blush. Thank you. Ray said before going towards the room. So handsome. The receptionist daydreamed before her college tapped her shoulder, snapping her out of it, and they continued working. Walking to the door where his auntie would be, Ray knocked gently before walking in. Looking up, he could see a woman with long white hair and looking out the window. Hello. Ray said softly while trying to not startle her. Yes, and who are you? She said, looking over with a questioning look, seeing a young man looking eerily similar to her. I'm Ray. Ray Todoroki, I want to ask you a question. Ray said while he slowly sat down on a chair. A question, you say, and what would that be? She said curiously at the fact that the boy had the same name as her. I'm trying to find my mother, who I believe is your sister. Why do you think that? She questioned. I was left at an orphanage while the nun said the woman holding me said her sister's name was Rei Todoriki. And I was named after her. So you're Yumi-chan's son? She replied in nostalgia. Do you know where she is? Rei quickly asked. Shaking her head she said. Unfortunately no, I haven't seen her since 16 years ago. But last time I remember seeing her was when she was sent to a place in the Kamino ward. Apparently she was going to a lab to do with allowing multiple quirks to be hosted in a single body. They took her because of her intelligence, my father had told me when she left. Rei's eyes widened at the hint of multiple quirks. Could it be Nomu's? Rei thought. Thanks, Auntie. No problems, Rei. If you find her, could you bring her here? I would be nice to see Yumi-chan again. Of course. Rei said while excusing himself. After exiting the room, Rei's face fell with a frown. Eve, could Mum be working with All for One in the Noma factory at the Kamino ward? Most likely, after all, in the fight between All Might and All for One happened there. Shall we get All Might to fight All for One while he isn't as weak as he was in the anime? I think we should. After all, while All Might fights All for One, you can be looking for your mum. Eve said seriously. Yet let's check if All for One is there before we go find All Might. Rei said while he departed for the Kamino ward. On his way he could see the news being broadcasted about the USJ attack. The news had it showing information about him killing the villains. How he was also a villain for dropping to their levels and killing them. Tisk, stupid bastards. Why let them run free, able to cause more damage when you can get rid of them? Rei said with a hateful glare. He could see how the news states that he ran away after the crime and police are looking for him. Next it showed his image at the ceremony to show what he looked like. Serves the villains right. Yeah, they shouldn't be allowed to run free. No, we should be the better person and arrest them. We shouldn't drop down to their level. Are you stupid? You won't be saying that if the villains killed your friends or family. Discussions could be heard about this while Rei himself didn't care what the world thought about him. Suddenly sirens ran out while Rei was then surrounded by police. He looked at them without a smile. What do you want? Rei spat out. Rei, student of UA. We would like a chat with you at the station. Please follow us without resistance. The chief said while people recognized who Rei was. And if I don't go? Rei sarcastically. Then we will brand you as a criminal and use force. As if you can even stop me. Rei said while he summoned several blades floating in the air while his hands were in his pockets. The wind caressed his hair as his disdain for the police was evident in his eyes and his sarcastic smirk. He was like a king, above the world, while the blades pointed at the policemen like his royal guards. Down. Rei said while the Conqueror's hockey pushed the police down to the floor and slowly bent the lamps. Not bothering to look at the police, Rei went in the direction of Kamino ward. Sending energy into his legs, he jumped onto a building before snapping his fingers. The blades disappeared and the pressure was also lifted. Rei left his spot in a blue flash which could be seen going towards Kamino. URG need backup, target has acted in violence, ran in the direction of Kamino ward. The chief said with difficulty before passing out. Chapter 21, Trap. Arriving at the Kamino ward, the sky was dark. Rei stood at the tallest building with the wind blowing against him. Eve, you know where the Noma factory is? I going to see if I can interrogate anyone there for some answers. Yeah, it's OU map now. Be careful, Rei. Don't worry, I don't plan on dying yet. Rei said while he jumped off the building, free falling before using some chains to swing himself towards the location using the night as cover. Rei went unhindered. Soon Rei arrived at the warehouse. Focusing, he tried to sense any personals wandering around alone. Bingo. Rei muttered, finding just what he needs. Using his magic circuits to dampen his footsteps, he traveled silently through the factory. Approaching the men, Rei spread out his hockey one last time to check if anyone's around. Positive that there is no one, he placed a hand around the guy's mouth before dragging him away. Clutching the guy's neck, Rei removed his other hand from the guy's mouth. I will ask you a question and you will answer, okay? Rei asked with a dagger pointing at the guy's eye. Terrified, the guy nodded. First, is there a lab here that experiments on interacting multiple quirks into a single body? The guy nodded. Now do you know of a woman whose surname is Todoroki? The guy shook his head. Frowning, Ray continued to interrogate. Are there multiple female workers here? The guy nodded. Do you know where they work? The guy nodded again. You will show me where they work. If you lie though, I'll kill you. Ray said, eyes ruthless. The guy nodded frantically. Good, now go. Ray said as he disappeared into the darkness. The guy made his way to the facility where the female workers are mostly stationed. It's here, the female workers are mostly all here. The rest are in the rest area left from here. The guy said, quietly shaking with fear. Good, now scram. Ray said while looking into the workplace. He was looking to find anyone with white hair, which was distinctive to the Todoroki lineage. Peering through the door, he could see 3 females with white hair. He frowned since all 3 of them were either too old or too young to be a mum. He went to the rest area before leaving with the same results. Fuck, where could she be? You think she's in a cell of some sorts here since she's maybe valued, but she left to bring you away. So they captured her. I'll go check now. Ray said while waiting for a female worker to pass by. Repeating what he did with the guy, Ray questioned her. Oi you. Is there a containment area here? She avoided his gaze. Ray's face fell. Answer me, woman. Don't test my patience. He said with an ominous gaze. She continued to ignore. Fine. He said while he held her mouth. With his spare hand he created a blade and started to slowly cut her arm off from the shoulder. Her muffled screams ran out in pain while her body tried to resist. Stamping his foot into her stomach, he continued to cut. Finally cutting through, he saw her with a defeated look, tears stained her face while her eyes bloodshot. I'll ask again. Is there a containment area? She nodded weakly. Where? She used her remaining arm to point weakly in a direction. So straight on. She nodded. Ray let her go while he dashed silently to the local. He is going now, sir. She said before she passed out. Running in the corridor, Ray could see a door in the distance. Entering the room, Ray could see a giant empty hall. Before he could do anything, the lights turned on. Kohahahaha. You idiot. You actually trusted a person working at my labs. Ha 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 ha. I don't know if you're brave or just plain stupid. All for One's face showed on a screen. Shit. Ray though before looking up. Oi ugly bastard. Since you clearly know I was coming, you should know why I'm here. Ray said with a hateful glare. Listen to battle music. Ha ha ha, yes I do indeed. Here I'll show you, ha 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 ha. Ray Todoroki, meet your mother Yumi Todoroki. All for One said with a crazed voice while the spotlight shone on a woman battered and chained to a wall in a cross shape. Ray's eyes widened as he saw his mother looking like that. She weakly looked up at her son. Her eyes teared up as she never thought she would see her son after almost 15 years. Kohahaha, remember the arm you took from my worker? Here, let me return the favor, ha 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 ha. All for One said while a guillotine blade dropped down and cut off one of her arms. Argag. She screamed out in pain. Why, you motherfucker? Ray shouted, face crumpled in rage. Launching himself to save her, he tried to cut her chains. A fist suddenly appeared in his way as he was hit backwards. Ray. Yumi called out in pain, seeing her son being injured. URG. Ray groaned as he stood back up. Ha ha ha, don't be hasty now, we have plenty of time. All for One said, watching the show. We can't let you get your rewards first, can we? Ha ha ha, come young hero, show me what you can do. Suddenly waves and waves of weaker Nomus appeared, charging at him from all directions. You know dash, Ray shouted while he tried to fend off the waves. That these cannon fodder dash, cutting up some Nomus, Ray summoned Kyoki and Tengaku before launching 2 Azure Sword energies towards the crowd. The dust settled, showing the areas being filled up by more Nomus. Can't hold me back. Ray blocked an incoming attack before he stamped down hard, causing ice spears to extend all around him, killing more enemies. All for One. Tracing Enkidu, Ray let it rampage around like a dragon, skewering multiple Nomus. Untracing Kyoki and Tengaku, a bow appeared in his hands. Ray jumped back and created a large ice pillar, giving him the high ground, drawing back the string of Azure energy coiled around him. Slowly, the azure energy formed a arrow. With my bow and arrows, I respectfully ask for the divine protection of the sun god Apollo and the moon goddess Artemis. Forming 2 more arrows, Ray draws back even more, preparing to shoot. Jumping up, he gives himself some space to see the whole wave of Nomos. I offer thee this. The energy grew brighter while All for One watches with interest, seeing Ray use a chant on his bow. Phoebus Catastrophe. 3 rays of neon blue lights shot out before each, splitting into 100 arrows, each filling the air with blue dots. Countless explosions rang out as Ray took this time to rescue his mother. Sending out his hockey, Ray could see a large part of the warehouse was destroyed with Phoebus Catastrophe. The dust cleared while Ray could be seen carrying his mother. "Mum, this might hurt, but it should help, okay?" Ray said gently while he formed ice around the wound to stop the bleeding. "Son, run," she said weakly. "It's fine, Mum. I got this. Your son is strong after all," he said while giving her his best smile. Kuhahaha. All for One's laughter rang out as Ray could see him floating in the air. Clapping his hands, All for One said, "Ha ha ha, bravo, bravo. Just what I expected from you. Your quirk has my complete undivided attention now, ha 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 ha. Now tell me, Ray Todoroki. Can you protect her whilst fighting me? Ugly bastard. You got it wrong. It's not a question of can I protect her. No, it's a fact that I will protect her. So prepare your last will," Ray said whilst sparks of blue shone around him, tracing a multitude of weapons. The ice spread from his feet, covering the ground. Stamping down the weapons, All turned to All for One. "Because you're dying today." Chapter 22, All for One Part 1. "Because you're dying today," Ray said while all the weaponry shot towards All for One, creating an array of neon blue lines. Kahahaha, confident are we. Metal-like skin X8, Gale Force Manipulation X9. All for One said while a sphere of wind appeared around him, pushing the weapons away. Any weapon that went through were deflected by his skin. Tisk. Stamping down once more, Ray created Gi Balg whilst charging it with energy. The weapon started crack as the energy surpassed its limit. Gi Bolg. Ray shouted, activating the weapon, causing a shockwave to appear as the spear disappeared from sight. Split body. All for One said while his body split into 4 parts. No use, All for One, Gi Balg never misses. If I want your heart, I'll get your heart, Ray said darkly. All for One said as the spear lodged itself into his chest. Ripping the spear away, All for One tried to head but failed. Oya. I can't heal, kuhuhaha. Then I don't need it. What dash? Ray said when his pupils shrank, seeing All for One blast a hole in his chest where the wound was and used black oil-like substance to fill it up. Kuhuhaha, I don't know how you did it, but this should keep going for a while. Pressure bullets X12. All for One says, shooting out air bullets. Fuck. Ray cursed as he ran, holding his mum. Each step he traced a weapon to act as shield while he thought of what to do. Using ice, Ray launched a large iceberg towards All for One. Repulsion Force X7, All for One said, creating a giant shockwave as the ice was blown away by the force. The fuck? Did he just use Shinra Tensei from the Deva path? Ray thought, seeing the repulsion force. Attraction Force X4, Ray then felt a strong pull as the gravity was drawn towards All for One. TSK attract this, Ray said, creating several swords in front of him. Next he traced 6 chains of Enkidu from his back to help act as his extra arms whilst he holds his mum. Ray traced 2 shields and 2 sword, 1 on each chain, whilst the last 2 acted to help him protect his mum. Ray then used Enkidu to try pierce All for One from 2 different directions while he was attracting his earlier made swords. Gale Force X10, All for One said whilst the wind sphere around him caused the weapons to be deflected. Pumping energy into his legs, neon blue circuit-like patterns spread out from Ray's foot. The circuit extended straight forward, causing a slit of neon energy in the ground. While he was doing this, All for One was fending off the waves of attack that the Enkidu chains were pushing on him. All for One looked over to see a giant neon blue line. Block this, Ray shouted as he traced the biggest weapons he had ever, the shadowed-out swords in the distance of his glacial blade works. They were the 1,000 feet swords that couldn't be used normally. If people wasn't paying attention to the fight, they did now as a giant 1,000-foot sword shot up into the sky. Heroes started to gather seeing this. Ha-iya, Ray panted heavily. Ho ho, impressive young hero, ha 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 ha. But I wonder, did you really think that would hit me? All for One said. No, but this should. Ray said while using the 1,000-feet sword as a catalyst. He traced million of weapons from the sword, all pointing towards All for One. Now, your defense or my 1,000,000 pieces of weaponry. Let's see what happens, shall we? Ray said as the turret of weapons began. The never-ending streaks of lights littered the air. Taking this chance, Ray used a healing pill to regain some stamina. Looking around, Ray could see the surrounds become a wasteland with hundreds of Nomus dead on the ground. Suddenly heroes start to appear looking at him. Ray, please come with us. You are under arrest. One of them said. Oh, are you fucking serious? Can't you see that this is a villain's hideout? Ray shouted, annoyed. Fuck it, make yourself useful and take her away. She's injured and I use ice to stop the bleeding. Ray said, walking up to them. They backed away and prepared to fight, watching him approach. Are you fucking kidding me? Useless bastards, I'll protect her myself then. Ray said, turning back to All for One. Jumping up onto a building, Ray placed his mother down before he traced a bow and Kalidbog too. Drawing back, Ray waited to the weapon shower to stop. The dust cleared to reveal All for One with his tuxedo ruined and with some light scratches on his body. Releasing the arrow, another explosion was heard as a small mushroom could appeared. Cuckoo, ha 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 ha, not too shabby young hero. Another 1,000,000 should do something worthwhile, ha ha ha. All for One's sarcastic laughter rang out. TSK-. Stop this at once or we heroes will use force. Oh my god. Time and place. Can't you see what's around you? Ray shouted, absolutely pissed. These people must have a mental problem. A sudden pressure bullet exploded his head while the heroes around him backed off scared. Now trash like you shouldn't interfere. All for One said without and playfulness in his voice. He looked back towards Ray and smiled. Now shall we resume? You shouldn't leave your mother there, we might accidentally hit her after all. Ha 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 ha, All for One said with mocking laughter. Ray, face serious, picked up his mother again whilst looking at All for One. I am the bone of my sword. Oya, are we doing this now? Finish the chant, I'll let you, ha 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 ha. All for One said arrogantly. Ignoring him, Ray continued the chant. Steel is my body and fire is my blood. I have created over 1,000 weapons. Nor known to death. Nor known to life. Have withstood pain to create many weapons. Yet these hands will never hold anything. And so I pray, unlimited blade works. Finishing the aria, Ray brought everyone into his world. The heroes panicked and looked around to see a desolate landscape with swords looking like the tombstones of people. Ho ho, so this is what it looks like from inside, INTRSTing. All for One said, looking around. Die. Ray said, and suddenly a multitude of some of his more powerful weapons pulled themselves off the ground and slashed towards All for One. All for One tired to block in front of him with repulsion force only to have them untrace and retrace behind him, stabbing into his back. He useless. All for One said while he teared the blades out and regenerated. Is this all of your power? Or are you holding back for your mother dearest in your arms, ha 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 ha. Ray sighed before retracting unlimited blade works. For enemies like All for One, the human/weapon wave tactic won't work. He also didn't want to use glacial blade works while he was carrying his mom, as the coldness from his body will kill her. Spear like bones x2, extending limbs x4, All for One said when his arm shot forward with a spear extending from his palm aiming for his mother's head. Shit. Ray cursed while he launched himself sideways away from the spear path. Suddenly turning towards him, the spear continued its pursuit. Tisk, RHOAIAS. Ray shouted out as the 7-petal flower appeared before him, shielding him and his mother. Oya, is this another quirk? Or is it a part of one? Oh, all of your quirks, I want them. All for One said with a psychotic grin. Too bad you'll never get them. Ray said before he traced a demonic sword. Demonic swordgram. Kaihu, release. The sword morphed into a neon azure energy sword before splitting off into multiple swords. Azure lighting thrashed around him as the weapon rotated and pointed at All for One. Heaven's Wheel of Destruction, Bulwarkgram. Ray said while he looked at All for One with ruthless eyes. Go. The sword shot forward with much more power and the azure flashes of lights cut into All for One before Ray appeared in front of him with one hand holding his mum and another aimed towards All for One with the azure lance pointing at him. The lance flew forwards piercing through All for One. Ray then released a wide azure energy blast encompassing All for One. Chapter 23, All for One Part 2. The dust cleared to show a injured All for One missing a arm that is burnt and the wound closed up unable to be regenerated. Ray quickly jumped back while panting from magic overuse. Ha 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 ha. Yes. Show me more of your potential, hero. All for One shouted in a crazed matter as black and red matter appeared to replace his arm. Recognizing the matter as what All for One uses to steal quirks and add them. Ray backed off since if All for One decided to give him a quirk, he will die because he can't handle it. As he jumped back the black matter was already where he had stood hitting him if he stayed. Ha 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 ha. All for One laughed as he looked over to where the heroes are. Oh fuck. Oi shitheads, run quick. Ray shouted as he didn't want All for One to get more powerful. However, life had other thoughts as All for One shot his black matter towards the group of heroes. Arg. They collectively screamed in pain as the red line in the matter glowed brighter. Shit, isn't that what Noma did in our fight? Ray thought, seeing All for One slowly morph as the neon red lines appear on his body. Ray quickly jumped backwards as he felt danger. True to his instinct, All for One was already there, smashing the ground, causing it to collapse. As huge cloud of dust shot upwards as Ray was thrown out holding his mother to protect her while he took on the impact. Kuah. Ray spat out a mouthful of blood as All for One punched him in the back. Quickly twisting his body, Ray kept his mother safe when he crashed into the building. Ha 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 ha, admirable. Still managed to take the brunt of the attack without letting your mother get hurt. Why do you persist? All for One said, slowly walking out of the dust. She gave me life, she still worried for me even when she hadn't seen me for 15 years, she wanted to stay behind for me to run. If I didn't repay her for all of her kindness, what kind of a son am I? Ray said, standing up, weakly, body battered and still holding his mother in a way to protect her. Why bother with her? You have all this power that can be used with a flick of a finger, but you hold back because of this woman. All for One asked, annoyed. Yeah, after all, she showed me a mother's unconditional love. Ray said while eating another healing pill, leaving him only 2 left. So I will use my everything to protect her. Ray said with conviction. Then let me crush your everything. All for One said, about to use his pressure cannon. When suddenly, a blur of red, white, yellow and blue showed up, punching All for One away. Ray smiled seeing him. Everything is fine now, Ray shouted. Why? Because I am here. All Might said with his smile, looking at Ray. Ha ha ha, took you long enough, All Might. Ray said with a smile. Oi Gaki. You've gotten strong in the time I haven't seen you. A cheerful voice said. Looking over, Ray could see Gran Torino smiling at him. Yeah, indeed I have, Sora Ji-chan. Ray said. Ha ha ha, don't call me Ji-chan, I still have years ahead of me. Gran Torino said. Hey Sora Ji-chan, can you take my mum away from here? I got some payback to deliver. Ray said, showing Gran Torino his mum passed out. Sure kid, give him a first-class express mail. Gran Torino said, trusting Ray and taking her from his hands. Yeah. All Might, it seems like the first time we fight side by side. Ray said, standing up next to All Might. Yeah. Ray shouted, let us go take him down. All Might said. Kahahaha, All Might, so you have come. I didn't think I'd have to use this so soon, but it seems like I have to use this to have a chance against you and the young hero. All for One said, eating something. Ray, this is bad. He just ate a world-ranked core. Eve shouted. Wait, what is that? Ray questioned, hearing Eve's panic. A world-ranked core is the core of a world rank being by combat level. By eating the core raw, it will boost the user up to world rank combat level for a short time. But if the body is not strong enough, they will become a mindless monster that can destroy the world. Eve quickly explained. Got it. Ray quickly thought before turning to All Might. All Might, this is bad. We have to defeat him now. Ray said in a panic before launching himself at All for One with Kyoki and Tengaku in each hand. Before he could even get close, a shockwave pushed him back. All Might quickly catched Ray as they looked at All for One, whose body is writhing as if there was a worm underneath him, continuously growing larger. Shit. This isn't supposed to happen. What's going on, Ergag? All for One shouted in pain. Ray Shounen, what's going on? All Might asked, seeing his arch-nemesis slowly grow in size. He's turning into a monster, All Might. This is much more powerful than you can imagine. If left alone, he could destroy the world. Ray said, looking at the colossal beast that is about to take shape. Standing up, Ray untraced Tengaku before holding it out. Bankai. The red pillar shot out to the sky while All Might has to look away because of the brightness. Tima Naichi no Kawaii, Ray said as the lights disappear to show him in his Bankai form with his Guandao. All Might, I want you to help evacuate everyone near here. At this point I'll hold him back or he will kill all of us. Ray said without looking at All Might. But Ray Shounen, that's suicide if he is as strong as you say. All Might said, looking at Ray. Shaking his head, Ray looked at All Might before saying. All Might, right now the people need their symbol of peace. I can almost guarantee that this monster is on live by now. There will be panic, so just help the people while I go kill this monster. You can also save people from the effects of our fight, and also promise me this. Keep my mum safe. Ray said, smiling. But seeing the iron resolve Ray held in his eyes, All Might sighed before saying. Just be careful, we don't want your mum to be awake with no one there, do we? Thanks, All Might. Ray said before charging to the monster. Let's do this, Tima, Ray said while the Guandao shook in agreement. Compressing energy into his legs, Ray took off like a red rocket. Stabbing Tima into the half-formed monster's torso, he cleaved upwards, generating a red sword energy before the wound close. Wielding the Guandao as best as he could, he quickly used trace on the Guandao used by Guan Yu from the Three Kingdoms to get his experience and techniques. Swinging the blade, Ray made hundreds of deep cuts, making his way to shoulder. At this point the monster had finished forming. With the wings of a black dragon, 6 pairs of eyes on his face, 3 rows of teeth, 2 legs, a long tail and spiral horns. One can tell that this is a demon dragon. Ray, don't use Tima on it. The demons use the same energy, so it would just heal them. Shit, I'm guessing holy attribute would work then. Indeed. Ray jumped off the shoulder to land on a nearby building. Placing Tima on his back, Ray traced his bow once again, but this time he traced the holy sword Caliban. Please watch me as I bring you victory. Sword of selection. Grant me power. Ray said while notching Caliban to the bow. Golden lights danced as the string was pulled back. Cleave the wicked. Caliban. Ray shouted as the sword was launched towards the dragon, causing a mass of explosions to happen. The explosion settled to show the dragon with not but a slight burn on his skin. Oh fuck. Ray said as he saw the dragon looking his way. His wings unfurled as the dragon slowly flew up into the air. Opening his mouth, a black flame shot out towards Ray as the dragon flew closer to him. Seeing this, Ray quickly jumped off onto another building before he saw the whole building evaporate without any ash. Ray's pupil shrank as he witnessed this power. Refusing to back down, Ray tried to trace all the holy swords that he could manage right now without legendary holy swords like Excalibur. Sending them towards the dragon, the blades shattered as they came into contact with the skin. Ray. Tengaku is a holy element. Use her Bankai. Tima said in his mind. How the fuck do I use her Bankai? Ray thought in his head. Go to her space, dumbass. Tima shouted back. Looking at the dragon, Ray could see the dragon looking back at him. You wanna ask him if I can have a break? Ray said, seeing the dragon approach. Ray, I'll give you one chance to get my Bankai. A female voice said in his mind. Go for it, because at this point nothing works. Ray said while he continuously sent holy weapons at the dragon while jumping across different buildings. Do you know the meaning behind my name, Tengaku? She asked. You should know that already. No. Ray replied. Yes, but do you understand why you called me it? She clarified. Hee, of course. I put everything I had in creating you 2 sibling weapons after all. Ray said with a smile while dodging the dragon's attacks. Now Rei, tell me why you have called me Tengaku, heaven, she said, waiting for his answer. Because on my path of God, I shall protect those who are close to my with my own heaven. I shall bear the attacks as the shield. That's why I infused you with my will to protect. Indeed. Now hear my name, for I am Nanatsu no Tengaku, the seven heavens, she called with authority in his mind. Jumping up away from the dragon's attack, Rei traced Tengaku and held it towards the sky while he shouted. Bankai. Nanatsu no Tengaku. The clouds parted as a holy light descended onto Rei's body. Tima ni Chinakawaki and Nanatsu no Tengaku merged as they were meant to be used together. His overall outfit changed into a white, gold, and red color scheme, with his guandao becoming a longsword decorated with red and blue jewels. 14 golden wings unfurled from his back as the light brightened the sky. God. Everyone whispered as they saw the young man flying in the sky with 7 pairs of wings and the lights descending on him. Looking up, All Might could see Rei in his new form. Rei Shounen. Tengaku no Dajiki, Heaven Smite, Rei said as golden lightning gathered in large quantities around him. Go. He said as the lightning pierced through the dragon's body like nothing. Rei then willed 5 pairs of his wings to become swords as he said. Goso no Saigai, 5-layered calamity, sending them towards the dragon as it ravaged his body. Snapping his fingers, they shot up before becoming 5 huge golden energy swords. Begone. They simultaneously stabbed down as 5 streaks of light were seen before a blinding explosion. The explosion causing the dragon to crumble into ash within the light and disperse, leaving an injured All for One on the ground. Gliding down, Rei looked at All for One. Rei Shounen. All Might said, landing beside him. Don't kill anymore, you've done enough. All Might said, looking at Rei while the heroes slowly surround him. Rei looked around him and then back at All for One. Kahahaha. Rei, All Might. The universe is so much bigger than you think, this world is but a mere speck in the vast space. All for One squeezed out. Die. Rei said before anyone can do anything. He cut down with Tima, silencing All for One forever. All the heroes except for All Might jumped Rei, while he sent Conqueror's Haki, causing them all, -1, to smash into the ground with a resounding bang. You dare try attack me when you did fuck all. Rei said, face cold, looking at the heroes. Shut up, criminal. You killed and destroyed the city in your fight. One of the heroes squeezed out. The live camera zoomed in onto Rei as they could see his handsome face, cold and ruthless. What I did was save this city. If I let the guy go, do you think any prison in this world can hold him back if he became that dragon again? Science, but one hero suddenly had the guts to shout. You're still a criminal. You killed him when you can apprehend him, you're no hero. Shut up, you faker. Heroes are people who take responsibility for what normal people can't do. You all are idiots playing heroes. Villains kill, they rob, they rape, and they turn this world asunder. We heroes have to be the people who sacrifice ourselves to keep the people safe. We are people who don't mind killing to keep the world clean. One extra villain out there could mean another life lost, while all you fakers take the hero name like a game. Oh, don't kill, you say, take him to jail, you say. Don't make me laugh. You're no hero. You're just a waste living his shitty dreams of a fake hero. I don't care what you think of me. But I will kill people if I have to. One less villain means another life saved. Rei said while this was broadcasted to the world, causing everyone to think about it. Remembering a quote from Earth, Rei said. Because if I don't go to hell, who will? Rei said, closing his eyes and turned his head upwards. Reopening his eyes, he spoke. I will kill if that means people are safe. Chapter 24, Demon. The aftermath of the fight was shocking to say the least. The civilians had their views changed of heroes. They felt great respect for the young teen who decided bloody his own hands while keeping him safe. They called him Seraphim for his conviction to kill villains and his appearance when battling the dragon. All Might and Rei also had a short talk as All Might disagreed with Rei's views. Rei Shounen, while I do commend your resolve, I don't think killing is the way. All Might said in his weakened form. All Might. Everything needs a balance. By being a hero we balance it by the burdens we carry. We cannot just shrug off the burden saying they're in jail, it's fine. What if they break out? What if because of your carelessness, a family was split apart by the villain killing a member of that family? We should shoulder that burden of killing evil at the root to keep the peace. Ray said, countering All Might before he turned away to find his mother. All Might was left there thinking about his ideal symbol of peace. On further notice, the council had wanted to arrest Ray, but the people had started a revolt saying that they didn't want a true hero being jailed, they wanted villains to be who have killed to be dealt with the death. The council could only compromise by saying if the villain has killed, the heroes are allowed to use lethal force, and that if they are not killed when taken to jail they will be killed by the council. Appeased, the civilians had been much more happy, while the villains are deterred with a time bomb like Ray lurking around that will kill them instantly and the heroes not being afraid to kill them. However, for the heroes, many had quit seeing how they would have to kill, but the remaining ones are people who have been determined to dirty their hands for the civilians. Ray, on the other hand, was sitting next to his mother waiting for her to awaken. The doctors were not able to give her arm back, so Ray decided to trace Avalon out into the real world. And surprised, the sheath had managed to heal her arm but could not be integrated with her. Seeing this, Ray decided to try heal All Might, but because he had the wound for so long he couldn't manage to heal him. Sighing, Ray decided that he held off for long enough. Eve, I think it's time to talk to the demon again. Are you sure, Ray? Yeah. Okay, but remember, Ray, be careful. Eve said in worry. Of course. Ray said, entering his mindscape. Come out, Seal of Solomon. A golden ring appeared while the black portal expanded, showing the fire demon chained up. Kakik, so my host has finally decided to see me. Oh, it's been what, 15 years? The demon chuckled darkly. Yes, indeed. Ray said, ignoring the demon's playfulness. So what brings my host to me after all these years? I want to learn the full fire demon slaying arts. Ray said, sitting down in front of him. What makes you think I'll just teach it to you? The demon said without smiling. I don't, I just think that I should interact with the ugly side of my soul after all. Ray said. The demon looked at Ray questionably. Don't be surprised. Amiya told me all about you spirits being a part of my soul. So at this point I want to understand myself more as well as you. After all, I might understand how the demon slaying art works more by understanding a demon. Ray said while the demon still silent. Tracing out Kyoki, Ray said. You know. I have a feeling that you're my battle crazy side. No. I like my battles so far. Each moment brings me joy. Of course, I also believe you are my violent side too. So when I made Kyoki, I put all of my battle intent, bloodthirst, and my violence in here. You could also say that Kyoki is your blade. Ray said, showing Kyoki to the demon. Ha 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 ha, so you already accepted the ugly side of you, what took you so long? The demon said with a slight smile. Just had a wake-up call by Eve, you know. That, and also had a bunch of shit to deal with. Ray shrugged. Ha 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 ha, but you know, unlike Amiya and the Ice Dragon, I don't go away. Well, that's something new. Ray said, looking at the demon. Ha 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 ha, well, you see, when you sealed me with Ring of Solomon, you guys probably forgot what else it does. By sealing me into your body, since your reality marble is your inner world. The ring has infused my bloodline into yours. But it had repressed the appearance part of the bloodline. So technically you're a demon and I now reside in your bloodline. Ha 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 ha. You've became my descendant. The demon said, laughing in joy. It wasn't his psychotic kind either. Wait, so if I decided to kill you, I'll be killing my own bloodline and return, kill myself? Ray said, flabbergasted. Ha 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 ha. Indeed. The demon said in mischief. Why are you like this? I thought you wanted to take my body years ago. Ray asked a question that had plagued his mind. Well, we demons are mischievous entities after all. That, and also you were such a pussy I couldn't stand it. My host was such a pussy bitch, I should make him fear me so he mans up and gets stronger faster. Was my thought process. The demon said with a smirk. Wait, didn't you pick a fight with the Ice Dragon though? Ray asked again. Ha ha ha, stupid prideful prick, though he was same level as me. I can increase rank, you know, magic grows with you after all. Think of it this way, a newborn kid at full strength looks at you with arrogance when you show same strength as him. So of course I'll try fuck him up. Ha ha ha, the demon said, laughing. Ha. Ray said. So you'll just be here? Ray asked. Nope, you can either summon me since I reside in your bloodline. I won't be here, but unlike Amiya, I can come back when you want to. The demon said. So can you like undo this chain cause it hurts like shit, you know? The demon gestured at the chains. Ah, sure. Ray said, undoing it. Ha ha ha, idiot. The demon said, startling Ray as he stood up quickly. With Kyoki ready. Ha 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 ha, you should have seen your face. The demon said, sitting back down. Are you fucking serious? Ray said as the corner of his mouth twitched. No, but seriously, when you're dealing with demons, don't be too trusting. The demon said seriously. You could have told me that without scaring the shit out of me. Ray said, sitting back down. So I should be fading to your bloodline soon. The demon said, looking at his arm fading. You don't need any help from me with the demon slayer arts magic, it is shaped by your imagination and will. The lass you call Eve, don't betray her by taking more girls, okay? The demon said with a smile. Of course, what do you take me for? Ray retorted. Ha 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 ha. Good luck in making her a body, and also my name is Lucifer. Lucifer said while he faded away. Back in the real world, Ray opened his eye. Ray. You okay? Yeah, I just realized that the demon was Lucifer. And he was not what I expected. Ray said, still trying to understand everything that just happened. As long as you're okay. Eve said with relief. Looking over, Ray could see his mum waking up. Mum, careful. Ray said, helping her up. Ray. Chapter 25, Departure. Ray. She called out softly. Mum, don't push yourself. Just rest for a while. Ray said with care. Shaking her head, Yumi studied Ray carefully. You've grown handsome, Ray. She said with a beautiful smile, seeing her son grown up. Yeah, I have. But before it was more feminine than handsome, you know. Ray said with a small laugh. They had mistaken me as girl. The recordings of me had my lashes become longer. Ray explained his situation to her with a small smile. Haha, Ray, have you met any family yet? Yumi asked him. Yeah, I met my cousin. Shudo Todoroki and Auntie Ray Todoroki. Ray explained while helping his mum with some food. Ah, so you met Nei-chan. How is she? She asked in reminiscence. She's currently recovering from some trauma, but other than that she's fine, Mum. She also wanted to see you when we have time. Ray explained. Shall we go today? Yumi said with excitement. We should be able to go today. Oh yeah, Ray, how do I have my arm back? I don't think anyone has a strong enough healing quirk to heal an amputated limb. She said, moving her newly grown arm. They don't, Mum. An ability of mine can heal wounds and recreate limbs provided that the wound hasn't sealed up yet. Ray said. He slowly fed her the last of her food. Ray, you have multiple quirks? She asked in worry that her son was tampered by all for one. Yeah, but they were with me from the start. I have my weapons creation, ice and fire. Ray said, demonstrating his powers. But that doesn't explain how you could heal me. She asked, still confused. Legendary weapons from myths are still weapons and they are real. It was one of them that helped me heal your arm. Ray explained while tidying up the containers. So Mum, why were you held by all for one for all these years? Ray said after clearing up everything. Yumi tensed up before she decided that Ray should know. I was held captive because I was too valuable to be killed or let go. I was the one who gave him the theories to how he could incorporate the multiple quirks on a Nomu. He knew I had so much more ideas in my mind, but he couldn't access them with a quirk, but after enough time he would be been able to. Yumi said. So Mum, you created the Nomus, Ray said, looking back at his mum. Yumi felt hatred for herself for creating the monstrosities. Ha, forget it, Mum, just don't let anyone else know, okay? Ray said with a comforting smile. And also, I believe that you wanted to do it for the world. Ray said, helping her up. Ray. She said with a shaky voice. Shall we go meet Auntie? Ray helped give her a coat. Yeah. Taking his mum downstairs to the entrance, he could hear people whispering. Ah, look, is that the Seraphim? Oh my God, he's so handsome. Is that his mum? So caring. And many more to follow. Mama Rei, you've become quite a lady killer, haven't you? Yumi said with a smile. Rei shrugged, neither agreeing or disagreeing. Mum, do you want to experience what it's like to fly? Rei asked. Since he is going to leave for another world soon, he should show his mum his best side. Funny, as a kid I had wanted to, but now I don't think about that anymore. Yumi said with a shake of her head. Let me help you then. Rei said with a smile as they walked out. Mum, stay back for a second, okay? Rei said, walking up to an empty space. Sorry Tengaku, but let me give my mum a present, okay? Rei asked Tengaku in his mind while he summoned the blade. I don't mind. Tengaku said in his mind. Bankai. Nanatsu no Tengaku, the seven heavens. Rei said while a holy light descended onto him, catching everyone's attention. The light faded once more to show Rei in a light white and gold outfit, without any swords and 7 pairs of wings. Clamoring could be heard as people recorded Rei in his form. Mum, shall we go? Rei asked with his hand out. She said absent-mindedly. Holding her in his arms, Rei spread out his wings before they took off in a moderate speed towards the direction of the hospital where Shudo's mum was. Rei, though you only had 3 abilities. So what's this one? She asked while marveling at the feeling of flying. You can say. This is the released or powered-up state of one of my weapons. Rei said while he took her into the skies. It wasn't long before they arrived at the hospital. Rei landed gently before releasing the Bankai form. Walking back to the reception, Rei could see the same receptionist again. Hello again, we are here to visit Miss Todoroki. Ah, of course, same room. She said with a light blush. Thanks. Rei said before taking his mum to meet her sister. Oh my god. He remembers me. The receptionist said to her colleague. Arriving at the door, Rei knocked gently before opening it. Once again, Rei Todoroki sat looking out the window. Nei-chan. Yumi said softly. Yumi-chan. Rei Todoroki said, turning back. Mum, you two talk for a bit, I need to deal with something. I'll be back soon. Rei said, gesturing his mum to catch up with her sister. Be careful. Leaving the hospital, Rei sent magic into his legs as he made his way to the orphanage. On his way there, Rei started to talk to Eve. Hey Eve, since we essentially reached the top in this world. What world are we going to next? You let me just get the main system up on the next world you can go to. Host's next world choices are as followed. 1. DXD. 2. One Piece. 3. Danmachi. Please host consider carefully before choosing, as host will need to reach the apex before being allowed to transfer again to another world. Eve, what's your opinion on these worlds? Well, you know that I don't mind any since I'm with you. But if I were to say One Piece sounds fun, no, Danmachi is too. DXD will be fun too, but too many girls will want you. But Eve rambled on as she thought of the pros and cons. Rei smiled hearing Eve. Soon he was nearing the orphanage as he could see that it was break for the kids. Slowing down, he landed near them in an empty spot. Hi Sister San. Rei said, waving at Sister. Ah, it's cool / handsome Ni-san. All the children said, running to him. Rei-san has become very handsome now, no more mistaking as a girl anymore. Sister said with a gentle smile. Ha ha ha, no, not as much anymore. Rei chuckled as he fended off the kids. Unfortunately, Sister San and the kids can't see me win the UA festival anymore. Rei said. Mama, it's fine, the children liked watching you save the city. Oh Seraphim-san, Sister said as the children begged to see it. Don't ask, Rei, it's your power. You can use it as you see fit. Tengaku said before he could even respond. Thanks. Rei thought while he told the children to stand back. Bankai. Nanatsu no Tengaku. The holy light descended once again as 14 golden wings spread out. Wow. The children watched in awe. Ca. Can I touch the wings? A girl asked. Yes, you can. Rei said as he crouched down. Having allowed the children to play for a bit, Rei spoke up. Sister San, I'm going to be going to a place so far away I don't think I can come back here anymore. Rei said quietly. I see, Rei, shall we take a picture with the children so they can remember you? Sister asked with a smile. With pleasure, Ray said before everyone gathered to take a picture. After bidding farewell, Ray flew towards UA to see All Might and Midoriya. Seeing them in a room, Ray decides to land outside before walking towards the room. Knocking on the door, Ray said, "Oi Baka Usagi, open up." Opening the door, All Might could be seen in his weakened form. "Ray Shounen, come in." Walking in, Ray decided to cut to the chase. "All Might, Midoriya. I'm just here to tell you that I'm leaving for someplace far away and I don't think I can come back. While we have had different views, I still see you as friends," Ray said, looking at them both. Ray Shounen, it's fine. Everyone has opinions. It's just a matter of perspective and experience, so don't sweat yourself. And remember, be safe out there. All Might said with a smile. N_N, this face. Ray, thanks for saving the city and the class in USJ. And be safe out there. Midoriya said with a small smile. Thanks guys, see ya. Ray said, leaving the room. Time for the final stop. Ray thought as he flew towards Gran Torino's house. He could see Gran Torino eating taiyaki when he arrived. Ha ha ha, Sora Ji-chan, you still loving taiyaki? Ray said with a chuckle. Hey, kid, what brings you here? Gran Torino said, looking at Ray. Just some goodbyes. I don't think I'll be able coming back. Ray shrugged. Ha ha ha, then be safe out there and remember what I told you when you left last time. Gran Torino said with a smile. Of course, I'm me, not anyone else, right? Go on, kid. Gran Torino said, smiling at Ray as he left. Returning back to his mum, Ray decided to come clear with her. Mum, there are places out there, much larger than this world. Different powers, different people, and different adventures. I'm going to go there and see for myself. Ray said, looking up towards space as he and his mum was leaning on the balcony. Ha, you're not asking a question, are you? Then just promise me you'll be safe. Yumi said with a caring smile. Thanks, Mum. Ray said as he hugged her. Take care, son, and remember I love you, she whispered. Yeah. Ray said before he took off into the air. Eve, you ready for the next adventure? Of course. Eve said with enthusiasm. Ha ha ha, the next world shall be. Chapter 26, One Piece. Ha 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 ha, the next world shall be One Piece world. Ray said as the system registered his answer. Hi Ray, are you gonna be a pirate or marine? Eve asked. Maybe start as pirate, after all I can get more training in hockey with Whitebeard or Shanks. Ray said after some thought. Host has selected One Piece world, please choose time of transfer. How about a bit before Shanks shows Whitebeard his missing arm? Ray said. Now Ray, you can also try join Shanks or Whitebeard's crew. Yeah, that would be fun since they were the main focus in the war for Ace's execution. System set time of travel as few months before Shanks meet Whitebeard. Also try make me arrive near Shanks. Ray said in his mind. Understood, may host step into the portal. A golden portal appeared before Ray as he proceeded to step in. Ha ha ha, adventure, adventure, adventure. Eve was excited like a kid since this was a new world for her. Even if she knows what happens, she also wants to experience the world. Meanwhile, everyone else watched Ray as he stepped into a portal. Take care, son. Yumi said, looking at where Ray disappeared from. From this day a legend was born in Boku no Hero world. A legend about a young angel from heaven donning 14 golden wings and purging the demon dragon to save the world. The Legend of the Seraphim. After entering the portal, Ray could see distant orbs with the faces of the main characters of the respective series. The galaxy of colors hung above them. The world passed behind him as he traveled towards his destination on autopilot. Ah, sugoi, amazing, this is my first time seeing this, Eve said in awe as she looked around the space. Host has exactly 5 months till destination. 5 months, huh? Hey Eve, how long do you think the difference is in the mindscape? Right now, from what I can see, 1 hour out here is 10 hours in your mindscape. So 10x faster. Once you reach 12x faster, you should be able to train your body with Might Guy's training. Nice. So Eve, what about my stats after this world? Forget about levels and just use ranks for combat instead, is that okay? Ray asked since he was used to having ranks instead. High status is being updated now. Name, Ray Todoroki. Age, 15. Bloodline, Origin Demon. Combat rank, King/half-step world. Body, half-step high. Soul, half-step world. Will, half-step world. Skills, 4/4. Unlimited Blade Works, King. Fire Demon Slayer, half-step high. Frost Domain, super rare. Haki, half-step high. Passive. Kyoki plus Tengaku. Stage 1, Bankai, Tima ni Chinakawaki plus Nanatsu no Tengaku. Stage 2. Stage 3. Summons. Lucifer Weakened, half-step world. Thanks Eve, this is a lot better. No problem. So right now I should use this time to train up my soul to increase time difference in the mindscape, then use the rest of the time to train in Might Guy's manual. I know. Why not talk to the Ice Dragon now, considering you can try increase soul by training in your ice manipulation using your soul strength? Eve suggested. Yeah, let's do that. Also Eve, remember the complete training of a chosen skill manual, King, should I use it on my Frost Domain? Nope, for elemental skills like Frost Domain you can just get another ice skill equal to or stronger to evolve it. Such as the bone-chilling flame from Battle Against the Heavens. Wait, I don't know that anime. It's not an anime, Ray, it's a novel. Eve explained. The fuck? I thought that it was an anime system, no. Oh my god, Baka Ray, Divine Anime World System. You get to go to the world, but that doesn't limit to anime powers, you know, since it's not a divine anime power system. Eve said, causing Ray to widen his eyes. Holy shit. Ray muttered, knowing that novel powers can be at his disposal too. Yeah. You should train now, you know. A lot of time is wasted in the mindscape while you're here, you know. Oh shit. Thanks Eve. Ray said while he enters his mindscape. Baka Ray, don't make me wait too long. Eve thought while she watched Ray about to summon the dragon. Why have you called for me, host? The ice dragon said, curious as he couldn't see the demon anywhere. Don't worry about the demon, he's no problem now. Ray said, looking at the dragon. Then for what reason have you called me out, host? The dragon said, looking back down at Ray. Shrugging, Ray said. Just some training with my ice quirk, I want it to be a bit more diverse. The Frost Domain is already diverse. Or rather, it's a matter of controlling what is in your domain. Using soul power you can freeze anything within your reach without touching them. So now it is just a problem of control. The dragon said after some consideration. Host, you know, when you go into Glacial Blade Works and your body becomes ice. You can also go into the body status without actually unleashing it. With enough control you should be able to go into the ice mode so your body is completely ice and use your domain to regrow your limbs. The dragon reminded Ray. So what do you suggest I do to increase it? You first spread out your domain and try freeze things as far as you can. By using it more you should be able to increase the range. It's like muscle, the more you use it and push beyond the limit the more powerful it becomes. Nodding, Ray sat in a meditative position while spreading out his Frost Domain, an area 13m wide spread out from him. The temperature slowly dipped. Now try freezing a pole at the edge of your domain. Using the pole you build on it past your domain. Ice started to gather at the tip of the pole, slowly increasing outwards. Ray's face was scrunched up in concentration as he tried to extend the domain further. After it had went past the domain by 10 centimeters, Ray's concentration broke as he puked out blood. The dragon's eyes widened seeing this. Shit. Host, I believe that the maximum range is stuck at 13m. I see. Ray said, wiping the blood away. No matter, host. Shall we strengthen what is in the 13m then? The dragon said, thinking up of ways to do this. Host, try decrease the temperature of ice within your domain. Imagine the atoms slowing down even more. While you have your Zetorado, absolute zero, you forcefully apply it by using your body. We shall train for you to use it within your domain without physically touching the person. Sitting back down, Ray started his training by doing everything in his domain. From having robots attack him while he used his domain to counterattack through making ice spikes, to creating ice within the robots. Which the last one had small success but not enough for it to affect anyone. Ray also trained to keep his observation haki out for as long as he could and integrated it with his domain. This allowed him to feel everything within 8 meters very clearly, and from 8 meters to 13 meters the feeling was dampened. 1 year and 8 months passed in the mindscape. Within this time Ray would often chat to Eve about what they would do when they reach One Piece world. In addition to this, Ray had managed to lower the temperature within 2 meters of his domain to minus 128 degrees Celsius. 145 degrees above absolute zero, with it being minus 273 degrees. While it couldn't freeze down to absolute zero, Ray would be able to affect every close-quarters combat person in his domain easily, albeit a few exceptions. Ray breathed out cold air as he lowered his body temperature down to minus 128 degrees Celsius. I'm still far away from absolute zero without glacial blade works, Ray said, standing up and increasing the temperature back up slowly. It was today that he had felt something change with his soul. Hey Ray. The time has just increased to 12x difference. Eve called out, seeing the change in the mindscape. Eve, doesn't that mean I can go train my body now? Yep. Once you get far enough in the training you should get the passive, true Hachiman Tonku. Great, about time I increase my body. It hasn't changed in grade since I was 4. Ray said, standing up. Let's do this. Ray said, bringing out Might Guy's Youthful Training Manual Complete Edition. Chapter 27, Arrival. HN. Fuck one more. Ray said as he was training with Might Guy's training manual. He needed to destroy his body over and over with intense training. He had to train till his body shredded from the inside and let natural recovery heal him. While it was simple, Ray had to keep destroying his body without letting it recover completely. It was also during this training that his new bloodline was proven to be very useful and terrible for this training. It was useful because the natural recovery was astounding, but it was bad because Ray had to work a lot harder for him to destroy his body. With the increased time difference, Ray had spent 3 years doing his body training, which increased his body from half-step high to king. Ray had also used the true Hachiman Tonku every time he trained, which allowed him to destroy his muscles faster. Through using it continuously, Ray is able to open up to the 4th gate with no repercussions. Ray, are we there yet? I'm so bored, Eve asked, her initial excitement dimmed a bit. I think we should be soon. Ray said, stopping his training. May host prepare for landing. There's your answer, Eve. Ray said with a small laugh. Ha. Finally. My vigor has returned. Eve shouted as she saw that they are about to arrive at their destination. Returning back to the real world, Ray could see the orb with Luffy's face on it approaching. A portal opened up as Ray approached. Host will arrive near where Shanks is while he sets off to meet Whitebeard. Ray said as he stepped in the portal. Holy fuck. Ray shouted as he lost his footing and plunged downwards towards the deck of a ship not far below him. Bang. Really? I know my body's stronger, but this. Ray muttered as he looked up. Ray could see Shanks and his crew looking at him shocked during their party. Hi. Ray said awkwardly. Who are you? Shanks asks, face confused. I'm Ray, sorry to intrude, Ray said, patting his body. Shanks suddenly started laughing. Ha. How the fuck did you appear here? The party resumed while Shanks walked closer to Ray. So Ray, how did you drop onto my ship in the middle of the ocean? Shanks asked whilst eating some meat. Text in my head called a system. Ray said seriously. PFT, ha. Oi Roo. Pass us some meat for Ray here. Shanks shouted towards Lucky Roo and handed Ray some meat. Hey, wanna party with us till we get to the next island? Shanks asked. Oi idiot captain. Stop asking a stranger to party with us. Ben Beckman said. Ha, it's fine, right guys? Shanks shouted to his crew. Yeewa. They shouted back. Wow, they really are hyper, aren't they, Ray? Eve said, watching these guys. Indeed. So Shanks is it? Ray asked, pretending to not know him. Yeah, what is it? Shanks said while passing him some meat. Where are you going? And when is the next island? Ray asked, taking a bite from the meat. His eyes widened, tasting the meat. Hold shit, this is good. No wonder Luffy eats so much. Ray said to Eve. Ray. Stop tempting me, I want to eat too, Eve complained seeing Ray eat. Don't worry Eve, we have plenty of time in this world and it should give me enough time to make you a body. Hee hee, you better. Can't wait to try this food. Oi Ray, Shanks said watching Ray blank out eating food. Oh yes, so where you going next? Ray said turning back to Shanks. Strange one, aren't you? Ha 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 ha, well, we're just about to go meet Whitebeard. Shanks said gulping down some beer. I know this may be a bit weird but can I tag along for a bit? Ray asked eating some more. Oi white-hair kid. Are you even strong enough to tag along with one of the 4 emperors of the sea? You'll be killed. Ben said looking at Ray. I can handle myself. You can test me. Ray said looking back at Ben with fighting spirit. Ha 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 ha, that the spirit Ray. Hey Ben, I'll test his spirit, okay? Shanks said as he looked at Ben. Sure. Ben backed off. Hey guys. Idiot captain's testing the kid's spirit. Ben said getting them to ready themselves. So Ray, are you ready? Shanks said as he stood up opposite to Ray. Anytime. Ray similarly stood up. Asterisk bang. Shanks' Conqueror's hockey crashed into Ray's body as the floor started to splinter. Fuck. Ray said about to kneel. Releasing his own Conqueror's hockey, Ray stood up straight once more. Ohia, qualities of a king I see. Shanks marveled as he saw the collision of hockey in the air. Black and red sparks flashed in the middle as the pressure increased. Releasing more Conqueror's hockey, Shanks started to overpower Ray. Shit. Ray started to sweat as he slowly bent down. ARRG. Ray stamped down hard, slowly pushing himself against the pressure. This collision continued for a minute before Shanks went full power to see how Ray would handle it. As the full pressure hit him, Ray refused to give up, eyes bloodshot and teeth clenched hard. Ray put everything he could into resisting until the floor collapsed beneath him. Asterisk crash. On my ship. Shanks shouted seeing this. Ha 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 ha. The crew laughed seeing their captain being an idiot after the tense collision. Fuck. Ray shouted as he climbed back onto the deck and sprawled himself out. Really, the floor fell, I haven't lost yet. Ray said panting heavily. Ha 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 ha. Ray, I didn't think you would have Conqueror's hockey too. Shanks said patting Ray's back. Let's go again, I won't lose this time. Ray said looking at Shanks. Hey kid, you did good standing up to idiot captain's pressure to this level. Ben said with an appreciative smile. Ray's willpower against Shanks had earned him his respect. Yeah, fuck. Ray said tired. Say Ray, you wanna join my crew? Shanks asked Ray with a wide smile. I'll be fine, but I'll tag along once in a while if that's fine. Ray responded. Ah. Guys, I've been rejected. Shanks fake cried to the crew. Let's party to cheer me up. Shanks shouted. Yeewa. Ha 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 ha. The crew laughed. Ha 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 ha. This group of people are really funny, aren't they? Eve laughed. Yeah. Ray said as he slowly stood up and sat by the walls. Oh yeah Ray, your willpower has been pushed into the world rank, congrats. Eve congratulated Ray. Ha ha ha, thanks Eve, but goddamn I'm so tired right now, fuck, Ray said. Oi Ray. Come on and join in. Shanks shouted over to Ray. Coming. Ray said back as he walked over. This world really is fun, isn't it? Yeah it is. Ray though when someone suddenly shouted. Guys. Marine fleet in front of US. Party crashers, guys, you know what TO do. Shanks said as he knew these guys were sent by the world government to stop them meeting Whitebeard. Yeah. They responded as they got to battle stations. Hey Shanks. You think you can leave it to me? Ray asked walking up to Shanks. You think you can deal with it? Shanks asked curiously. Yeah, you can back me up if I miss any, is that okay? Ray said tracing out his bow. Where did that bow come from? Shanks said looking at the bow. Don't worry about it now, watch. Ray said while drawing the string back. With my bow and arrows, I respectfully ask for the divine protection of the sun god Apollo and the moon goddess Artemis. Ray chanted while he gathered energy for 5 arrows. The azure lights caught everyone's attention as Ray aimed towards the sky. I offer thee this calamity, Ray said, pulling the string to its maximum strength. Phoebus Catastrophe. The 5 arrows shot off as they exploded, with a neon light separating into 500 arrows raining down of the whole fleet, decimating them. Shanks and the crew watched with their jaws hitting the ground, seeing Ray easily destroy a fleet alone. Ha ha ha, haven't lost my touch, Ray said as he watched with a smirk. Chapter 28, Meeting Whitebeard. HQ, come in. The fleet is about to intercept red hair pirates. The transponder snail in Sengoku's room spoke up. So it's time, attack with full power, Sengoku said to the fleet. Understood, sir. Wait, what's that? Sir, 5 lights have been seen flying up, shot by a white-haired kid. Whom the arrows split. UUOH, my god, ARRGG, the snail cut off midway. What? What happened? Sengoku shouted with eyes wide open. Quickly using the camera snail, Sengoku looked at what they saw last. A teen with white hair, pulling back the string of a bow, letting 5 arrows fly. With a blinding light, the sky was filled with arrows. Sitting with a heavy thud, Sengoku looked shocked. What the hell was that? He muttered before calling his assistants. Call all of the vice admirals and admirals for a emergency meeting, Sengoku shouted. It didn't take long for everyone to gather. Playing the clip, Sengoku showed them the new person on Shanks' ship. You're kidding. What fruit did he eat? Could it be duplication? Silence, Sengoku shouted to quiet them down. Today a fleet was decimated by a single kid. We shall place a bounty on his head. His power is too mysterious. He is also dangerous because he is on Red Hair's ship, Sengoku said sternly. Maea, let's put a bounty on him. He could be troublesome. Kizaru said to Sengoku, drawing out his words like always. I say a bounty of 700 million. Garp said. Oi, Garp, isn't that too high? A vice admiral said. No, Garp is right. A kid that can destroy a fleet easily can't be weak. Since we don't know his name, he shall be White Archer. Bounty 700 million. Sengoku said, zooming in onto his face in the video to make his bounty picture. Meanwhile, Shanks and the crew are staring at Ray as he decimated a fleet. Oh my god, Ray, ha 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 ha. Shanks laughed out. Hey Ray, are you sure you don't want to join? Shanks asked again. Oi Captain, you dismissing my Sniper King position already? Yasop said to Shanks. Ha 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 ha, don't worry Sniper King-san. My main weapons aren't the bow, I'm more of a close-quarters combat person, Ray said, untracing his bow. So Ray, what fruit did you eat? Was it duplication? Lucky Roo asked, still eating. Yeah Ray, that was cool, ha 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 ha. I bet Sengoku didn't even know what hit him, Shanks said with a wide smile. I don't know what the fruit was, but I can create any weapon even from legends, and I can still swim, Ray said, tracing different weapons to float around him. Whoa, that's some versatility there. From what I can see, you ate a paramecia-type fruit. But goddamn, you can still swim, Shanks asked, gobsmacked. Yeah ha ha ha, but my main weapon are these 2 beauties here, Kyoki and Tengaku. Using this ability I made these 2 swords, Ray said, showing them the sibling blades. With what I can tell, I'd say these blades are around the same quality as the Seijo o Wazamano, 12 supreme grade swords, Shanks said, inspecting the blade. So Ray, what are gonna do if you're not joining the crew? Lucky Roo asked. Ito, maybe just wander around for a bit to find some adventure. I'll hang out with people that seem fun, Ray replied, untracing his blades. Hey Shanks, you got any way that I can improve my observation hockey? Ray asked, deciding to see if he can get some tips from a master. Ahahaha, sure. But I don't really know how, except that we try hit you and you dodge. Ha 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 ha. Shanks laughed out as he scratched the back of his head. Oh, well, can you guys try hit me as fast as you can while I am blindfolded? Try attack me quite fast so that I'm forced to see better to dodge, Ray said, suggesting the idea. Hey you guys. What do you say we give Ray a hand here? Shanks shouted to his crew. Yeo. For the next few weeks Ray had never let his blindfold off. In the first week he could see the attacks but only at the last second, which he had to make his body react quickly. However, in a fight this last-minute panic reaction can only get you so far. So Ray started to push himself to see more, in which by the 4th week he had started to dodge a majority of the attacks. By the 8th week Ray was dodging everything they did, albeit they were holding back a little. Hey Ray. This is as far as we can go without actual death matches. You need to fight life and death battles which will have you push past a boundary to the next level. Even if we increase the speed of our attacks, it'll do nothing right now. Shanks said as he stood up. Is that so? Welp, thank guys. Ray shouted to the crew. Ha 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 ha. No problem, Ray. They shouted back in union. Ha 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 ha. Ray chuckled. Guys, serious time, Whitebeard's ship is showing up. Shanks said as he stood at the front of the ship. Oh yeah, so Whitebeard's ship is showing up. Ray said as he leaned over to the railings and undid the blindfold. Blinking his eyes to get used to the light, Ray could see the huge ship of Whitebeard. The Moby Dick. This colossal ship took the appearance of a whale due to the front design of the ship. Ray, stay back for this, Whitebeard is not a man you want to piss off. Shanks cautioned Ray. Mama, it'll be fine. Ray said with a grin. The 2 months he had with the crew made him a lot more playful, which could also be due to Lucifer in his bloodline. Ha 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 ha, well just don't piss him off. Shanks said, laughing. As Shanks' ship docked next to the Moby Dick, Shanks' playful aura had completely disappeared as he released his conqueror's haki with every step he took towards Whitebeard. Ray hit himself as he sent energy into his legs. Jumping up to the top of the sail of the Moby Dick without anyone seeing him. Sitting down on the sails, he watched as Whitebeard and Shanks talked. Ray had loved this scene when he watched it, how Shanks talked about losing his arm for the new era. Looking around, Ray could see all of the legendary figures in the war to save Ace. Marco of the Phoenix, Diamond Juzo, Flower Sword Vista and many more. Oi Gaki, kid. If you're going to watch, get down here first. Whitebeard said, looking up at Ray. Ha 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 ha, I've been found out. Ray said with a grin. Jumping down, he could see people watching him in caution. Ha 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 ha, chill guys, I'm just here for fun. Ray said, sitting next to Shanks. What kid, who do you think you are to sit here in front of me, Whitebeard? Whitebeard said, looking at Ray. Ha ha ha, just a curious person, say this has been bugging my mind. Why do you call yourself Whitebeard when you have a mustache? Ray said, smiling widely. Shanks watched, jaw hitting the deck. Ha 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 ha, are you making fun of me, Gaki? Whitebeard threatened as he pulled out his weapon and attacked Ray. Tracing out Kyoki, Ray blocked it. The haki clashed as more people were knocked out. Ha 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 ha, no, but just curious, so Whitebeard wanna go for a fight? Ray said with his battle-loving side showing up. Chapter 29, The Men Called the Strongest, Rewrite. Battle music. Blocking Whitebeard's Bicento, Ray jumped back into combat position. He Gaki, retreating already? Whitebeard taunted. Ha ha ha, nope, just preparing to face off against the strongest men. Bankai. Tima nai Chinakawaki, Nanatsu no Tengaku. Ray shouted, causing a storm to appear where he stood. Releasing his world-ranked conqueror's haki, the pressure almost caused some of the captains to pass out. Oh, this is new. Shanks said, feeling the pressure of Ray. Emerging from the storm, Ray was wielding his long sword and 14 wings behind him. Hey White Mustache, don't be surprised if I show more powers, okay? Ray said, locking a ice bird towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard's eyes widened seeing this. Bringing his arm up, a white glow encased it. Ha! Whitebeard shouted as the ice broke apart. Tilting his Bicento backwards, he clashed with Ray's long sword. Che! Ray disappeared from where he stood and flew upwards. Oi Shirahige! Whitebeard, don't disappoint me now. Ray shouted as he traced the demonic sword Gram into his long sword, combing the 5-layered wheel of destruction, Bulwark Gram. Ray shouted as the Gram-infused long sword split into a javelin with 5 pairs of his wings transformed into swords rotating around the javelin. A golden azure energy coiled around the weapon as Ray gathered the energy in his hand, launching the weapon towards OYJI. Old man/father, Whitebeard's crew shouted, seeing the attack approach Whitebeard. Ha 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 ha. This is nothing, for I am Whitebeard. He shouted, punching towards the air with both hands clad with white. Asterisk crack. The skies torn asunder as the two attacks met. Hockey collision sparks appeared at large as the sky parted by the force. Ha 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 ha, Whitebeard, you don't disappoint. Ray shouted, seeing Whitebeard block his attack. True 8 inner gates. Fourth gate open. Ray shouted as an azure aura danced around him. Whitebeard. Ray shouted as he dropped like a falcon. Seeing this, Whitebeard's bicento was covered in a black substance as he brought it up above his head. Meeting Ray's attack, Whitebeard took half a step back. Ha 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 ha, brat, you've made me take a step back, ha 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 ha, Whitebeard laughed out with battle spirit. Pushing Ray back, Whitebeard drew his hand back for it to be covered with another layer of white. Oh shit. Ray said before using Row Ajax to dampen out the force. I am the ice of my sword. Glaciers are my body and ice is my blood. I have frozen over 1,000 worlds. Forever laid sealed, never should I awaken. Yet these worlds can never hold me back. And so I create glacial blade works. Ray shouted as he transported everyone to his reality marble. Whitebeard. You're in my domain now. Ray said, looking a Whitebeard. Ha 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 ha, Gaki. But this is meaningless before me. Whitebeard said with a wide grin. One quake to break the world. Whitebeard shouted as the air cracked forcefully, tearing the reality marble apart. Ha 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 ha, is that all you got? Whitebeard shouted, standing straight. TSK. Whitebeard. Let me show you what else I have then. Ray shouted as fire started to flicker on his body. What? How does he have fire? Whitebeard's crew shouted, seeing this. Oh, you're kidding, more powers. Marco said, eyes wide open, pupil shrinking in shock. Hey Whitebeard. I'll show you my full power now. Ray shouted as he integrated all of his powers together. His wings lit up with icy blue flames, which was the result of his ice and fire demon powers. He had taken inspiration from Eve's description of the bone-chilling flames to do this, while his 8 inner gates aura increased to the 5th gate, causing an azure aura to glow brighter than every 6-layered grand calamity, extinction. Ray shouted as 6 pairs of his ice-fire wings turned into 6 colossal javelins pointing at Whitebeard from 6 different angles, while 6 magic circles appeared beneath them, each radiating with neon blue, neon red, and gold. Go! Ray shouted as the javelins struck down. Ha 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 ha. I'll show you why I'm called the strongest. Break! Whitebeard shouted as cleaved his bicento upwards, coated with his fruit. This conqueror's hockey drummed as it reinforced his attack, causing Ray's 6-layered grand calamity to be bisected into 2 parts, missing the ships. You're kidding. Ray said, eyes wide, watching the person who is called the strongest destroy his strongest attack like nothing. Ray fell as he ran out of stamina. Ray! Shanks shouted as he caught him. Ha ha ha, thanks Shanks. Ha yeah, Whitebeard really is a monster. Ray said, tired, looking up at the tall body of the world's strongest man. Ray knew this world was so much stronger than the Boku no Hero world. This man was a milestone he had to pass. Kohahahaha. Whitebeard laughed. Oh Igaki, I'll admit you have the power to sit in front of me. Whitebeard said with a wide smile. Ha 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 ha. With your capabilities, I can say you are close to being the 5th emperor of this sea. Whitebeard's voice rang out before he sat down, with his body deteriorating faster. Oh Yaji. Marco shouted, running to help Whitebeard. Oi Whitebeard. Want me to heal you? Ray asked, as he didn't want this legendary man of this world to go before he surpassed him. Ha 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 ha, can you even do that? My problems come with age, ha 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 ha. Whitebeard laughed. I can, but the most I can do is help you improve your body condition so it doesn't deteriorate as fast. Should give you a few years more. Ray said, deciding to try heal Whitebeard. Tracing out Avalon, golden lights flew as the sheath was created into the world. Walking up to Whitebeard, the sheath started to release a neon blue line, entering Whitebeard's body as the wounds started to heal. Ha 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 ha, Gaki, you really are fully of secrets, aren't you? Whitebeard said with a roaring laugh. Oi Gaki, would you like to join my crew as one of my sons? Whitebeard asked. Oi Shirahige. I asked Ray to join my crew first. Shanks said in a joking manner. Urusai, shut up, red hair. Whitebeard said with a side glance. Ha ha ha, thanks but no thanks. I want to conquer this world in my name and not under someone else's. Ray said with a shake of his head. Kohahaha. Then it is truly a waste to not have you in my family. Whitebeard said with a laugh. Hey, if you need me just give me a shout, I'll come. I have a feeling that you might need me soon. Ray said, hinting towards the war. I'll see. Whitebeard said. Now, Whitebeard, I believe I have said everything I want about Teach and Ace, so I'll take Ray and leave now. Shanks said, helping Ray up. Kohahaha. Go on. Whitebeard said, drinking his wine. Back on Shanks' ship. Fuck. Ray said, hitting the railing. Don't worry, Ray, that was the man who was mid-sovereign combat grade in his prime. Right now you're world grade, but you're not far from him. Eve encouraged him. Sigh. I know, but it's just frustrating how wide the gap was. Ray though. Ray. Shanks said, leaning on the railings next to him. You did good fighting the strongest men to that extent. Thanks, Shanks, it's just frustrating how he destroyed my strongest easily. Ray said with a tired sigh. Mama, Ray, don't worry, the taste of defeat makes a man whole. With this you know the sour feeling of defeat. Now use this feeling to fuel your training to become stronger. Shanks said with his hand on Ray's shoulder. Ha 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 ha, I guess you're right. Ray said with a shallow laugh. You'do right then, I have the strongest men in the world to surpass. Ray said, standing up with determination to surpass Whitebeard. Ha 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 ha, that's the spirit. Party? Shanks asked with a smile. Heh, sure. Ray replied. Now guys, let's party. Shanks shouted out. Yee. Ha ha ha, Ray, they're really hyper, aren't they? Taking the chance to party anytime and every time. Indeed. Ray thought before joining the party. Chapter 30, Monkey D. Luffy. Ha, morning Eve. Ray said as he woke up. It has been a month since his defeat with Whitebeard. Right now he was waiting for the news of Ace's capture and Blackbeard being called the new warlord. Hi morning, Eve replied. Walking out to the deck he could see the crew awake but serious. What's up, Shanks? Ray asked Shanks, whose face was serious. Ray, you. Shanks slowly said. Are you okay? What's with this atmosphere? Ray said, looking around. Got a bounty. Ha 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 ha. Shanks laughed out suddenly. Ha 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 ha, your bounty is already higher than some of the crew, ha 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 ha. Shanks said, pointing at the crew behind him. Oh, that it? Ray deadpanned, straight face. I thought it was something serious. Ray said while stretching his body a bit. Ha ha ha, here, take a look. Shanks said, handing him a poster. Wanted, White Archer. Bounty, 700 million. Unknown member seen on Red Hair Shanks' ship. Can destroy fleets easily. Ho ho, 700 million is quite the high number. Ray said, looking at his poster. Ha 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 ha, indeed. Shanks laughed before his attention is taken by a bird dropping some newspaper. Fire Fist Ace captured by Blackbeard. Execution in Marineford. Blackbeard is the new warlord. 3 of these titles showed up. So it's too late. Shanks muttered, reading on how Blackbeard had beat Ace and took him to the Marines. So Shanks, what are you going to do now? Ray thought with plans of his own. I don't want to fight, but it seems like Whitebeard might go to war with the Marines for Ace. Shanks sighed. Shanks, you sound like you know Ace. Yeah, he is the brother of a kid named Luffy. Ha 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 ha, he was a funny kid shouting out about his dream of being a pirate king. But in him I saw the fire to get it done. Shanks said, reminiscing about the past. I see, welp, I want to see the kid that you recognize as a candidate for being the pirate king. Ray said with a smile. What do you mean? Shanks questioned. I'ma go meet him. Ray says as he summons out Tengaku. Bankai, Nanatsu no Tengaku. Ray said as light emerging from his body creating 14 golden wings. Hey Shanks, if Whitebeard calls tell him I'll see him at the Marine headquarters, okay? Thanks for the trip these months, Shanks. I don't know how to repay you, so when you see me again give me a shout and I'll come. Ray said, turning to Shanks. Ha 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 ha, don't worry Ray. Just be careful out there. Shanks laughed. Of course, hey guys. I'll see you soon. Ray shouted as he took off into a golden light. Eve, you ready to meet the protagonist of One Piece? Ray asked. Ha ha ha, about time. Say Ray, you gonna save Ace as well? If you do then Luffy might lose his motivation in training for 2 years. Eve said with careful consideration. True, although it may be bad for Luffy, I think I'll let him see Ace get punched before I go heal Ace. Enough to keep him alive but not enough to make him wake up. Ray said, thinking up of his plan. Now let's go to the marine ship to find Hancock and Luffy before they goes to Impel Down. Ray said towards Eve. High location is on the map now. Eve said, displaying the map in Ray's vision. Ha ha ha, let's go. Ray said, increasing his flight speed, causing a streak of gold to be seen by many pirates. Luffy, Hancock said as she watched Luffy eat the titan amount of food. Her face became serious as she felt someone come into her hockey range at a very fast speed as well. Luffy say, hidden for a second. Hancock said as she excited the room. Everyone, there is a person approaching at a fast speed. She says while stepping onto the deck. Hi. The Marines shouted while Momonga looks at the incoming speck of light. As Ray closed and he could see the Marines on guard about him. Releasing his hockey, he knocked out all of them including Momonga so that he can talk to Hancock. Who are you? Hancock said, serious as she saw him knocking everyone out with such a strong hockey. I'm Ray and I'm here for Monkey D. Luffy. Ray said, looking at her. Who are you on about? Hancock lied. Don't lie, I know you have him in your room. Ray said, landing on the deck. Looking closer, Hancock could see a teen/young adult, with white hair, piercing red eyes and a lean body shape clad with small amounts of white and gold armor. On his back was 14 golden wings. Ray walked towards Hancock's room. Slave arrow. Hancock said, using her devil fruit on Ray. Ice shot up behind Ray, protecting him as he said. Useless. Oi Luffy. Ray shouted into the room. Opening the door, Luffy's head stuck out. Who are you? Luffy asked, confused. Ah. Luffy, careful. Hancock said, watching Luffy's confused expression. I'm Ray, I'm a friend of Shanks and he was worried about you. Ray said, undoing his bankai to show his real appearance. Haha, you know Shanks. How is he? Luffy asked, eager. Hearing this, Hancock decided to let them talk. He's fine, just partying a lot. By the way, I'll be helping you save Ace. Ray said to Luffy as his eyes shone with glee. Thank you. Luffy said before Hancock cut in. You're White Archer. Seen on Shanks' ship with a bounty 700 million and can destroy a fleet easily. Era. You know me. I'm flattered. Ray said as he smiled. Hancock, just say that you beat me away, I'll be hiding below and behind the ship. Luffy, I'll see you inside, okay? Ray said while destroying any snails around the ship. But aren't you a fruit eater? The sea will drown you. Luffy asked. Ha ha ha, don't worry, I'm a bit special. The sea won't do anything to me. Ray laughed as jumped into the sea. The Sea Kings had tried to attack him only to be warned off by his hockey. It wasn't hard for Ray to enter as all he needed to do was wait for Luffy to be discovered before heading in. The guards had tried to attack him but his Conqueror's hockey was enough to knock them out. Using his observation hockey, Ray managed to avoid Magellan and find Luffy in level 1 with Buggy. Walking over, he sees Luffy and Buggy running away from the Blue Gory. Oi Luffy. Ray called out as traced several blades sending them forward to kill the Blue Gory. Ray. Luffy shouted. Haha, come on Luffy. Aces is probably lower down. Ray said as he walked. Oi, who are you? Buggy said, staring at Ray. Just a friend of Shanks helping Luffy out. Ray cayes back. Ray was confused as he couldn't hear a response. Turning around, he could see Luffy and Buggy falling towards the Crimson Hell. The fuck? Ray said as was surprised at how fast they fell to the Crimson Hell. Ha 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 ha. Ray, they managed to ignore you and fell to the floor below. Eve laughed at the stupidity. Ha-ia fuck sake. Ray thought as he jumped down following the duo. Chapter 31, Impel Down Part 1. Jumping down, Ray could see a red forest where the grass and the leaves are like blades. Using his hockey, Ray was able to step on the grass easily. Oi Luffy, don't go ahead without me, Ray said looking at the duo. Ha ha ha, sorry. Luffy laughed, whist holding onto Buggy to avoid the blades. Ha ha ha, forget it, the hole to level 2 should be in the middle, Ray said activating his Bankai. Nanatsu no Tengaku. 14 wings unfurled themselves behind Ray as armor started to appear on his body. Luffy, Buggy, grab on. I'll take you there, Ray said extending his hand out. Grabbing the hand, Ray flew towards the hole and went straight down to the second layer. Whilst flying, Ray had a thought and decided to tell Luffy that he won't be joining for the next part. Luffy, I need search for someone lower down in the floors quickly, so you and Buggy go ahead, okay? Ray said looking back at Luffy and Buggy. Eh? I thought you were coming to help Ace, Luffy asked looking at Ray. I am, just that I need to sort out something that's on my mind quickly in a different part of the prison, Ray explained as they approached Layer 2. Well, see you soon then, Ray, Luffy said as he took off with Buggy. Now let's take out the trash of Layer 6, shall we? So Blackbeard comes for nothing, Ray said towards Eve. Yeah. Or better yet, kill the more powerful criminals and leave some of the weaker ones for Blackbeard. Ha 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 ha, he'll only have weaker criminals for crewmates, Eve schemed. Ha 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 ha, that'll be grand, Ray said as he flew off in blinding speed to the lower floors. Passing the third layer, he could feel the temperature rise exponentially as he could see people starving as he flew past. Summoning a thin layer of ice on his body, Ray continued onto the fourth layer. The surroundings tall with flames as the room was dyed in red. Oh, this layer really is hotter than I thought, Ray said as he flew further. Aha. This layer isn't called the fiery hell for nothing, Eve agreed. Hey Eve, I think I have an idea to incorporate the Fur Demon Slayer and Unlimited Blade Works together now, Ray said as he approached the exit down to the 5th level. Oh nice, now you have both fire and ice versions of the Unlimited Blade Works. We should get you a 5th power soon after this war, Eve suggested. Indeed I should, Ray said while flying down to the 5th layer. Landing, Ray looked around to see a constant expanse of snow. Wolves started to gather as they surrounded him. Oi small fry, you want to fight me in snow and ice? Ray asked as he looked at them ice cold. The wolves ignored as they growled at him. Then die, Ray said as ice spears erupted everywhere around him, piercing all of the wolves around him, dyeing the white landscape crimson. Ito, Ray, we should hurry down before Hancock and Magellan go to see Ace, Eve said as Ray approached the 6th layer. Sure thing, Ray said dropping down into the 6th layer. Sate, well, which one shall I kill first? Ray said with a bloodthirsty smile at the criminals on the 6th layer. Snapping his fingers, 3 swords appeared as he aimed it towards the 3 future members of Blackbeard's crew in level 6. Now then, 3 for appetizers, Ray said as he sent the blades out. Flashing with neon blue lights, the 3 blades pierced into the members, pinning them to the wall. Kuah. They all shouted as the blades stabbed their bodies. Oh hiya. Such tenacity, Ray said as he looked at the 3. Stamping down, he created 3 crimson spears. Mama, I'll let you experience this, Gibalg, Ray said as the spear destroyed their hearts. Kahaha. I think this will be enough for now, Ray said as he felt Hancock and Magellan coming closer. Ja-ne, see ya, Ray said as he disappeared from where he stood, leaving a mental trauma on the prisoners. Na-ne, Ray, why did you do that? Eve asked, wondering about Ray's psychotic display. Well, if I left a mental image on them, they would want to fight to get out even more. Fight harder, so Blackbeard will still think they're capable and take them, ha 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 ha. Ray laughed, imagining Blackbeard picking mentally broken crewmates. PFT, that would be funny, making him think he got capable men. His reaction will be priceless. Eve laughed. Exactly, now let's wait in Layer 5 for Luffy. Back at Layer 5, Ray leaned on a tree branch as he thought about his next power. Say Eve, how many system points do I have now? Ito, you now have around 2.7 million points. How? When? Why? Ray shouted in surprise. Last time when he checked he only had 23,300 system points. Remember the world-class beast you killed that all for one turned into? That gave you around 1 million points. Reaching the apex of Boku no Hero World gave you around 1.5 million points. And finally the training and fighting accumulated over the years gave you 200k worth of points. Eve explained looking at the points log. Holy shit, doesn't that mean I should kill stronger people and conquer more worlds? Exactly. That's why you are encouraged to reach the apex of worlds. Well damn. That means I have enough for world-ranked abilities. Ray thought in wonder. Also with you gaining the Origin Devil Bloodline, you unlock the Bloodline shop. So you can also buy Bloodlines now. Seriously. Ray thought about the Bloodlines in animes and other sources. Right now the system is compiling all of the Bloodlines available. You want to see them? Show me them later when the system finishes compiling them. Luffy's coming over now. Ray said looking towards Luffy and Bon who entered the forest near where he killed the wolves. Watching them he saw the duo pass out before the Okama people come out to bring them away. Here we go. Ray said as he silently followed them into Layer 5.5 Nukama Land. Arriving at Nukama Land he could see men dress in woman garments everywhere. Okay, holy shit, this is worse than seeing it in an anime. Ray said freaked out by this layer. Era young man, welcome to Nukama Land. A Okama person said almost touching Ray up. Oh my god. Ray shouted jumping backwards. Ray, let's get out of here. Eve said quickly. Nani, look at you, that body, that face and that skin, aren't you perfect to become an Okama? A tall man in women's stockings and underwear said. Don't you fucking dare touch me. Ray warned, slightly shocked at what he sees. God damn, seeing people in the screen and experiencing it are two very fucking different things. Ray said to Eve. Everyone, we have the perfect Okama in the making here, let's help him awaken. A person shouted, drawing all of their attention to Ray. Oh shit. Ray said, guarding himself as he couldn't kill them since they were essential. Using ice he could only freeze the people attacking him. Even so he could only hold back since he didn't want to harm them too much. 10 hours went by with Ray fighting every second of it. Ray panted heavily, still on guard. The Okama people took turns fighting and eating. This human wave tactic proved beneficial in increasing Ray's combat ability by him holding back while he defends. Eyes bloodshot, Ray sees Bon waking up. Oh my god, finally. He said, regretting that he entered since they locked the place down. Now that Bon's woken up, Ray would be able to go see Luffy's treatment with Bon and Ivanko. The stage changes as a man with a head bigger than his torso shows up. Supporting lavender hair, arrow-shaped jaw, a pink V-shaped bikini with fishnet stocking. Ivanko enters the stage. Taking the chance that everyone is distracted, Ray jumps onto a roof beam and watches, catching his breath. Ha-oh-h-h-a-a-a-m-y-h-a-a-a-g-a-w-d. Ray said between pants. Nene, Ray, so I've been thinking. If these guys want to be female, then why doesn't Ivanko use his Emporio female hormones to turn everyone into a woman? True. Ray thought while he saw Ivanko turn a guy into a woman. Oya. White hair boya, such a perfect specimen for us. Ivanko said, looking at Ray. Ray's danger instincts kicked in as he dodged to the right, missing Ivanko as he shouted. Emporio female hormones. I swear to God, if you turn me into a woman with that, I will kill you in your sleep. Ray shouted, sweating at that close call. Chapter 32, Impel Down Part 2. Ray managed to get some rest as Ivanko took them towards Luffy's treatment area. Hey Eve, has the system finished compiling the bloodlines? Ray asked, excited about a new power. Hi, displaying affordable bloodlines, so not all of them okay. Bloodlines world grade. Uzumaki. Zeus. Zeref. Alucard / Dracula. GOL.D Roger. Are these all the ones I can afford? Yep. However, 2 of these bloodlines have been added here because this will be your first world-grade ability. Sate, Eve, can you explain advantages of them? Hi, it's on system menu now. Uzumaki, large chakra, sealing talent, chakra chains. Zeus, lighting control, longer lifespan. Zerif, ability to use any magic, immortality warning, power will lose control often unless user disregards all life. Alucard/Dracula, true immortality, intangibility, blood control, dead army, absorb souls, turn body to mist, gravity manipulation, more to be seen. Warning, user must absorb blood every few years or user will enter hibernation for 20 to 30 years. Powers are weakened, which will increase as host increases in power. GOLD Roger, maximum talent in hockey, see king manipulation. Eve, isn't Alucard's bloodline too powerful? Ray asked in shock, seeing the benefits of the Alucard bloodline. Yep. It's a half-step sovereign bloodline after all. It was on the high end of the world rank, so the system decided to include it as an option for your first world ability, Lucky Ray. Eve explained. Then of course I'll pick the Alucard bloodline. Ray said, wondering why the system still gave him choices even though Alucard was the most beneficial one that Ray could see. Hi, the process of integration should take till the end of Luffy's treatment. But Ray, I'll warn you, while you may be immortal you can still be sealed away. Eve warned sternly. Nodding, Ray took the warning to heart. Oi Ivanko, I'll be refining me body a bit, is there another room like Luffy's? Ray asked, looking at the Okama Queen. Of course, it is just on Veith's side over Veithi. Ivanko said, pointing at a door. Thanks, also lock it as heavy as you can. Ray said, stepping into the room. Okay. Ivanko said, nodding, wondering why he would need to lock it as heavy as he could. Eve, you ready? Ray said, sitting down. Hi, anytime, remember try not to pass out for maximum effects. Eve said, about to integrate the bloodline. Yeah, now go ahead. Ray said, preparing for the bloodline. Aerg. He screamed out as it felt like all his blood vessels were just torn out of his body. His skin ripped as red lines traced all of his veins while his eyes became bloodshot. Oi Ray, if you're integrating with a bloodline you could have told me. I was woken up with such a nasty surprise. Lucifer called out from Ray's mind. Not AG, the AHG time. Ray shouted, body twisting in pain. Fine, here, this should help dull the pain a little. Lucifer said, snapping his fingers, which helped Ray dull his pain receptors before going back to sleep. Aerg. However, even if it was dulled it still hurt like lava poured in Ray's veins. He started to thrash around the area hoping to distract himself to no avail. Aerg. Ray continued to shout as the bloodline integrated into him. As it was a bloodline and not a skill-turned bloodline like Lucifer was, Ray didn't gain a mentor to help him explore the bloodline. Time ticked by as both Luffy's and Ray's screams continued as the observers became unnerved as they could hear Ray hitting the room, causing heaving banging sounds to echo. As the time hit 20 hours into Luffy's treatment, all fell silent as blood poured from Luffy's cell. Luffy. Bon said, on the verge of tears, thinking that Luffy's dead. Don't worry. Luffy's not dead yet. Ray suddenly said behind Bon, who in turn was shocked at how Ray appeared behind him without sound. V, what? How did he get out from the room? V, the door is still locked. Ivanko thought, looking at Ray in shock. Food. Luffy shouted out from his room. And there we go. Ray said with a smile before walking off into a corner. Eve, so this is Alucard's bloodline. I know currently I have true immortality, weakened regeneration, slight increase in body power, intangibility/turn to mist and weakened blood manipulation. Ray thought, moving his body around to get used to it. Yep. The rest will be unlocked as you get stronger. Eve replied. But damn, watching Luffy eat all this is both amazing and fucking disturbing. Ray said, looking at the meat 3 times the size of a car disappear inside Luffy's room. Indeed, Ray, you also need to absorb some blood soon. Eve said, cautioning Ray. Yep, but not now, no way in hell am I going to drink the blood of an Okama. Ray said, shivering. Luffy's back. Ray thought, approaching Luffy. Oi Luffy, you okay now? Ray asked. Ray. Yep, we need to go save Ace, he's still below us. Luffy said, showing the Vivre card. Naiva-chan, are you going to escape as well? Bon-chan was looking to save you. Luffy said towards Ivanko. No, not yet. That man has yet to move, the commander of the revolutionaries, one of the most wanted people in the world, VMY companion, Dragon. Ivanko said, revealing Dragon's name. My dad then. Luffy said, hearing about Dragon. Ha 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 ha, Luffy can't tell the atmosphere as always. Ray thought as he wondered about whose blood he should take. Ito Eve. You don't mind if I suck the blood of Chief Guard Suddy, right? Ray asked, since he really didn't want to drink some old man's blood by the neck. Fine, I don't want you to suckle on the neck of some fucked up looking dude from desperation. Eve said, knowing that Ray needed to drink blood. Thanks, Eve. Ray smiled as he tried to curb his urge until they saw Suddy. Right, Ray, let's go to save Ace. Luffy shouted towards Ray. Hi, I'm coming now. Ray said, jogging after Luffy. It was easy entering level 6, with the 4 of them. Ray, Luffy, Ivanko, and Inazuma. Akaxe. Luffy shouts out as he enters level 6. Luffy, I believe Ace had already been taken away from here. Ray said, walking towards the cell which held Ace. See, Ace isn't here. Ray said, turning back to Luffy. They took him through the elevator, go quickly. Jinbe said, seeing how Luffy fits the description Ace gave about Luffy. Thanks. Luffy shouted before running to the elevator, only to be held back by Ray. Ray, what are you doing? We need to go save Ace. Luffy said, struggling. Luffy, do you think they can't see us? There are camera snails everywhere, and the moment you enter that lift they can kill you easily. Ray said, looking at Luffy seriously. We will need to climb back up to the top of the prison manually. Ray pointed towards the exit. Fine, let's go quickly. Luffy said, about to run. Take me with you in that case, I want to save Ace-kun too. And I will gladly die to save him. Jinbe suddenly called out. Warlord Jinbe. Ivanko said, looking at Jinbe. Luffy, you should take him. He will be a great help to save Ace. Ray said. I'll wait for you at the entrance level 6, okay? Ray said whilst walking off. Fucking hell. Ray said as he felt an increase in urge to drink blood. We'll need to hurry, Ray, since this will be your first drink of blood. Eve said as Ray walked to the entrance of level 6. Yeah, Luffy should be here soon. God damn, I almost went for his blood then. Ray said, shaking his head. Soon steps could be heard as they arrived. Alright, come on, let's get out of here. Ray said as he stood up. 6 will need to gather the people at Nukama Land first. Ivanko said with Inazuma nodding. Fine then, me, Luffy, Jinbe and whoever the fuck this guy is will go to level 4 first. Ray said, pointing at Crocodile. Guys, grab onto me, I'll bring you guys there quickly. Ray called out, preparing to leave. Luffy then stretched his arms around Ray while Crocodile and Jinbe grab onto Luffy. Pumping energy into his legs, neon blue circuits appeared as he dashed off with a resounding bang. Grab on tight. He shouted, sprinting while Luffy was shouting out in surprise. It didn't take long for them to arrive back on level 4. Seeing Suddy Ray though. Mealtime. Luffy, go ahead with Jinbe and this guy. I'll take care of this chick. Ray said, stopping. Sure. Be careful, okay? Luffy said, continuing to run. Sate, young lady, care to show me your neck? Ray said with a wide smile, showing his fangs. You shall call me mistress, you trash. She said while she sent her whip towards Ray. Ha 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 ha, feisty. Ray said as he turned into mist. Hockey wouldn't work on him since this isn't a Logia fruit. But he also can't attack in this state until he increases his strength and control of the bloodline. What the hell? Suddy said, watching Ray turn to mist and drift towards her. She had used hockey, but it didn't work. Why won't Haki work? She shouted as she tried to hit him repeatedly with hockey. Ha 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 ha, I'll dig in now. Ray said, flashing at full speed behind Suddy and bit down into her neck. Arg. She shouted, feeling her blood being drained. She tries to claw at Ray's face only for her arms to held by his while he drained her. It wasn't long until she stopped moving and died. "Aw, that was the shit," Ray said, wiping his mouth. "Glad I didn't stay near Luffy or I would have killed him," Ray thought. "Indeed, the first feeding would be the biggest one you have, but from now on it should be more controlled." Eve explained. "That's good then. Now let's go join the war," Ray said as he ran towards where Luffy would be. Chapter 33, Uncrowned Emperor. Running towards Luffy, Eve spoke up. "Ray, you know that if you leave her there she's probably gonna become a ghoul, right?" "Yeah, I know, but having a ghoul cause some mayhem in Impel Down will give me some extra souls of the inmates captured," Ray said, sprinting towards Luffy. Indeed, most of them were real trash of people anyways," Eve agreed. However, Ray suddenly paused. A wide smile appeared as he found Magellan closing in on him. "Ha ha 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 ha, Magellan, let's have a quick fight, shall we?" Ray said, turning around. "White Archer, I've no time for you." "Hydra!" Magellan shouted, forming a poison hydra. 3 purple dragon heads shot towards him, each from a different angle. "Kohahaha, these little things won't work, Magellan," Ray said, snapping his fingers and extending his frost domain, causing the hydras to freeze midair. "What?" Magellan said, eyes wide open. I need to go, but I'll give you a hint to save this prison." "You should be worried about Suddy-chan, ha 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 ha," Ray said as he turned into mist flowing through the walls and into the sea. Let's tell Luffy that I'll go ahead first," Ray thought, flying towards Luffy. Landing next to Luffy, Ray said, "Luffy, I'll go ahead to save Ace, okay?" "Ah, Ray." "Yes, please hurry," Luffy replied, hoping that Ray would reach Ace quickly. "Ha ha ha, of course," Ray said as he turned back into mist and flew towards the Gate of Justice. "Hey Eve, what you say about me showing the world a flashy entrance?" Ray asked with a toothy grin as he passed the Gate of Justice easily. "Ha ha ha, that will be great. Their face seeing you with multiple powers will never get old," Eve replied, laughing. "Kohahaha, indeed," Ray said as he approached Marineford. He could see the crescent-shaped island with the army of marines preparing for war, the 50 battleships standing guard, the 7 warlords and the important figures of the marine. Suppressing his presence as much as he could, thanks to Alucard's bloodline, Ray sat on the roof of the tallest building in Marineford, looking over to the great ocean. "Well damn, this view really is quite beautiful, won't you say, Eve?" Ray said, marveling at the view. "Yeah, it's a shame as trash like the world government or celestial dragons are running the place," Eve said, enjoying the view. "Say Eve, what you say about cleaning them up? Forget One Piece and the whatnot, let's clear up the world government and the marines. People like Garp or Akiji can run it well enough," Ray said, thinking about his goal for this world. "Yet we should also clean up some of the more powerful trashy pirates like Big Mom or Kaido," Eve suggested as Ray thought it over. "Yet once we do that we should be at the apex of this world," Ray said, watching the sea, waiting for the Whitebeard Alliance. "Say Eve, I just realized, but aren't I supposed to be allergic to the sun with Alucard's bloodline?" Ray asked. "You forget about your origin demon bloodline. It suppressed the allergy to the sun, so you're fine," Eve said. I suppose," Ray said, shrugging. Looking into the distance, Ray could see the shadows of the Whitebeard Alliance appearing one by one. The sirens screamed as the marines prepare for war. Continuing as a spectator, Ray could see Whitebeard create 2 tsunamis with his fruit powers towering over Marineford. "Ice Age!" Akiji, one of the 3 admirals, shouted as he froze over the ocean and the tsunami. Whistle. "Well, I'll be damned, this shit is impressive when you see it in person," Ray said as he stood up. Sate, let's go meet Whitebeard again," Ray said to Eve as he jumped down, catching everyone's attention. "Where did he come from?" Garp said, looking at Ray. "How was he here? We couldn't even detect him." Sengoku thought, face decorated with a serious frown. Landing next to Whitebeard, Ray looked up and said, "Yo Whitebeard, mind if I thin out the marines a bit?" he asked with a grin. "Gururahaha, kid, be my guest, ha ha ha." Whitebeard laughed as he watched Ray. "Ha ha ha, then tell your sons to step back while I do my thing," Ray said. Jumping down, Ray looked over at Akiji and shouted, "Oi Akiji." I'll borrow your ice for a second. Hold on, what does he mean by borrow? Akiji said before his eyes widened at the sight of Rei crouching down and colossal ice spears shot out killing Marines everywhere. How does he have ice abilities? Sengoku shouted watching Rei herd the Marines. Standing back up, Rei traced his bow as he prepared to use his favorite ability to thin out armies. With my bow and arrows, I respectfully ask for the divine protection of the sun god Apollo and the moon goddess Artemis. Rei said, gathering energy for 6 azure arrows. Seeing this, Sengoku's eyes widened in horror as he thought about what's going to happen. Spread out quickly. He shouted in hopes of less casualties. Unfortunately, the Marines were too occupied with the spears to focus on Sengoku. Seeing that the Marines are pretty much gathered, Rei pulled the string back as far as he could while he said, I offer thee this calamity, Phoebus catastrophe. Letting loose the arrows, 6 neon lights flashed as it separated into a barrage of 600 arrows. Countless screams echoed as the arrows reaped the lives of the Marines. Jumping back onto the Moby Dick, Rei retracted the bow and ice. As the ice retreated, the world was shown with the slaughter of Marine soldiers. Impossible. No way. What a monster. Whispers rang out within the army of Marines as they witnessed the massacre of soldiers. Some even kneeled in defeat seeing this. Gururarahaha, oi kid, how did you use Ice Boy's ability against him? Whitebeard asked looking at Rei. Hahaha, well, my ability is fundamentally different from his, I just used his ice as a catalyst for me to use my powers. Rei explained to Whitebeard. Sitting down, Rei watched the war progress as Kizaru also joined in trying to attack him and Whitebeard only to be stopped by Marco. Hahaha, you know what, Whitebeard? I'ma go fight for a while, sitting around isn't for me. Rei said standing up. Gururara, so you're joining the war already? Whitebeard said looking at Rei. Of course, Bankai. Rei shouted as a light descended onto him causing everyone to look over towards him. Nanatsu no Tengaku. Tima nai Chinakawaki. Rei shouted as the light parted to show his form. 14 golden wings spread out as he flew into the air. 5 pairs of wings separated into 5 blades. 5 layered calamity. Rei said as the blades grew in size. Pointing the swords downwards, people started to look in worry. Ice Dome. Akiji shouted, creating a makeshift defense against Rei. Useless, now begone. Rei shouted as the swords dropped down causing huge explosions which shook the whole island. The dust cleared showing the broken dome with Akiji panting heavily encased in ice. There were no blood, only ash, corpses were never whole as they were scattered around Akiji. Hey Yuu, you're pretty dangerous, aren't you? Kizaru said as he appeared behind Rei. Ha ha ha, thanks for the compliment. Rei said turning into mist making Kizaru's attack fail. Oh hiya. Kizaru said in shock as even infused with haki he couldn't hit Rei. Oi, Kizaru. Take a break won't you? Rei said as he reformed behind Kizaru kicking him with haki forcing him crashing down into Marineford. Now then, let's make it even better, Rei said while he slowly glided down. Oi pirates, watch yourselves. Rei said as he snapped his fingers, causing neon blue lighting to spark everywhere as swords begin to form. Like a commander, Rei brought his hand down signaling the attack. Streaks upon streaks of neon lights covered the air as the swords cut down onto the cluster of people below his. Isn't this too ridiculous? Vice Admiral said watching the slaughter. We underestimated the white archer too much. They said with slight amounts of fear. His strength is no less than the 4 emperors of the sea. Sengoku said as Garp looked at Rei seriously. He is the uncrowned emperor. Chapter 34, Marineford War Part 1. Watching Rei slaughter the Marines made Akainu's face frown. Standing up, he turned a portion of his body into magma. Pointing his arms upwards, Akainu shot off multiple projectiles that headed towards Rei. Ha 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 ha, oi red dog, getting a bit hasty are we? Rei called out seeing the magma approach him. Ha 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 ha, red dog, let me show you that magma isn't everything. Rei shouted as royal purple flames burst into life coating his wings. Turning 4 wings into 4 flaming javelins, Rei aimed them upwards shooting off into a streak of purple. As the javelins collided with the magma, it started to burn the magma slowly reducing it to ash. What? Akainu stood shocked as his prized fruit ability was shown useless against Rei's purple fire. How many abilities does he have? Isn't this too much? Marines whispered as their wills crumbled. Sate, red dog, can your magma beat the fire of a demon? Rei said, trying to weaken Akainu's will. Tisk. Akainu clicked his tongue in annoyance before sitting down again. Party pooper. Rei said before looking around only to see the 7 warlords fighting their fair share of fights. What shall I do now? Rei slowly flew upwards watching the fight. However, before he could even think about the question, he had to block Garp's incoming attack. Boy, pay for the lives of the Marines. He shouted, causing Rei to be hit backwards, crashing. Tisk forgot about Garp. Rei said, standing back up. Readying the longsword form of Tima, Rei launched towards the Marine hero Garp. Oi, Marine hero! Show me how strong you are! Rei shouted as Tima collided with Garp's hockey-coated fist. Sparks flashed as Garp quickly punched forward with his other fist. Quickly turning his body to mist, Rei tried to avoid the punch. However, it came as a shock to him as Garp's level in hockey had allowed him to hit anything he wants, even Rei in his mist form, which wasn't a Logia fruit ability. Being forced backwards once more, Rei spits out a mouthful of blood at the punch. Fucking hell, how can he hit me? Rei said as his regeneration did its job healing him. Just like observation hockey, armament hockey has a higher level too. This case being Garp able to hit anything he wants, even a non-Logia fruit ability like your mist form. So be careful, Rei, because right now in this war I believe only Garp is able to hit you. Eve warned as Rei recovered. Thanks for the warning, Eve. Rei said, increasing his pace towards Garp. Now let me get some payback. Rei said, disappearing into a blur. Garp had also disappeared like Rei, only for them to collide in the middle, causing the surrounding ice to crack and break. Rei transformed 4 of his wings to 2 swords, helping him in combat. Flashes of gold appeared as Garp jumped back to avoid the swords. Pumping magic into his body, he reinforced it for him to become faster, turning into a golden blur chasing after Garp. Hi-ya! Rei shouted, causing a azure sword energy to rip the ice as it approached Garp. Grabbing the energy, Garp spun around, returning the attack back to Rei. Dodging to the left, Rei had a battle frenzy smile. GARP! Rei shouted as he sent ice spears and swords towards him, only to see Garp easily punch all of them, turning them to smithereens. Kohahaha, Garp, you really are the man who has cornered Gold Roger multiple times. Even as a old-timer, your power is ridiculous. Rei said as he ran towards Garp once again. Tracing several swords in the air, multiple flashes of neon energy appeared as the swords shot towards Garp. Garp pulled a fist behind him as a black and red aura appeared on his fist. Punching forward, huge shockwaves erupted in succession as they tore the swords apart. Oigaki, petty trickery won't work on me. Garp said with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Indeed. Rei said as he traced out a new sword. Holy light erupted outwards as a sword slowly materialized in Rei's hand. Decorated with blue and gold, Excalibur was brought into the One Piece world. Feeling his sword quiver, Mihawk looked over to see Rei holding the holy sword in his hands. That sword, it is beyond the 12 supreme grade swords. Mihawk said, staring at Rei's sword. But it is lacking something. He continued, not bothering about his surroundings as he cut down more pirates. Ha ha ha, Garp, you should feel honored. This is the first time I will use this sword. Rei said, pointing Excalibur at Garp. Now are you ready? Rei said, wielding Tima in one hand and Excalibur in another. Turning all of his wings into swords, Rei had 7 golden swords float around him as they pointed at Garp. HN anytime, brat. Garp said, coating his fists in dark red hockey. Rei shot off towards Garp as 7 swords attacked in synchronization, causing a dance of golden energy to appear. Pushing his observation hockey to the limit, Garp avoided and parried these swords while Rei swung down with his twin blades. Crashing into the hockey-coated arms of Garp, the force created caused everyone in the radius of 20 meters to be pushed back. Bringing Excalibur above his head, Rei swung the sword down while he made Tima cut towards the left. Feeling the danger, Garp retreated in time to hear Rei shout. Excalibur. A golden energy erupted from the sword, causing a deep ravine to appear where Garp stood. Oh hiya. You managed to dodge at the last second. I'm surprised. Ray said with a grin as he stood in a combat stance. Just as they were about to fight again. Akaxii. They suddenly heard. Looking up they could see Luffy and the guys from Impel Down falling. Garp looked on with his mouth wide open in shock. Ha ha ha, Garp will carry this on later. Ray said, turning into a golden light as he flew towards Luffy and the group. Hold on. Garp said, trying to chase after Ray, but he was too late as Ray was already beyond his reach. Che. Garp said as he walked back to where Ace's anger and sat back down. Garp. It's your family again. Sengoku said with a vein on his head at how Garp's grandson Luffy had crashed down onto the battlefield. Ha 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 ha, Luffy, you're finally here. Ray said, landing next to Luffy. Yeah, and it's time to save Ace. Luffy said, looking at Ace's platform. Emporio female hormone. Ivanko shouted suddenly. Quickly dodging upwards, Ray shouted in a panic. Don't fucking touch me. Why do you dodge? Such a fine specimen, be true to yourself and become a woman. Ivanko said, standing back up. Fuck no. Ray said as he flew upwards and saw Luffy blocking Crocodile's attack. Let's see, Kizaru will be a cocky bastard during this and ask Sengoku if he could kill everyone. Let's fuck him up during this. Ray said with a wide mischievous grin. Turning towards Kizaru, Ray prepared to attack. I'll be the one to become the Pirate King. Luffy shouted. Taking this as a signal, Ray blasted off towards Kizaru as he is about to speak. I can execute every single one of them, right son? Dynamic entry. Ray shouted, cutting Kizaru off and kicking him through the Marine headquarters. Yo Sengoku. Ray said with a grin. You. Sengoku said, about to attack when Ray turned into mist and flew back. Ah. The Marines shouted, seeing Ray attack Kizaru out of nowhere and disappear like the wind. Gyururahahaha oigaki, nice kick. Whitebeard said, seeing Ray give Kizaru the dynamic entry. Ha ha ha, would have tried to save Ace if Sengoku wasn't there. Ray replied, materializing next to Luffy and Whitebeard. Now then, Luffy, you ready to save Ace? Ray said, looking forwards. Of course. Luffy said, crouching down. Chapter 35, Marineford War Part 2. Ha 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 ha, Luffy, follow closely. Ray said, taking off first, preparing to kill any Marines that were in front or near Luffy. His 14 golden wings spread outwards as he flew past the pirates and into the Marines, slaughtering out a path. Snapping his fingers, rivers of blood gathered into a ball in Ray's palm. Clenching his fist, Ray absorbs the blood and now had a small army available to be released to the world. Now everyone. Come out. Ray shouted as a flood of crimson spread out. From the blood, countless people rised up. What the hell? Marines shouted fearfully as they watched the undead army approach. Snapping his fingers once more, Ray equipped each of the undead with a weapon from Unlimited Blade Works. Why is this world so unfair? Marines buckled under the fear as the tsunami of undead flowed towards them. URG, this takes quite a bit of stamina, doesn't it? Ray said as he huffed. Yeah, while it's good for large armies, it consumes a lot of stamina. The longer you have it activated, the more it takes. It should be ignorable once you become stronger. Eve explained to Ray's question. Thanks, Eve. Ray said, snapping his fingers, and brought the army back. Say, Luffy, I'll sit down for a second, okay? That last one took a lot out of me. Ray said as he sat down on the ice. Yeah, Ray, I'll go ahead. Luffy said, running forward. Some Marines had tried to attack Ray, but he had easily killed them while recovering stamina. Suddenly the ground shook as Ray looked at the source. Holy shit. Ray said as he saw Whitebeard using his fruit, which had caused the seabed to rise. Yeah, this is the strength of a weakened sovereign. Eve said, looking at the devastation. Ice split into ravines while the Marine headquarters shattered. Ha ha ha, the war should be ending soon. Ray thought as walls rose up surrounding the ice-covered ocean. So Red Dog is going to rain magma down on us now. Ray said, standing up. Looking forward, he could see Akainu standing straight as his arms turned to magma. Pointing upwards, magma shot into the air. Kuhuhu, let's spoil his plans a bit, shall we? Ray said, tracing his bow back once more. With my bow and arrows, I respectfully ask for the divine protection of the sun god Apollo and the moon goddess Artemis. Ray chanted using his fire demon magic as the arrows instead. Purple fire rotated at incredible speeds, forming several flaming arrows as Ray notched them in and prepared to fire. I offer thee this calamity. Ray pulled the string back as far as possible while THR magma fists started to appear, raining down into the main area. Phoebus catastrophe. Ray shouted as the arrows shot towards the magma. Exploding with neon lights, the initial arrow formed 100 more, each coated with purple flames, burning the magma to ash. Yeah! The pirates shouted as Ray shot down all of the magma fists. Tisk! Akainu clicked his tongue as he saw Ray counter his magma once again. Forget it, ready the cannons. Sengoku said as the cannons mounted the walls surrounding the main area. Fire! Sengoku shouted as countless explosions occurred. Ignoring the screams, Ray looked around to find Jinbe, who's about to toss Luffy towards the three admirals. 1v3 situation, I can't kill them if I fought them together. But if I spread them out and fight them in 1v1 situations, it'll be easy. Ray though, as he unfurled his 14 wings. Shooting off in a golden light, Ray approached where Luffy is quickly. Suddenly, a colossal current of water shot up into the sky with Luffy in the center. Gasps could be heard as they saw Luffy drop down in front of the three admirals with a large mast of a ship. Chasing after Luffy, Ray could see Kizaru kicking Luffy away. Oi, three slaves of the world government. Entertain me for a while. Ray said as he cut his sword infused with haki towards Akainu, who quickly dodges the slash. Aiming his spare palm towards Akiji, a spear of purple fire shot towards him, causing him to quickly dodge as he knew the fire was bad news. Exerting his observational haki, Ray twisted his body to avoid Kizaru's kick as he responded with his own kick, causing Kizaru to be hit backwards. This had happened in an instant as everyone watched Ray fight off three admirals. Come! Ray taunted as he turned his wings into two swords, one ice and one fire. Sending the fire one towards Akiji and ice towards Akainu, Ray ran towards Kizaru's swinging Tima. Kizaru had to dodge to the left as he knew with his level of armament haki he would be cut through, so he could only dodge. Ha ha ha, oi Kizaru, dodging already. Try to take my attacks head on, okay? Ray talked to him while swinging his blade in attempt to disrupt his mental state. Switching Tima into reverse grip, Ray slashed the sword downwards. Kizaru quickly twisted his body away only to be greeted by Ray's leg, which he brought over his body when he swung Tima. Kicking Kizaru, Ray had sent him tumbling into a wall. Turning towards Akiji, he could see that he was barely coping with the fire demon slayer magic as the heat melted his ice quite easily. Ha ha ha, Akiji, can't freeze my fire. Ray taunted as he coated Tima in purple fire and swung towards Akiji, causing him to retreat rapidly. Ray suddenly brought Tima behind him as it clashed with Akainu's fist. Ha 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 ha, Red Dog, you'll get your turn, be patient. Ray taunted once again, disrupting Akainu's mental state as vein could be seen bulging on his forehead. Pushing Tima upwards, Ray broke Akainu's guard before roundhouse kicking Akainu in the chest, sending him flying. Ha 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 ha, is that all you admirals got? Ray asked with a laugh. Three attacks suddenly shot towards him the moment he finished his sentence. Rotating himself clockwise, Ray projected purple fire and azure energy, forming a rotational dome protecting him and deflecting the attacks to another admiral. Ha 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 ha, not enough slaves of the world government. Ray called out as he stopped the dome. The dust cleared as it showed three slightly injured admirals staring at Ray. Not injured enough yet. Ray said as he looked at the conditions of the admirals. Enkidu. Ray called as golden chains shot from him, surprising the admirals before latching onto their, bringing them to their knees. Sate, what shall I do with you guys? Ray asked with a smile like a demon's. Let's see. Ray said, walking towards Kizaru. Since you like kicking so much, I'll do you a favor and remove one of your arms. Hey, it's more incentive to use your legs, no? Ray said, slashing Tima, cutting the right arm of Kizaru off. Arg. Kizaru shouted as blood flowed from his shoulder. Now, Red Dog. Ray ignored Kizaru as he approached Akainu. But before he could do anything, Garp appeared, punching towards him. Quickly retracting Enkidu, Ray blocked the punch with Tima. The force caused him to shoot towards the walls. Asterisk bang. A loud clashing sound could be heard as Ray hit the metal walls. Oi Garp! Can't you see I was dealing with Red Dog over there? Ray shouted, getting out of the crater in the wall. Execute Fire Fist Ace. Sengoku suddenly shouted as the executioner blades were about to hit Ace. Stop thy idiot! Luffy shouted, unleashing his Conqueror's Haki all the way to the platform. People started to fall as Luffy resumed his run towards Ace. Ha ha ha, finally, now the war has entered the final stretch. Ray said, looking at Luffy. Chapter 36, Marineford War Part 3. Ha 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 ha, now then, Luffy should be going to Ace around now and Garp would be there too. Ray said as he flew upwards overlooking the whole battlefield. Kizaru won't be able to use his fruit to cut the key to Ace's shackles anymore. Ray said in realization. Let's bring Sengoku away first. Flying towards Sengoku, Ray created a ice lance from his palm as it thrusted towards Sengoku. Colliding with Sengoku's Haki-coated arms, Ray pushed him away from the platform. Yo Ace! See ya soon! Ray called out as he passed Ace. Asterisk bang! The grounds cracked as Sengoku stood up from the impact. Yo Sengoku, I'll occupy you for a little while. Ray said as he flew towards Sengoku, swinging Tima at him. Dodging easily with observation Haki, Sengoku punched towards Ray's face. Quickly bringing Tima's hilt guard upwards, Ray blocked the punch. Digging his heels into the ground, he stopped himself, shooting off like a cannonball before he twisted the hilt guard, causing Sengoku's arm to go upwards. Following the motion, Ray cleaved the blade upwards, creating a azure sword energy which is about to cut into Sengoku. However, just before it hit, Sengoku had transformed into a golden Buddha, rendering the attack useless. Oi oi, Sengoku. Already using your fruit? Ray said, going back into a combat stance. Humph. Sengoku ignored the comment before bringing his palm towards Ray. Ray quickly dodged sideways as a dome of pressure landed where he had just stood. Ha ha ha, dangerous. Ray said before he flew towards Sengoku's head. Pumping magic into his legs, he also reinforced it with Haki before kicking Sengoku. Asterisk bang. A loud collision occurred as the kick only caused Sengoku to turn his head. Tisk. Ray clicked his tongue, seeing his kick deal minimum damage. Using his wings to fly backwards, Ray quickly dodged a strike from Sengoku's palm. No more playing around. Ray said as he exerted force into his body. True 8 inner gates, 4th gate open. Ray said as a green aura exploded from his body. You're kidding, he was playing around with the admirals. Some Marines said, seeing Ray release his pressure. Now then, Sengoku. Let's go again. Ray said as he retracted Tima and approached Sengoku, ready for brute force combat. Punching out with his fist, Ray collided with Sengoku's massive body, causing the fist to sink in before Sengoku was knocked down. Oi Sengoku! Stand up! Ray shouted as he runched towards Sengoku. Bringing his heels up, Ray kicked downwards, which caused Sengoku to quickly dodge while retracting his Buddha form. The heel hit the ground, causing large chunks earth to break apart and shatter. Taking this chance, Sengoku turned around, punching his fist towards Ray, who quickly twisted his body horizontally to avoid the hit. Using the momentum from the spin, Ray launched an uppercut towards Sengoku. A trail of smoke could be seen shooting upwards as Sengoku was hit. Turning back into Buddha form mid-air, Sengoku pushed his palm downwards. Coating his arm in armament Haki, Ray punched back in response. The vibrations rang out as they put a huge amount of stress in Ray's arm. The skin started to rip and blood flowed out. Holy shit, this is an attack you shouldn't take head on. Ray said through gritted teeth. Turning his body into mist, Ray escaped from the impact area. Rematerializing, Ray quickly traced out his bow and Calidborg 2 covered with purple fire. He drew back the string before shooting it towards Sengoku. Asterisk boom. Calidborg 2 hit Sengoku's torso as a huge explosion was set off. The dust cleared, showing Sengoku injured in his Buddha form. While the damage wasn't fatal, it was enough to cause pain during a fight. Suddenly, a pillar of fire erupted upwards, causing everyone to turn head as Ace was freed from the sea stone shackles. Ha 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 ha, Sengoku, seems like our fight will end for now. Ray said as he undid his 4th gate and untraced the bow. WAIURG. Sengoku tried to stop him, but the injury on his body caused him to flinch for a second. This second was all that Ray needed to fly towards Ace and Luffy. "Yo!" Ray said, landing next to them. "Ha ha ha, Ray," Luffy said, looking at Ray. "Thank you for distracting Sengoku," Ace said as he looked at Ray. "Ha ha 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 ha, don't mind it, but can you do me a favor and shoot some fire at me quickly?" Ray asked with a laugh. Why?" Ace replied, confused. "Ha ha ha, you'll see," Ray said mysteriously. Shrugging, Ace followed instructions and shot some fire towards Ray. Opening his mouth, Ray ate all of the fire, easily regaining some more stamina. Everyone watched with eyes wide, seeing Ray eat Ace's fire. "Ha ha ha, thanks for the meal," Ray said, wiping his mouth as purple fire exploded into life on his body. "Now then, shall we go?" Ray said, turning around to a shocked Ace and Luffy. Luffy and Ace continued to look at Ray, shocked. "Oi guys, come on, we need to get out of here," Ray said, once more snapping them out of it. Yeah, sure, let's go," Ace said as he and Luffy followed Ray. Releasing his conqueror's haki as he walked, Ray created an easy path for Ace and Luffy. The Marines backed off, seeing Ace and Luffy being guarded by Ray. "How could I let this happen?" Sengoku said, watching Ray, Luffy, and Ace escape. While Garp, on the other hand, stood up preparing to fight Ray. He had to at least capture him for all the lives he had taken. Launching himself towards Ray, the ground crumbled from his step. Ray, though, before he saw Garp launching himself towards him. Grabbing Garp's extended arm, Ray tried to throw him away with the momentum. Using air step, Garp stopped himself and shot towards Ray once more. "Luffy, Ace, go ahead. I'll take Garp, don't worry, I won't kill him," Ray said as he ran towards Garp. Their fists collided once more as Ray attempted to knee Garp in the stomach. Bringing his hand to block Ray's kick, Garp grabbed Ray's leg before he slammed Ray into the ground. Bang. A crater was formed from the force. Stabbing Tima towards Garp, Ray made him let go of his leg. 8 inner gates. 4th gate open.